The morning after. There was no blood in this room. No color. No sound. Only preservation. The kind of silence meant for fossils and history. A glass-domed void, pressurized by the breath of extinct gods, lit by medical lights too sterile to remember warmth. The lab was buried in a dead part of the world. Not hidden. Forgotten. The kind of place only memoryless monsters could find their way back to. And in its center, beneath a cracked ceiling of crystallized chakra and fable circuits, Madara Uchiha stood like a monument no one remembered building. He didn't breathe hard. He didn't speak. The Black King's realm had taken one of his arms, stripped him of 1,000 years of fable authority, and returned him to the world not as a god, but as a prototype, and he was ready to be improved. Behind him, wearing Hinata's stolen body like a birthright, Obito leaned against the steel glass wall, half shrouded in the artificial glow. Her hands were crossed. His mind was not. His presence felt like waiting, not anticipation. Expectation. Obito had long since stopped asking if anything they were doing was right. What mattered now was completion. And the lab, this sterile cradle of reanimation and retribution, was full of it. Laid out before them on 12 containment slabs were the corpses of the Akatsuki. Not the old team, the new one, forged in the loops, hardened across timelines, shaped by tragedy and rescripted fate. Their names were already etched into narrative. Conan, the paper sovereign, who tore the world that never was asunder before falling to Sasuke's thunder. Yugo, the cursed sage of regression, whose body contained the evolutionary failure of natural chakra. Kimimaro, the dying god's vessel. Buren, the crystal witch of the ninth hell. Kabuto, the failed serpent, who swallowed Duet and was torn open from within. Kisame, the abyssal blade, who drowned an entire realm when denied sponsorship and chose hunger instead. Yahiko, revived from the last memory Nagato wrote before becoming a god. 7 bodies. 7 failures. 7 weapons. Each one laced with Black King fragments, carefully extracted from prior timelines by Obito's scavengers. Each one reinforced with Madara's DNA, modified to accept mythic recursion and regenerate narrative presence. You're sure this will multiply the shares? Obito's voice came quiet from Hinata's mouth, too measured to still sound human. Madara didn't answer. He placed a bloodied palm to the center glyph of the altar, and the seals ignited. 12 concentric rings pulsed in sequence. Not summoning them, but reactivating them. This wasn't resurrection. This was replication. A reprinting of fallen myths using raw divine substrate and stolen fragments of fable. These aren't bodies, Madara finally said. They're vessels. He turned toward the slabs, eyes sharp with the hunger of reclamation. They were built to carry failure. We'll use them to carry dominion. The light shifted. The glyphs carved into the walls began to drip. Liquid narrative pooling in silver coils along the floor. The system whispered. Black King fragment synchronization initiated. Genetic template Uchiha Madara Prime. Narrative duplication protocol approved. Generating avatar constructs. Each slab began to hum. Not with life. With ownership. Madara stepped forward, raised a hand, spoke with absolute finality. The world has grown arrogant. It forgot what horror looked like. He pointed at the bodies. Let's remind them. Obito didn't move. But her eyes. His eyes. Narrowed in shared understanding. And one by one, the Akatsuki opened their eyes again. The room was not real anymore. It could not be. Time wasn't built to hold this many versions of the same mistake. As the glyphs pulsed beneath their feet. 1 ring, 2, then all 12. The laboratory began to rupture. Not physically. Narratively, cracks in temporal law spidered through the containment glass, and the walls began to ripple like memory caught in a recursive loop. And then, they started arriving. Not through summoning, not through portals, but through overlap. One body stirred, then another, then another. Not clones, not Edo Tensei failures, but versions. Yugo stood first, his bones creaking under the weight of hundreds of failed futures. One of his eyes glowed orange with primal chakra. The other was hollow, patched by Yamato's stolen wood in a timeline that never happened. His skin pulsed between his cursed form and his child self. He looked down at his own fingers, watched them fracture between now and then, and didn't flinch. He was used to mutation. This was just one more. Buren's crystal arms shimmered in 3 hues. Rose pink, god glass blue, and blood silver. Each version had died differently. One betrayed, one forgotten, one killed by Hinata herself. Their memories fused into a single stare, unfocused but deadly. Conan rose without wind, her paper wings assembling in erratic, layered patterns. One wing smaller than the other, a glitch from her teenage incarnation. Her face was painted in 3 expressions at once: resolve, sorrow, and a strange kind of peace. She didn't speak. Not yet. She was still becoming. Kimimaro stood with grace unnatural for someone whose spine had once collapsed from disease. Now, 6 vertebrae hovered behind him like orbiting bones, each one etched in a timeline where he died before Naruto ever existed. His hair was short on one side, long on the other, as if half of him still thought he was 13. And then, Madara stepped out of the circle. All of him. The first was the one they had seen before. The one clawed back from the Black King's world. His cloak was cracked, his body refusing full restoration. But then came another. A younger Madara, no more than 16. Blood still on his hands from his brother's death. His Sharingan bright with hope that hadn't curdled yet. Then a third. The Madara of betrayal, wearing the ragged Uchiha war cloak from the night Konoha turned its back on him. Eyes wide not with madness, but with disappointment sharpened into certainty. Then the Madara of yesterday. One who had stood in this very lab and said nothing, yet now stood beside himself, watching, waiting. They didn't question the others. They simply nodded, because they all remembered the same pain, just in different tenses. And Obito, still in Hinata's form, stood very still, not out of fear, but because the math was impossible. Warning fragment duplication detected. Chrono conflict error same myth. Multiple states. Violation of temporal causality. Invalidating core timeline thread. Error system override failed. Override retried. Override retried. Override retry. The system choked on itself. Because this wasn't just paradox. It was intention. They weren't just duplicating power. They were multiplying ownership. By ripping Black King fragments out of different points in time. By dragging each version of these beings into the same moment. They created overlapping narrative authority. Each fragment was technically the same, but placed in sequence. Like copied sentences written at different ages. They created momentum. A kind of narrative echo chamber. One Conan who had died quietly. One who had never defected. One who burned herself alive in a forgotten resistance. They were all here. All the same. And yet not. It wasn't cloning. It wasn't splitting. It was repetition as multiplication. Obito finally spoke, his voice curling at the edge of disbelief. You brought them here from. Across their own deaths. Madara stepped forward. The version with his Rinnegan fully awakened. The one who'd slaughtered 6 gods in the 33rd scenario and rewrote history on a whim. He looked at himself, then at Obito, and said, No, I brought them here from across their failures. Behind him, all the other Madaras stood in synchronized silence. Each one held a different version of the truth. Each one owned a different sliver of the Black King's divinity. And now they were stacked. Not fused, but layered. Like blades on a shuriken. Each spin more lethal. Do you understand now? Madara asked, his eyes meeting Obito's through the face of Hinata. Every time you failed. Every time you rewound. You left something behind. He smiled faintly. And I picked it up. Obito didn't respond. The silence was enough. The system tried to repair itself. It tried to recalculate the ownership of the Black King. It failed. Update Black King shareholder status. Primary shareholder. Secondary shareholder. Anomaly detected. Combined share value exceeds allocated maximum. Error observation system unable to reconcile multiplicity. Madara. Every Madara turned as one. Behind them, the replicated Akatsuki stood in awakening posture. Some younger, some older, some from timelines Naruto would never remember. They were silent, but not soulless. The fragments inside them glowed. Faint black-red filaments, stitched like veins under the skin, shimmered with narrative weight they should not possess. Madara extended his hand. Begin assimilation. The glyphs flared again. One by one, the Akatsuki began walking forward. Toward the main circle. Toward him. The system could not deny them. Because every step they took was a step they had already taken in another timeline. They weren't forging new ground. They were retracing the inevitability of an ending already written. And Madara, all versions of him, smiled. The sky had torn so many times it no longer healed properly. The stars were gone. Not extinguished. Devoured. Stripped from the firmament like pearls peeled from a necklace by trembling, blasphemous hands. Across the infinite corridors of myth, across pantheons born from dreams and rewritten into law, the multiverse had begun to rot. And through its remains, the Akatsuki marched. Not quietly, not violently, inevitably. They did not move through space. They moved through narrative memory. One world at a time, they retraced the latticework of creation. Threading through realms that had once been divine and now bled contradictions. They passed through the 12 temples of the Greek system, where Poseidon's tears rained in reverse, flowing upward toward a sun that no longer knew which way to rise. They crossed the cloud tombs of Asgard, where Heimdall's horn lay shattered in 7 identical timelines, each echoing a different death. They drifted through Duat, now flooded with ink instead of water. Osiris's throne was empty. His heart scale cracked in 2. Mot's feather was nowhere to be found. They stepped across the library of Akasha, where entire worlds once existed as paragraphs. Now, the shelves burned with silence. Entire entries torn from existence. The scrolls shrieked when touched. Each realm they entered was in collapse. Each collapse was a message. That the wall at the end of the world. The final threshold, the boundary between reality and myth, was unraveling not from assault, but from accumulation. Too many stories had been written. Too many lives rewound. Too many gods resurrected from the same fragments and asked to play different roles. And now, the weight of all that paradox had begun to tear the threads loose. And yet the Akatsuki did not falter. Their boots crushed broken constellations. Their eyes saw only forward. Madara led at the center. All versions of him, shifting in and out like flickering frames of divergent film. At his side Obito in Hinata's stolen body, the heavenly demon's remnants still etched into her frame like sacrificial tattoos. Every step she took, the crown pulsed. A warning, a heartbeat. Behind them, the replicated Akatsuki. A procession of failures weaponized. Kimimaro walked with his bones outstretched like skeletal wings. Durin flicked shards of glass memory into the void with each breath. Kabuto's smile never quite reached the same timeline twice. Yugo twitched between futures, sometimes muttering to versions of himself who had not yet arrived. Kisame sang under his breath. Not words, but pressure. A sound that caused water to ripple in worlds they hadn't yet entered. Conan left paper behind with every step. Each scrap bearing a different prayer. Forgive me. Remember us. He believed in you. And Yahiko walked at the very rear. Alone. His eyes never left the horizon. Even as God screamed in reverse across the skies they passed beneath. The multiverse screamed back. In the realms of the Hindu divinities, Shiva danced alone. Not in destruction, but mourning. Vishnu had already fragmented. Brahma's manuscript pages peeled off his body like dying skin. In the Christian sectors, the Ark sat frozen mid-flood. Metatron's script had been hijacked, overwritten. The four beasts of Revelation twitched like puppets whose strings had been tied to broken glyphs. A single angel with no wings repeated the phrase, "He is no longer among the living," until its throat collapsed into light. The Shinto system no longer answered its priests. Its mirrors cracked. The sun goddess had hidden herself inside a reality thread that could no longer loop. And above them all, the observers tried to rewrite control. Tried. System alert root narrative error. Detected recursive fable pathways. Detected cross-temporal self-overlapping myth holders. Detected black king share acceleration exceeds observational threshold. Error user Madara Uchiha, Sigma. Not bound to current world line, the system screamed. But screaming couldn't stop what memory refused to forget. Because that's what they were now. The Akatsuki were no longer villains. No longer ghosts. No longer avatars of war. They were multiplications of remembrance. And every step they took was a step the multiverse had already tried to erase. At the final threshold, where the skin of creation began to peel, they arrived. The wall at the end of the world stood not like a barrier, but like a mirror cracked by the weight of unspoken truths. It reached infinitely in both directions, curving through impossible angles. Half reflection, half origin. The final firewall between story and what comes after. The air here had no time. The wind moved in narrative loops, carrying the words of characters who had never been born. Old gods stood petrified in its shadow, their skin turning into text. The bones of worlds littered the base like failed signatures. And the Akatsuki. They stood before it. Madara stepped forward. He did not kneel. He raised one hand and etched a single command into the wall itself using the tip of Raijin's descendant blade. We demand passage. The wall did not open, but it rippled, as if someone behind it turned their head. Obito stepped up beside him. I can feel it, he said. Hinata's voice. His will. Someone's watching. Madara didn't answer. He didn't have to, because the wall pulsed again. This time. In acknowledgement. The eye of the Black King was open, and it was ready to see who among them deserved to remain. The wall did not open. It peeled, like skin made of centuries. The moment Madara's glyph finished burning across its surface, the wall at the end of the world split. Not with light, but with memory. The boundary wasn't meant to open. It was meant to be witnessed. And so it folded inward like the pages of a book being closed for the final time. Behind it, not darkness, not void, but text, columns of it. Thousands of floating scripts carved from dead alphabets and extinct timelines. Glyphs that blinked like neurons. Sentences made of blood. Essays shaped like labyrinths. Inked staircases. Ascending logic spirals. This was not heaven. This was not hell. This was the library of the dead. And at its center, curled between languages older than gods, lounging across a throne made of violated genres, was the king of observers. His body was long. Too long. Spiraled like a coil of fate around the cracked remains of Akasha's indexing engine. His face shifted. Not metaphorically. Literally. Every time Obito blinked, he saw someone else. The first was a man with sickly pale skin and yellow eyes that never blinked. His tongue flicked between syllables. He wore black robes stitched with serpent scale script and a grin that had never known sincerity. Orochimaru. Then he became younger. Sharper. Hair like liquid ink. Eyes like riddles given shape. He laughed. But the laugh was familiar. Loki. Then the form shifted again. Bones cracking like promises. He became a hooded man in a desert, offering fruit to a girl who had never seen a lie. His voice was honey, but his tongue was scale. He whispered temptation in a language that has no vowels, only choices. The serpent of Eden. Then again, and again, and again. Faces from every religion. Every lie. Every story where something twisted itself around truth and rewrote it from the inside. Obito didn't speak at first, but the figure. whatever it was now. Did. Welcome, traveler, the king of observers said, with Orochimaru's voice and the serpent's undertone. I've been expecting you. Madara stepped back, just slightly, but Obito didn't. He stared into the shifting face of a creature that had no true form, and whispered, "It's you." The serpent smirked. "It always has been." He waved a hand, and the library shifted. Behind him, 1,000 scrolls unrolled midair, revealing every page Obito had ever touched. Not just in this life, but every loop, every possible version of him. Every Obito that died as a child. Every Obito that killed Kakashi in hatred. Every Obito that became a god, a father, a monster, a savior. All watched him now. You kept the library of Akasha, Obito said. The serpent nodded. And the library of the dead. Why? To remember what the world would rather forget. He stood. All movement stopped. Even time flinched. Orochimaru. Loki. The first lie. Walked across the air. Let me tell you something, Obito Uchiha, he said, and it was not condescending. It was gentle. That made it worse. You think you were the villain. The last survivor of a failed hypothesis. The orphaned heir to pain. He paused, tilted his head. But you are not alone in that. He raised his hand. The books behind him opened to Obito's page. But they did not stop there. They kept flipping, and flipping, and flipping, until they landed on Sasuke's page. Until they reached Naruto's fragment. Half erased, burned at the edges. I have watched you all, the king said. And I have kept you all. Even him? Obito asked, his voice sharp now. Bitter. Even Naruto? Even when the world forgot him. The king's voice dropped. I never forget stories worth telling. Obito's hand shook. Why help me then? Why reveal yourself now? Because I want to see which of you remains, the king said. That's the rule, isn't it? He pointed up. Above them, 3 glowing narrative threads. Like spotlights. Flickered Sasuke. Obito, the king, one of us, must become the dominant vessel for the Black King's will. Obito stared at the threads. You think I'll lose? I think, the king said, now wearing Orochimaru's face again, smiling with tragedy and hunger, that he is still walking. Obito narrowed Hinata's stolen eyes. Sasuke, the king nodded. And when he arrives? He looked directly at Obito. You'd best be ready. Obito clenched his fist. His voice was low now. And what about you? Me? The king said. His grin stretched wide. I already lost. And then, softer. But I never stopped watching. The library pulsed once more. Reality shuddered. And somewhere far away, outside time, beyond endings, Sasuke walked alone through the Black King's world, unaware that 2 monsters were waiting to see if he'd come too late. There was no time in the Black King's world. Not the absence of time. The rejection of it. Clocks here didn't break. They wept. The concept of next collapsed the moment it was imagined. Cause and effect braided into a single, unmoving knot. Memory turned to mist. Even thought eroded into repetition. This was not a place. This was a pressure. And Sasuke Uchiha walked through it. For tens of thousands of years. No map. No path. No gods. No name. Only one thing accompanied him, a second shadow that walked half a step behind. Dark Sasuke. Not a clone. Not an enemy. A rejection. A presence formed from every part of Sasuke that had ever whispered, let it burn. They never spoke at first. Because there was nothing to say. The ground was made of forgotten fables, compressed so tightly that the pressure turned meaning into matter. The sky bled oil and smoke, stitched together by the torn-out endings of unfinished legends. The air burned, not from heat, but from density. Every breath was like swallowing molten context. The first century, Sasuke didn't move. He stood, breathing, bleeding, remembering, and the world pushed against him like a question that couldn't be answered. Then, he took a step, and the Black King's world shifted. Not in size, in resistance, as if the world had just realized he's going to keep walking. And so the demonisms arrived. Not all at once. At first, they came as whispers, things that were his face wrong. Voices that sounded like Madara, Itachi, Indra, Obito, Naruto. Each one smiling with a mouth that didn't know how. Each one laughing at him for continuing. You'll never be enough. You were just a vessel. You were always the weaker brother. You couldn't even save him. They clawed at his mind. He did not answer. The first blade he used was Raijin. It broke after the 8,000th day, cracking under the pressure of cutting through a demonism that had taken the shape of Sakura, holding a child who cried like Naruto. He killed it anyway. The next blade? Dark Sasuke. He didn't forge it. He accepted it. A moment came. Year 2000 or 2 million, it didn't matter. When Sasuke turned, looked at his other self, and didn't attack. He reached for him, and the shadow split, collapsed into a blade forged from self-hatred, bound identity, and all the things Sasuke never said aloud. A sword made of refusal. A weapon of no compromise. The blade without witness. And with it, he began to cut. The demonisms grew stronger. They came not as ghosts now, but as entities. Each one a splinter of the Black King's mind. Some wore the armor of fallen gods. Others were made of pure contradiction. Blades without handles, mouths that spoke endings before the sentence began. One was a mother who carried 1,000 crying sons. One was a city with no doors. One was the story of a hero who never lost. Told in reverse. Each one tried to devour Sasuke. Each one failed. Because with every strike, with every cut, Sasuke did not just kill. He absorbed. The blade without witness was not meant to slay. It was meant to take back. Every fragment he carved down joined his body. Every demonism devoured did not empower him. It stabilized him. The world trembled. Because something that was never meant to hold all these truths was doing so. And not breaking. In the 6,000th year, Sasuke stopped for the first time. Not because he was tired, but because he saw something impossible. The Uchiha compound. Reconstructed perfectly. Smoke curling from the chimneys. The smell of food. Children laughing. He stepped forward, and for a second, he felt something crack. Because he wanted it to be real. He wanted to hear his mother say his name one more time. He wanted to sit under the veranda and complain about the weather. He wanted to hear Itachi's footsteps. But he didn't move. He raised his blade. And the compound screamed. It collapsed into black ink. And from it rose a demonism made of memory. Not an enemy. A plea. I'm the version of you that stayed, it said. I'm what you could have been if you hadn't burned the world. Sasuke didn't answer. He bowed his head. And killed it. Another century passed. Then another. Then 10,000 years. He no longer counted. The blade without witness grew darker. Heavier. Now it hummed with every life he'd consumed. Every fragment of the Black King's personality. Pride, hunger, greed, loss, defiance, decay. All swirled inside him. They whispered. Sometimes gently. Sometimes like a scream under skin. Become us. End it all. Be the Black King. But Sasuke. He held to one name. Naruto. He saw his face in every echo. He remembered the rooftop. The ramen shop. The way he always smiled too hard and hurt too loud. He remembered the promise. I'll find you. And he walked. Even as the world turned upside down. Even as the stars inside his body tried to rebel. Even as he could no longer tell where he ended and the Black King began. He walked. There is a weight that language cannot carry. Not pain. Not loss. Duration. The kind that doesn't pass, doesn't fade, doesn't even progress. A silence so deep it presses down on you until your memories start cracking under their own detail. Until the sound of your own breath feels like blasphemy against the world that stopped caring whether you existed. That was the nature of this hell. And Sasuke Uchiha walked through it. Still moving, still breathing, still carrying the blade made of himself. His own shadow bound into the form of a weapon. Still alone. The years had stopped being years. Time had become a suggestion. One the Black King's world no longer honored. There were no days. Only echoes. Sometimes the sky bled. Sometimes it sang. One day, it whispered every name Sasuke had ever heard in reverse. Another, it wept blood that formed into the kanji for regret 1,000 times, then evaporated as soon as he reached out. And through it all, the demonisms hunted him. No longer just reflections. No longer simulations. Now they were story things. Each one a self-contained mythology. Each one carrying a portion of the Black King's essence. Each more alien than the last. The 100-mouthed monk came first. A creature built of sutras and curses, its body wrapped in red scripture that chanted at him in 1,000 voices at once. Its teeth were commandments. Its feet were laws. Its breath smelled like burnt gods. Sasuke could not cut it at first. Every wound he inflicted became another verse. So he cut with silence. He sheathed his blade, walked into the storm of scripture, and listened. Then, when the 1,000 mouths paused for breath, he whispered, I never believed in you. And the entire body collapsed, unraveling in screams not of pain, but of insult. He devoured the fragments. The blade darkened. The story with no subject came next. A being made of paragraphs that had no center. It surrounded him in context. Explained every reason he existed, justified every failure. Its voice was perfect, gentle. It told him he was loved. It told him he'd been forgiven. It told him he didn't need to keep going. And Sasuke almost believed it. Until it said Naruto's name. And pronounced it wrong. Then he cut it in half. By the 10th millennium, the world shifted again. The ground was now made of bones that wrote themselves. Calcified letters spelling out names he didn't remember anymore. Every step broke another memory. Every blink erased another face. He began to forget the taste of food, the sound of wind, even the warmth of fire. Only one thing remained: purpose. He couldn't remember why, but he knew he had to reach the end. He was not allowed to sleep. Sleep was stolen from him. Consumed by a demonism called the bed of ending. It took the form of a child he had never saved. When he lay down, the child curled into him and whispered every dream he would never have. So Sasuke stayed awake for 900 years. Every blink a knife behind the eyes. Every breath a refusal to fade. Until even the demons began to watch him with unease. Then came the judges. Not gods. Writers. Observers who had forgotten how to feel. They surrounded him in a circle of chairs, each holding a quill. They wrote Sasuke's sins aloud, then turned the ink into chains. They wrote him a future. They forced him to speak it. They said, say the line, I give up. He refused. They stabbed themselves with their own pens. The chains shattered. And Sasuke fed on the script. The world should have ended by now. The demonisms had grown so numerous, they formed cities of blight. Nations of hunger built from broken rules. They offered him thrones. They offered him forms. They told him, rule over us. Be the next hunger. Take the seat of the king. He spat blood and walked past. They wailed, tore at the sky, begged to be devoured. And still, he walked. But even Sasuke began to change. His reflection no longer matched him. Sometimes he caught his shadow smiling. Sometimes the blade trembled. Not in fear, but in anticipation. He began to forget his voice. Began to hear Naruto's voice speaking from his own mouth. I'll save you. He didn't know if he was still Sasuke, but he knew he hadn't stopped. And that meant something. Then the final gate arrived. Not a door. Not a threshold. A mirror. It showed a world where he never left. A Sasuke who stayed. Who married. Who built a house on the edge of Konoha and grew old beside the people he once left behind. A daughter who wasn't born from grief. A son who carried no legacy. A life without guilt. The mirror whispered this could still be real. You've earned it. He reached out. Touched it. And then, he shattered it with a single breath. I never wanted peace. The world roared. Not in rage. In recognition. Because now there were no demonisms left to challenge him. No lies left to tempt him. No stories left to distract him. He had devoured them all. And still, not once had he claimed a throne. Not once had he asked for a title. He hadn't become the Black King. He had simply survived his entire mind. Sasuke stood on a precipice. Beneath him, every fragment of the Black King's consciousness writhing in silence. Above him, the final ascent. No more trials. No more tests. Only the echoing question this realm had screamed since the first step. Who deserves to remain? And Sasuke? Sasuke lifted his blade. A sword made of every self that had chosen to keep going. And said, I didn't come here to remain. I came to take him back. And the world did not resist. Because it had finally remembered what it meant to kneel. He thought it was over. That the last step. The mirror of forgotten peace, the absence of hunger, the submission of the realm, had been the final trial. The world had gone quiet. The pressure had eased. The demonisms fell dormant. He'd stood atop the summit of the Black King's domain, looking into a horizonless void. And for the first time in what might have been a million years, he had allowed himself to believe this is where I save him. But belief is not enough in this world. Especially not here. Especially not for the Black King. When Sasuke reached forward, the void bit back. Not metaphorically. Physically. A mouth opened in the silence. A black spiral of teeth. Not bone, but law. Dozens of fanged glyphs lined its throat, each one whispering a different ending he didn't choose. The maw snapped shut around him. And Sasuke was dragged down again. The fall had no bottom. Because there was no ground left to hit. He struck storylines, not rock. Memories not his own. Narratives that bled when touched. The first he landed on was a war. Naruto screaming his name from across a burning field, pierced through the stomach, arms outstretched. Sasuke reached for him. The scene collapsed. The next. Naruto sitting in a cell, his name forgotten, screaming at a blank wall for someone to remember him. Sasuke clawed at the lock. Shattered it. Naruto turned to ash. Again. 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 He landed in over 100 Narutos. Dead, erased, broken, changed. Each one a different timeline. Each one ending in silence. And he understood that everything until now was only the surface. He had not descended into the Black King. He had only carved a path around him. This was the true hell. The place where the king had buried what couldn't be remembered. Where every fragment of Naruto, the ones discarded, the ones deemed too dangerous, too kind, too human, had been left to rot. And Sasuke screamed. Not out of rage. Not out of sorrow. Out of clarity. He had not endured 10,000 years to retrieve Naruto's soul. He would walk through eternity to retrieve every Naruto who had ever been lost. The road ahead was gone. So he made one. He walked through a village of Naruto-shaped statues. Each frozen in a different expression. Joy, confusion, despair. Each one cracked when he touched them. Each one whispered a different apology. I'm sorry for failing you. I'm sorry for surviving. I'm sorry I wasn't worth remembering. He kept walking. Then came the river. It didn't flow with water. It flowed with attempts. Thousands of them. Waves made of Naruto's unfinished confessions. Every I'll be Hokage that never came true. Every time he promised to protect someone and died anyway. The current was too strong. It tried to drown Sasuke in broken ambition. So he waded in. Chest deep. Throat deep. He held the blade in his teeth and dragged his body forward, arms burning, legs torn open by promises that had become razors. When he emerged, he carried the river with him. The weight of it clung to his skin. But he kept walking. Then the silence began to cry, and the trees began to whisper. Sasuke entered a forest where every tree was a memory Naruto never spoke. Moments too soft, too small, too quiet to be remembered by gods. The sound of ramen broth bubbling. The weight of a hand on his head. The time Irika smiled for no reason. These trees trembled when Sasuke passed. And one tree bent toward him, cracked open, and inside it, a piece of Naruto's soul. Fetal, silent, burning with warmth. It reached out to him, and Sasuke almost stopped. But then it said he's deeper, and the forest folded. He walked through Kushina's scream, replaying over and over again in the sky. He stepped across Minato's broken fingers, reaching through sealed timelines. He found Kurama's silhouette, caged in thorns of redacted memory, whispering, "Tell him I watched the whole way." He saw a Naruto who never met friends, with a hole where his name should have been. He saw a Naruto who became Hokage and still cried in his sleep. He saw a Naruto who never fought back, who simply faded with a whisper. He saw them all, and he bled. Not just blood, identity. The blade grew heavier, heavier with every step. It no longer looked like a weapon. It looked like Naruto. Then finally, he reached the cave. A womb, formed not of rock, but apology. The place where the first Naruto had died. The one no one remembered. The one who never escaped the cradle. Sasuke fell to his knees, not from exhaustion, but reverence. Inside that cave, curled like a dying star, was the original fragment. The one no god claimed. The one even the Black King could not erase, because there was no story to mark it. It was just him, Naruto, face down, silent, small, forgotten. Sasuke reached out, and this time, the voice came not from Naruto, but from the world. If you take him, you must take all of him. You must carry every version that died, even the ones who hated you, even the ones who gave up, even the ones who stopped believing, even the one you let die on the rooftop. Sasuke did not hesitate. He pulled the fragment into his chest. The world screamed. The Black King's body roared awake. But Sasuke didn't stop. He turned. He walked back up. There was no path. Only fire. Only grief. Only Naruto's weight in his arms. And he carried him anyway. All of him. He should have known. Hope had always been a trick of the Black King. Even now. After all the footsteps, all the deaths, all the echoes dragged from the belly of nothing. Sasuke stood at the lip of what should have been the ending. The cradle where the first fragment of Naruto had fallen. He held it. But it was wrong. It was warm. Familiar. Real. But not complete. Not yet. Because as he breathed, the truth unraveled before him. One final memory floated to the surface, not from the world around him, but from within himself, from the blade, the burden, the uncried scream wedged into the root of his chest. The soul. He gave it away. Sasuke staggered, and the cave whispered back. The king has it now. The realization didn't feel like despair. It felt like clarity. This had never been about saving Naruto's memory, or his fragments, or the legacy of the boy who smiled too wide. It was always about his soul, the thing behind the laugh, behind the pain, behind the stubborn eyes and impossible refusal to kneel. And that part, the true core of Naruto Uzumaki, was still imprisoned, held not by Obito, not even by time, but by the Black King himself. And so Sasuke turned, one last time, and began to walk, not upward, not forward, down. The terrain no longer had shape. It yielded around him, recoiling, whimpering, folding in submission like the world itself had finally recognized this one. Does not stop. The descent had no stairs, no spiral, just intention. He passed through strata of myth that were never named. He walked through the rings of the first hunger, the coils of the king's appetite, which turned gods into dust and timelines into candles. Script fire danced along his coat. Eras whispered in languages no tongue could hold. Even the gods of gods were just wallpaper now, curling in surrender. The demonisms had fled. They no longer wanted to devour him. They feared him. Then came the cradle of echo, where all forgotten versions of Naruto stood, eyes closed, hands open. Hundreds, thousands, none with souls, only reflections. But each one watched him as he passed. Each one whispered the same word. Go. Sasuke did not speak. He bowed his head once, and walked through them like mist. Then came the library of broken names. A hallway where every soul the Black King had ever absorbed was written into ash. Every step Sasuke took, his name faded from a different story. One by one, he was removed from worlds that once needed him. The hidden leaf, the valley of the end, the rooftop, Sarada's cradle, the battlefield, even Naruto's final dream. All erased, one by one. He felt them vanish like roots torn from soil. But still, he kept walking, because none of them mattered if Naruto never woke up. The path ended. Finally, not with a door, but with a pulse. A heartbeat that shook the bones of creation. Before him a throne not built, but grown, a tower of godflesh and shadow reaching into the ceiling of the abyss, formed from the intertwined regrets of all who had ever tried to oppose the story. And sitting at the foot of it, Obito, wearing Hinata's body like armor, eyes closed, crown of the heavenly demon blooming like a tumor of radiance above his brow. Not speaking, not ruling, waiting. And beside him, fused into the throne itself, was a figure Sasuke recognized before his own heart could even say the name. The Black King. No body, only mass. A pressure that looked like all the worst parts of love and none of its mercy. He had no face, only a veil of shifting cosmos, woven from forgotten endings. He did not watch Sasuke, because the Black King does not watch. He remembers. Sasuke stepped forward. The sword on his back began to pulse. Not warning him, but mourning him. This was no longer a fight. This was an offering. A final moment where the price was asked plainly. The king's voice wasn't sound. It was a razor shaped like language. It said, "You want the boy's soul?" Sasuke nodded. The Black King replied, "Then give me yours." Sasuke said nothing. He walked to the edge of the throne. Obito stirred, eyes opening. Hinata's face twisted in patient malice. "You finally made it," he whispered. He stood. The crown hissed. The world shook. "Do you know what he traded for peace?" Obito asked. Sasuke didn't answer. "He gave me everything," Obito said. "His past, his future, his meaning, his soul. Also the rest of you could live." He tilted his head. "And you want to take that back?" Sasuke looked past him, into the throne, into the heart, and said, "I never asked him to do that." Obito blinked. Sasuke raised his blade. "I didn't come here to rob him of his sacrifice. I came to return it." The Black King stood. No motion, just rising presence. The pressure collapsed light. Sasuke's body began to crack. Not physically. Narratively. His existence shook. Every second he stood there, his name was being overwritten by absence. But he stepped forward again, and again, and again, until he reached the throne's base. He placed a hand on the king's altar, and said, "He is not yours." He never was. He chose to give himself away. Because he believed someone would come for him. The king did not respond. Because that was the test. It always had been. Sasuke reached into the throne. The cosmos trembled, and from inside it, a flicker, a breath, a voice, weak, almost fading. "You came." Sasuke didn't cry. He'd cried enough lifetimes ago. But he smiled, just once, and whispered, "Of course I did, dope." He reached, and pulled. The Black King screamed. Obito's crown shattered. The void convulsed. The story buckled, and Naruto's soul returned to Sasuke's hands. But the king wasn't done, because now it knew. There was someone who could defy it, and that meant it would have to remember his name. Naruto could not return. Not here. Not yet. Even as Sasuke cradled the soul. Still pulsing faintly, still tethered to the boy who never stopped giving. It refused to manifest. The world rejected him. Not from cruelty. From structure. This was the realm of the Black King. The domain of endings. Here, identity wasn't allowed to be reborn. It could only be buried. And so, Naruto remained within Sasuke. His soul curled quietly against the chest of the man who came for him. No words. Just a warmth. Steady and silent, like the glow of a campfire that had survived a war. Sasuke stood at the base of the throne. Obito's breath trembled. Just once. As the crown flickered above his head, the king did not speak. But Sasuke could feel it. The entire realm was beginning to buckle around him. It started in his fingertips. A pressure. Slow. Not painful. Not volatile. But vast. His hand twitched. And the sky blinked. Not metaphorically. The stars disappeared, as if light itself had turned inward to listen. The weight inside him was no longer mortal. No longer myth. It was everything. Black King fragments. Demonic energy. Divine authority. Ether pulled from beyond fable and narrative. Naruto's soul. All of it now circulated through his spirit like rivers carved into a singular mountain. It didn't feel like power. It felt like containment. Like the world had been reduced to fit inside him. His chakra coils no longer pulsed. They orbited. Every thought created gravity. Every breath rewrote the tension of the world around him. The air shimmered. The throne recoiled. And Sasuke realized this body no longer belongs to causality. He stepped forward, and the Black King's throne trembled. Not in fear, but in recognition. There had been others. Transcendence. Broken system users. Scenario breakers. Myth forgers. Those who clawed past the confines of their world line. But even they, powerful though they were, still left trails. Still cast shadows in the world they left behind. Still answered, faintly, to the laws that birthed them. Even they could be traced by the system. Their cause still linked to effect. Their ending still owed to something. But Sasuke? Now. There was no thread. No trace. No law that could reach him. He had not become a god. He had not become a monster. He had become a microcosm. A complete, self-contained world. An emperor. The air bent around him like glass around a supernova. His very soul produced pressure distortions in three-dimensional space. Obito staggered backward, eyes wide. Hinata's body flickering under the weight of what she had never been meant to house. The crown glitched. Divine glyphs trailing off into mismatched timelines. Threads snapped one after another. Obito raised a hand, shaking, and summoned a tower of reversed causality, a God-script attack meant to cancel out reality and replace it with himself. It didn't reach Sasuke. It broke the moment it entered his gravity, shattered into particles of intent. Not because Sasuke blocked it, because his existence no longer allowed contradiction. The Black King stirred. His form, still veiled, now began to coalesce. Not into a man, into an event horizon. He was not something that could be seen. He was something that happened to you. A trauma given shape. A silence that rewrote gods into concepts. Sasuke felt the distortion of the king's approach. Not in body, but in meaning. It was like standing before the idea of annihilation. Like looking into the past and watching every version of yourself give up. But he didn't flinch. He stood, steady, quiet. The blade without witness floated behind him now, orbiting like a second moon. And Sasuke whispered, more to himself than anyone else, I don't care what you are. You're not taking him again. The king lunged. A wave of narrative collapsed. The world caved around the pressure. Obito struck from the right. Chains of Hinata's divine wood lashing out, glyphs flashing, all reinforced by the heavenly demon's broken crown. Sasuke vanished. Not teleported. Not sped. Removed. And reappeared between them. Arms open, absorbing both attacks into the gravitational field of his soul. Then, he moved. He didn't swing the sword. He let it swing him. A single arc, one cut. The battlefield cracked into 6 different realities. Obito was flung across the realm, rebounding between time-locked splinters of history. Each version of him absorbing a different cut. The Black King's presence reeled. Momentarily unreadable. And Sasuke landed softly, breathing slow, like gravity itself had remembered what mass felt like. Inside his chest, Naruto's soul pulsed. Faint, but warm. And Sasuke spoke. To himself. To the king. To the world. He believed someone would come. So I did. And now I'm going to burn this place to the edge of the last story. Tired. Disappointed. And then furious. The next attack came without movement. A system-ending will, broadcast across the final threshold of possibility. But Sasuke didn't fall. He absorbed it. Because he no longer followed time. Because he no longer carried doubt. Because he no longer needed to be seen. He just was. The fight had begun. And neither the king nor Obito could comprehend what they had brought upon themselves. Reality peeled around him like old parchment soaked in lightning. Sasuke could barely feel his body anymore. Not because of fatigue. Because he no longer fit. His form strained against the dimensional axis like a hand trying to remain clenched while holding fire. The pressure of his own existence fractured the floor beneath his feet into spirals of unrendered logic. Every breath produced compression errors. His silhouette bled cosmic static. Time snapped. Twice. Then staggered forward like a drunk collapsing on broken causality. He was too much. Too vast. The accumulation of a million fragments of the Black King, stitched into a single identity. The gravitational torque of Naruto's soul spiraling inside him. The demonisms devoured and caged in the iron scaffolding of his will. The blade without witness orbiting like a black satellite that refused to be observed unless struck. And now, it wasn't enough. Obito had shed all restraint. The crown, once merely fused to Hinata's head, had now consumed her body into a shape that resembled a divine larva. A chrysalis of collapsing moral architecture, dripping with reversed glyphs and karma seals that bled black light into every motion. He didn't speak anymore. He declared, "You are a myth. I am the rewrite." He raised his hand. The world flipped inside out, and Sasuke was flung sideways through conceptual geography. Not distance, but belief. For an instant, he was a version of himself that killed Naruto on the rooftop. Then a Sasuke who never left Konoha. Then a Sasuke who died during the massacre. Each flicker lasted a heartbeat. Each tried to take hold. Each tried to stick. But Naruto's soul pulsed again inside him. And the truth, his truth, reasserted itself like a scream pushed backward through time. Sasuke skidded to a stop, black fire curling off his fingertips, face shredded from a glancing blow that rewrote memory rather than inflicting pain. The king rose, not from a throne, from within every shadow, every ripple of pressure, every contradiction that had not yet been resolved. He did not walk. He did not move. He simply happened. And the sky cried out in script. Narrative system failure detected. Anchor points fractured. Reality cannot contain Uchiha_. Sasuke fell to one knee. Not from damage. From density. He could feel it. Every demonism. Every cursed possibility. Every echo. Every heartbeat of a world that wanted him dead. But couldn't remember why. His existence bent space around him like a star too close to collapse. I'm slouching, he muttered. His voice cracked. His body began to slip out of visibility. Light couldn't keep up with him anymore. His outline jittered. Time stuttered trying to frame him. And then, he stood up and screamed. The sound wasn't a battle cry. It was alignment. It was choice. Naruto's soul glowed in his chest. No longer fragmented. The warmth flared into golden light laced with fable script, winding through Sasuke's ribs, spine, throat. The blade on his back. The blade without witness. Split in half. And from its crack, something emerged. Not summoned. Remembered. A weapon that existed in no world. Carved not from chakra, but from the refusal to die meaningless. Ultima. The final blade. The sword that erases the premise of suffering. The weapon that ends narrative contradictions, not with forgiveness, but with consequence. The blade was Naruto's soul, given form by Sasuke's will. It did not shine. It did not pulse. It simply was. Longer than logic. Heavier than truth. A black edge that shimmered like the breath before the first sentence of a holy book. The king recoiled. Obito stopped mid-step, because they could feel it. The cut had already happened. The world just hadn't caught up yet. Sasuke stood upright. Gravity reversed around him. The battlefield cracked open and restitched itself. Just to compensate for the amount of pressure he radiated. The system shrieked. Warning Ultima detected. Sword class conceptual severance. Effect retroactive judgment temporal denial mythic immunity override. System will no longer interfere. This fight exceeds narrative protection. He moved. No sprint. No flash step. Just pressure displacement. The crown around Obito's head flickered. Desperate now, flooding the air with scripture like shrapnel. Pages exploded from his back, each one encoded with kill rules stolen from dead gods. Sasuke walked through them. Each line that struck him bent inward. And was absorbed. Not nullified. Claimed. His soul couldn't be harmed. Because it didn't exist inside cause and effect anymore. He was no longer a person the world could punish. Obito lunged. His arms spiraled into divine wood, carved in inverted seals, fused with Hinata's chakra and the broken architecture of the heavenly demon. The strikes landed, but the damage bled upward, peeling away air. Because space could no longer parse where Sasuke was. Sasuke responded. Ultima moved. The blade passed through the space between meanings. Between hope and abandonment. Between I and you. The edge shimmered across Obito's body. Through his arm, shoulder, chest, and soul. But nothing happened. Not right away. Not yet. Because the strike was retroactive. It would land as soon as the story caught up. Obito opened his mouth to scream. But the crown exploded first. And Hinata's body collapsed, breaking free from him in spirals of stolen narrative. The Black King moved. The sky fell. Not the metaphorical one. The literal cosmic dome that had sealed the realm began to collapse inward. Spirals of starless light falling like funeral streamers, wrapped in the names of those who had tried to be strong. Sasuke's form began to twitch. He could barely hold together. His outline fractured. 4, 5, 10 versions of himself overlapping. Fragments from different timelines tried to assert primacy. He grit his teeth. Blood ran from his eyes. Not from injury. From incompatibility. Even now, his soul was too large for the story to contain. And yet, he stepped forward again. And again. And again. Not because he believed in victory, but because he still carried Naruto. And Naruto was watching. The Black King began to rise in full. Veil splitting. Body forming. No longer a shape. A command. Sasuke lifted Ultimo again. And the next cut would not be through space. It would be through the possibility of losing. And Ultimo was not a weapon. It was a law. A blade carved from the paradox of fable death. Forged from every story that had no ending. Grown from abandonment. Sculpted by insistence. Its edge shimmered with the weight of collapsed timelines and impossible truths. It didn't radiate heat. It radiated authority. Omnipresence, it existed wherever it needed to be. Omnipotence, if it was swung, it struck. Causal authority, if someone tried to kill its wielder. Ultima could retroactively declare they never tried. It was not wielded. It wielded Sasuke. The battlefield had no shape anymore. Obito's form had collapsed into a twisting core of half Hinata, half crown. His stolen body fracturing under the divine torque of Ultima's mere presence. The glyphs inscribed on his limbs bled backward into earlier frames of time. His hands rewound to childhood. His voice fractured into 3 languages, each one apologizing in different centuries. He tried to counter. Tried to reconstruct the divine tree with Hinata's blood, weaving the heavenly demon's seed into a pillar of rewritten karma. But Sasuke raised Ultimo again. Didn't swing. Just allowed. And the tree was never planted. Obito staggered. He knew. He knew he was already dead. It just hadn't happened yet. Ultima had already decided. Every action he tried to take fractured into redundancy. Sasuke advanced like a black eclipse. Barely existing in the visual frame anymore. His outline crackling in geometric rupture. The world tried to render him and failed. Narration began to drift. Text peeled off the sky. Time refused to hold still around his movements. He gripped Ultima and spoke. You never deserved her. Obito screamed. Not from pain. From invalidation. He dove forward in desperation, not to kill Sasuke, but to reach the crown. The crown screamed, tethered still to Hinata's unconscious vessel. Twitching on the ground, her body still unpossessed but cursed, the halo of the heavenly demon half-formed behind her skull. Obito lunged. Sasuke vanished. Reappeared behind him, blade extended. But the cut wasn't clean. Because this wasn't a cut. This was a law being enforced. The crown detached not from body, but from causality. It spun into the air, detached from its narrative anchor, hovering in weightless pause. Glyphs peeled off its sides like failing commandments. The aura that once tethered it to divine will hissed. It didn't fall. It simply stopped belonging to anyone. Sasuke caught it. With one hand. Not to wear it. To hold it still. Obito fell. Hard. Face first. The earth rejected him. His hand reached toward Hinata's body. Fingertips brushing her skin. But it didn't connect. Because Sasuke was already there. The blade of Ultima extended not physically, but possibility-wise. Every world where Obito succeeded, cut. Every line where he retook the crown, severed. Every version of the future where he wore her again like a shroud, never happened. Obito coughed, his voice raw, disbelieving. You're not a god. Sasuke's voice was quiet. No, I'm a world. He reached down, pressed a single hand to Obito's shoulder, and with a pulse of pure gravitational dominance, he erased Obito's connection to the king. Obito's Black King shares surrendered, soul integrity broken, narrative link retreated, body status incomplete vessel, survival condition escape, Obito's body convulsed. Not in pain, in eviction. The world would no longer host him. Not here, not with Sasuke watching. He collapsed backward, one hand still clawing toward Hinata's body. His voice, barely audible, spoke the last words of a man who'd bet everything and still believed he could win someday. Fine, take the crown. I'll keep the vessel. As long as I still have her. You'll never have peace. Then, he exploded into backward light. Not death. Retreat. A collapse into a time layer folded between two dying stories. Gone. Sasuke didn't chase him. Didn't lift Ultimo again. Because it was already over. The king did not rise again. Not in the way enemies rise. He remained. Like a memory you never wanted to speak aloud. Sasuke turned, cradling the crown. Hinata's body lay before him. Still cursed. Still hollow. But free. And behind his ribs, Naruto's soul stirred. Not with urgency. Just hope. He didn't notice it at first. Not in the aftermath. Not while the throne was still crumbling beneath his feet. Not while the king's silence clung to the air like a scream waiting to be heard. Sasuke had held the crown. Ultima rested in the crook of his arm. And before him, Hinata's body. Still. Breathing. Empty. He had reached her in time. He had severed the crown. He had erased Obito's access to divinity. He had unmade every timeline where Obito's fingers tightened around her soul. He had. And then she began to shimmer. Just faintly. A flicker along her shoulder. Then her ribs. Then her face. Sasuke froze. The crown glowed in his hand. No, he whispered. Because he knew this pattern. It wasn't teleportation. It wasn't distortion. It was delayed causality. The Kamui. Cast minutes ago. Hidden beneath the system lag created by Ultima's activation. Buried behind the collapsing king. Buried behind Obito's retreat. Buried behind trust. It activated now. Perfectly timed. Like a note written by someone who knew the story's rhythm. Hinata's body shuddered. Her fingers reached for something in reflex. Muscle memory, not soul. Then she collapsed into a spiral of dimensional collapse. A Kamui. Obito's last insurance. A program he'd planted before he lost. So he could take her again. So even if he lost the crown, he could keep the vessel. Sasuke roared. The battlefield shook. Reality bent. He didn't scream her name. He didn't run forward. Because he knew. He couldn't stop it. The Kamui wasn't in this world anymore. It was a delayed command. Executing from a layer of space-time that even Ultima couldn't erase after it was allowed. He watched. Helpless. And Hinata's body. Her hands. Her chest. Her breath. All vanished into that eye. Gone. Obito was alive. And he'd taken her again. Sasuke knelt. Not in surrender. But in calculation. His fingers gripped Ultima so tightly the blade bent the air around it into inverted gravity. Stars folded. Script fire buckled. He had failed. No. He had hesitated. And now Obito had the vessel again. Not the crown. But the body. And that would be enough. Obito could rebuild everything. Start again. Plant the roots of the heavenly demon in Hinata's soul until she bloomed as an empire against her will. And Sasuke could not let that happen. He stood and felt the realm shift. The throne of the Black King, cracked, bleeding mist, was now empty. The king's presence had faded. Not defeated. Transferred. Somewhere between retreat and reincarnation. But someone else remained. Not in the shadows. In the library. The air twisted. A long shape slithered from the ink shelves beyond the broken skyline. It wasn't a voice. It was a grin. Oh ho. The king of observers emerged. No longer shrouded. His face flickering. Between Orochimaru. Loki. The serpent of Eden. The original sin of curiosity. He clapped softly. Slow. Deliberate. You did it, he whispered. You truly did. You became an emperor. He stepped forward, robes trailing script, ink blooming behind every footfall. Even stole Ultima. Carved the king's will into your ribs. Made even the gods forget how to pronounce your name. Sasuke didn't speak. The king continued. But you're still incomplete. He opened his palm. In it shimmered 3 final fragments. Each one pulsing black-red. Each glowing with pure black king ownership. The last shares. He smiled. You need these, don't you? Sasuke stepped forward. Ultima shimmered. The system whispered. Final shareholder detected the king of observers. Black king fragment authority 99.76%. Access to totality locked. Target must be removed. The king grinned wider. So what now? Will you kill me? He spread his arms wide. I gave you everything. I archived your failures. I recorded every death. I remembered Naruto when the world didn't. I let the stage exist so you could burn it down. He stepped closer, closer, until their foreheads nearly touched. Do you really think you'd have become anything without me? Sasuke's voice was calm. Yeah, and then Ultima struck. It didn't cut. It didn't bleed. It revised. The king didn't scream. He simply stopped. The blade slid through the space he was supposed to be in. And then he never existed. The library collapsed. The final shares rose into the air. 3 slivers of the Black King's divinity, each screaming as they tried to escape. But they couldn't. Sasuke opened his hand. They entered his palm and vanished into his soul. Black King shareholder status updated. Primary Uchiha Sasuke. Ownership 100.00%. Totality achieved. The Black King has a new name. Sasuke did not celebrate. He turned, looked at the space where Hinata had disappeared, and whispered, "I'm coming." The stars bowed. The system shut down. And Sasuke, the emperor with no witness, stepped out of the Black King's world. He could barely breathe anymore. Not because the air was thin. There was no air in the place he walked now. It was rejection. Existence itself tried to expel him. Every step Sasuke took bled contradiction. The fabric of reality, layered through timeline, world line, and narrative symmetry, tore wherever his foot landed. Grass turned to ink. Stone turned to scripture. Light stuttered. Time flickered. Because he no longer belonged. Not here. Not anywhere. Sasuke Uchiha, the final shareholder of the Black King, was now a contradiction made manifest. A soul crammed so full of fragmented hunger and godless fable that the act of being awake caused the world to unright itself in spirals. He could feel it. The warping. The instability in his spine. His own awareness had become a threat to the structure of consciousness. He was still himself. But the longer he remained, the more he fractured. He'd killed the king of observers. He'd taken the last fragments. He was now the sole host of a being never meant to be carried by a person. He had become the Black King's conclusion. I can't live like this. He didn't say it aloud. There was no voice left for that. His voice warped the space around it. Everything he touched began to rot with possibility. If he focused too hard on a flower, it would bloom with the memories of every other flower that had ever died. If he touched the ground, it remembered all the wars it ever held. The blade Ultima now drifted behind him at all times. Unseen by most, unstated by systems, but always there. It had long since passed from being a tool to being a boundary. A reminder that if he ever let go of control, there would be no story left to return to. He was running out of time. Or rather, borrowing it. The Black King could not be contained by a conscious being. The original had gone to sleep for a reason. The hunger wasn't even malicious. It was just too much. A narrative density so absolute that staying aware of it meant drowning in every death you'd ever avoided, every scream you hadn't heard, every god who had knelt too late. Sasuke was walking through hell, and one day soon, he would have to sleep too. But not yet. He had one thing left to do. Yamino was waiting for him, not in a throne, not in hiding, but in a burned-out shrine at the edge of Konoha's dream. A shelter between scenario nodes, forgotten by gods, built from prayer. She didn't flinch when he appeared, didn't run. She simply sat cross-legged in front of a half-written book, her fingers still bandaged from fable crafting, ink staining her jaw, eyes bloodshot from not blinking. The page before her had only 3 words. He will return. And when she looked up, she smiled, even with tears in her eyes. You brought him back, didn't you? Sasuke didn't speak, but Naruto's soul glowed against his chest. Still warm, still steady. Yamino stood. She didn't ask what Sasuke had become. She could feel it. Her hair frayed at the edges just being near him. Words tried to flee her mouth before they were even formed. The space around him began to reject prose. And still, she stepped forward. You want him to wake up. He nodded. But not in your body. He nodded again. Then give him to me. He hesitated, then placed his hand on her shoulder, and shared him. The world buckled. Yamino's spine locked. Her heart skipped 2 beats. But she endured. Because she was Yamino. She'd written herself back into existence too many times to collapse now. She pulled a scroll from her coat. An unfinished contract. A draft she had never dared sign. Body for one who died without dying. She whispered. She took out her quill. Sasuke's blood. Her ink. Naruto's pulse. She wrote a single kanji. Shung. Life. And the world accepted it. There was no flash of light. No scream. Just a boy in a coat, laying curled on the ground, hand trembling, breath slow, eyes still closed. Sasuke knelt beside him. Yamino stepped back, already falling to one knee from the weight of the cost. The boy stirred. His fingers moved. He whispered. Sasuke? And the world sighed. For the first time in 1,000 timelines. Naruto Uzumaki was alive. But Sasuke didn't smile. He turned. Ultima shimmered behind him again. There was one place left to go. A slash. Not through air. Through a vent. And the gate opened. Back to the field of swords. Back to the graveyard where they had left Hinata's armor. The crown pulsed in his hand, still warm from being claimed. And Sasuke stepped through. Not alone. With Naruto behind him. Still weak. Still real. And they looked. To see if Obito had returned. To see if Hinata's armor still knelt. To see if her soul was still waiting. To see if the last story had begun rewriting itself again. The field was quiet when they stepped through. Silent. Save for the wind blowing across the graveyard of fables, where thousands of broken blades still jutted from the ground like the ribs of forgotten heroes. And there, where they had left her, she still knelt. Hinata's armor. The soul of the heavenly demon, reformed into the full suit of divine steel once worn in battle against Obito. But now, there was no wielder, no voice, no soul. Only a single will protect the story. She had been left behind as a sentient relic, a last guardian of conviction forged in defiance and silence. And though Obito had taken her body, this was not her shadow. This was her promise. Yamino stepped forward cautiously, her hand on Naruto's shoulder. He stumbled behind her, his eyes glassy, breath low. His soul had returned, but his fables were still stitching themselves together. Pieces of self being rewritten moment by moment. He didn't speak, couldn't, and yet, his hand drifted instinctively toward Ultima. The sword had been reclaimed, not stolen. It had simply returned, because it knew who he was, even if Naruto didn't yet. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. It hasn't moved, he murmured. The armor's head was bowed, its arms resting on its knees, fingers wrapped loosely around the hilt of a shifting weapon stuck into the earth like a grave marker. Then, the eyes lit up, twin bursts of red chakra, glowing from the sockets of an empty helm. The blade she held twisted. Not just a sword, a living weapon, shifting forms even as it emerged. First a chain whip, then a cannon, then a gauntlet, then a glider blade that unfolded behind her like wings of serrated metal. She stood. No sound, no scream, just presence. The same pressure Sasuke had felt at the gate of the Black King's domain. The same weight Naruto had once carried when he stood as the calamity of salvation. But now, it was focused, singular, a silent, walking cathedral of vengeance given form. That's not her, Yamino whispered. It's her will. It doesn't know we're not the enemy. The armor launched forward. There was no wind-up, no warning, just impact. The glider wings surged behind it, twin exhaust trails of divine plasma igniting as she slammed into Sasuke, knocking him back across the field. Sasuke hit the ground, carving a trench into the broken swords. But his body did not break. He grunted, rolled, stood, already blocking the next strike. Clang. The drill form arm of the armor smashed against Ultima. The resonance echoed for miles. Sasuke slid backward again, ground folding under his feet. Naruto stepped forward, still not speaking, still not blinking. But Ultima moved. He didn't hold it like a blade. It held him, and he rushed in. The armor turned, its blade reconfigured into a whip. It lashed out. Naruto deflected the first strike, dodged the second, was clipped by the third. He spun. Ultima slashed once, missed. The armor's wings ignited again, and it flew upward, then dive-bombed Naruto from the sky, slamming him into the dirt with such force that dust exploded outward in a kilometer-wide pulse. Sasuke reached him before the second strike landed, intercepting the armor's gauntlet with his palm. The impact cratered the earth. Sasuke's arm shattered. But he reformed it instantly using Black King fragments, forcing the limb back into alignment with the sheer will of ownership. He grunted. She's fast. Naruto staggered to his feet behind him, face half-lit, gaze vacant but hungry. Still instinct. No speech. No memory. Just movement. The armor reformed its weapon again. Now twin swords. Berserker state. The wings expanded, glowing red with divine heat. Her entire body shifted into the ritual mode. Red aura ignited from her helm. The heavenly demon's crown sparked once across her chest plate. And she moved. Unseeable. The first slash was a blur. Sasuke parried. The second was real. Naruto blocked it with the flat of Ultima. The third hit both of them. Blood scattered in slow motion. Time stopped, and the armor vanished again, reappearing behind them, already slashing, already gone. The blade reconfigured mid-strike into a Harken lance, spinning so fast it tore the sky open. Sasuke blocked with his shoulder, but was flung backward, arm dislocating with a bone-shattering snap. Naruto charged. Didn't think, didn't plan, just swung. Ultima hit the armor, but it wasn't vulnerable yet. The cut landed, and nothing happened. Yamino watched, heart pounding, sweat beading along her forehead. That's her berserk phase. Sasuke, panting, responded between dodges. How long does it last? I don't know, she whispered. She's never had to stop. The armor spun again, launched drones. 6 of them. They hovered, then rained plasma in a triangle seal around Naruto. It caught him, trapped him. A command window appeared in midair. Break free. Submit. Forget. Rewind. He twitched, flickered. His hand trembled toward the wrong command. But Sasuke threw Ultima across the field. It struck the window, and Naruto moved. The seal shattered. He escaped, but barely. The armor turned, fired a shotlock cannon. Sasuke diverted it with gravity. It backfired. The armor staggered. First window of vulnerability. Naruto dove in. Ultima struck. The cut landed this time. The armor flinched, twitched, stopped. Red light pulsed from the break. It held the wound. Then, it screamed. No sound, just light. And it entered phase 2. Naruto stood still, breathing hard. Not himself yet, but closer. Sasuke rolled his shoulder back into place, face cut, body flickering. And together, they faced the soul of the girl they both swore to protect. Not to kill her, but to bring her home. even if they had to fight her every step of the way. The light didn't fade. It deepened. What came from the armor's wound wasn't blood. It was meaning. The rupture glowed red not with pain, but with divine acceleration. A second pulse added to its heartbeat. The moment Ultima had landed a real cut, something inside the armor acknowledged the battle as legitimate. And that was when Phase 2 began. Above the field of swords, the sky twisted. Red light tore across the heavens in jagged spirals. Chakra-stained meteors that fell upward instead of down. The ground responded by folding inward, turning the battlefield into a floating spiral of shattered plateaus and sealed glyphs. At the center stood the armor, but it no longer stood as a knight. It now hovered. The limbs separated slightly, held together by a scaffolding of glowing red sigils. The joints flickered, not with electricity, but with emotion. Rage, love, grief, wrath, all burned simultaneously, unreadable, unstable. Her weapon was gone, replaced. In her hand now a ritual blade made of radiant energy, shaped by celestial prayers and blood-bound grief. Each motion traced divine calligraphy in the air. A sword that cut not only flesh, but fate. Sasuke felt the change before it fully formed. The crown embedded in his palm pulsed once, and then locked up. Crown's rejecting me, he muttered. Yamino, still hiding behind a fable shield 20 meters back, responded with rising panic. She's rewriting access. That even possible? Not for mortals. Pause. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. She's not mortal anymore. The armor moved, and the ritual began. It raised the blade, etched a symbol in the sky with a single sweep. The seal exploded outward into a sun disk. A blinding sphere of heavenly demon script rotating at inhuman speed. From it descended shards of golden glass, concentrated beliefs hardened into weapons. Sasuke dodged 3, redirected 2 more with gravitational curvature. Naruto? He walked forward. The shards struck, but didn't cut. They passed through his body like memories he'd already made peace with. He didn't flinch. His hand held Ultima with no understanding of how or why it moved. But it moved. Cleanly. The armor dove. The ritual blade extended into a whip form, snapping towards Sasuke's flank with impossible speed. He bent physics to slide past it. But the whip cracked the air into a vortex of forced causality. It sucked him backward into its trail, and stabbed him with a rule, not a wound, a restriction. Sasuke's movement speed halved for 3 turns. Condition ritual law applied. Sasuke crashed into a plateau, coughing blood that sizzled midair. Naruto stepped between them. The armor hissed, light sparking from its chest. It formed twin seals in the sky, one blue, one orange. The blue seal struck Naruto first. Magic and support sealed, the orange followed. Attack inhibition applied, Naruto's knees buckled. He dropped to one hand. The weight of those 2 seals should have immobilized him. But Ultima flared again, and Naruto moved. Even with everything sealed, his body lunged. Not in defiance. In remembrance. He struck. Ultima clanged against the ritual blade. The armor's head tilted, like it remembered something, like it was trying to recognize him. Then, rejected the thought, and attacked again. This time, the blade split into 2. Phase 2's berserker stayed engaged. Each blade was a piece of the heavenly demon's lost will. Each blow was a rule. One blade dictated loss, every hit drained stamina into the earth. The other dictated silence, every block erased sound from that direction. Naruto dodged the first, took the second. His world went silent. Completely. Even the hum of Ultima was gone. He blinked, and for a second, he saw her, Hinata, standing there, smiling. Then she vanished behind another swing. The armor glided, wings folding into glider blades, turning her whole form into a serrated projectile that spiraled like a heavenly spear through divine pressure. It hit Sasuke mid-gravity leap, threw him through 3 plateaus. He landed in a crater of fabled dust, chest heaving, bones broken. Again, he stood. Again, Yamino screamed. Naruto's waking up, and she was right, because for the first time, he growled, not words, but will. Naruto clenched Ultima tighter, blocked a full double strike from the berserker blades, fell to one knee, stood again, slashed back, missed, slashed again, hit. The armor staggered, then conjured the triangle seal. A glowing triangle trapped Naruto in place. Command input required. Break free. Remember. Erase. Naruto blinked. The command list flickered. The wrong command hovered near his hand. But then, a voice. Distant. Familiar. Not outside. Inside. Don't choose for yourself. Not this time. He hit. Remember. The seal shattered. Ultima surged with blue-gold light. And Naruto finally spoke. One word. Just one. Hinata. The armor stopped. Just for a breath. Then flared red again. Phase 3 began. The silence between phases didn't last. It broke like glass held too long in a storm. There was no system message this time. No glowing seal. No declaration. Only a pulse of deep red. The kind of light you only see behind your eyelids when you're drowning in blood and memories. And the armor changed. Its limbs compressed, locked, then fractured into bladed joints. each movement now irregular, jagged, completely unpredictable. The plates twisted into slashes of chakra steel. The wings snapped back into a hard spike configuration. The helmet split vertically and then resealed with a scream of grinding fable metal. But it wasn't just the form that changed. It was the intention. The elegance of the heavenly demon was gone. What stood now was a combat machine of rage-sculpted precision, governed by a mindless program that had evolved beyond mercy. The body fought with the unstable lurch of a half-forgotten memory trying to kill itself. Hinata's remnant. Lingering will. Now fused and reborn through Hinata's last vow. The result wasn't beautiful. It was devastating. The air around the armor crystallized into a gravitational aura. Each step cracked light. Its feet didn't touch the ground anymore. It skipped across plateaus like a glitch in time, vanishing, reappearing, mid-combo. Never letting the same space exist long enough to defend. The whip form launched from its arm, striking Naruto before he could fully draw breath. He blocked with Ultima, but the whip curled around the blade. Snapped. Naruto flew backward into a wall of memory stone, and before he could react, the armor reappeared behind him. Ultima flicked up, just in time. Sparks rained as blade struck armor. And then Naruto grinned, eyes clear, for the first time since returning. Took you long enough, Sasuke. Sasuke landed beside him with a flicker of black lightning, blood on his lips, but standing. He didn't smile, but his voice carried acknowledgement. Ready? Always. They moved. The armor dove again. Its entire body a living keyblade glider now, wings rotating into a spiral drill, plasma trailing from the back like comet tails. Sasuke redirected it with gravity. Naruto blinked behind it mid-charge. Ultima met the armor's neck. Cut. Blocked. It was ready. It spun again, kicking Naruto across the field. He bounced once, then skated back in, dragging Ultima against the ground in a spray of sparks, lifting it into a vertical spin. The armor's blade morphed into double-hook sabers, swung in a crisscross that struck both Sasuke and Naruto simultaneously. She's adapting, Sasuke muttered. She's not her, Naruto corrected. She's everyone we failed to protect. Yamino joined. From the outer edge of the battlefield, she lifted her hand. A burning script wheel appeared in the air. She wrote in real time. Link Naruto Sasuke. Fable transfusion enabled. Shared resistances pain, tempo, conceptual void, the text shimmered. And burned itself into the air. They moved faster. Tighter. When Naruto ducked, Sasuke slashed over him. When Sasuke pivoted, Naruto swept beneath. Fable duality. Two remnants of the same battle, now rewriting its outcome. The armor reacted. Its blades turned into cannons. It launched drone forms from its shoulders. 6 glowing sigils that hovered and began tracking target locks. Yamino. Naruto called. Already on it. She wrote another glyph. Drone nullification shadow mirror. A black fog burst from beneath the field, shattering 4 of the drones. But 2 got through. Each fired a concentrated lance of plasma. Sasuke redirected one with his palm. Naruto caught the other with Ultima, and redirected it back at the armor. Direct hit. She reeled. A second of instability. Sasuke blurred. Naruto followed. Twin slashes. One across the chest. One across the spine. Both landed. The armor screamed. Not in pain. In override. The crown flared. Her body emitted a burst of radiant feedback. Back. Sasuke yelled. But Naruto didn't move. Not this time. He stepped into the explosion. Ultima flared gold. Cut through the eruption. And for a moment, the armor saw him. Not as a threat. Not as a target. But as Naruto. Her chest plate flickered. Hands trembled. She paused. Blade raised. Naruto lowered his. Eyes soft. Hinata. The moment froze. Yamino wrote. Unseal attempt initiated. A seal appeared beneath the armor. It pulsed once. Twice. Then shattered. Denied. The armor screamed again. This time in loss. And entered phase 4. The blade split again. It grew 4 arms. Each one holding a version of its previous weapon forms: drill glaive, whip chain, shotlock cannon, ritual blade. It moved faster. Body flickering between states. Every blow now rewrote memory. Sasuke forgot the last 10 seconds of positioning. Naruto forgot how many hits he'd taken. Even Yamino lost a page. It was adapting to their very awareness. But so were they. Naruto moved like breath. Sasuke like inevitability. And Yamino like a pen defying a prophecy. Together, they refused to fall, even against a will so pure. It had forgotten how to stop fighting. The battlefield was in ruins. The sky had burned itself empty. The plateau they stood on now floated above a grave of shattered fables, drenched in the molten script of exhausted scenario lines. Pieces of broken drones, half-formed glyphs, and unreleased command windows littered the space like a shrine to every failure they had refused to accept. The suit of armor hovered in the center. For arms. For weapons. A blur of heavenly demon power layered over the raw inertia of legacy. A storm of berserker precision now spiraling into entropy. The seals beneath her flickered. Dangerously overcharged. Red energy leaked from her joints like divine blood that had run out of commandments to obey. She moved without emotion, without identity, only the final defense of a girl who had loved too deeply to be remembered without breaking. And she was killing them. Sasuke was on one knee, black fire boiling from his shoulder, left arm stripped to bone and reconstructing slowly. He had overdrawn on gravitational folds twice. His soul was bending under its own history. Yumino's pen was dry. She was manually tearing glyphs into the air with her fingernails now, reshaping narrative shields by instinct more than spellcraft. And Naruto. Naruto was silent. Still, Ultima burned in his grip. No longer just a sword, but an echo of his heart. Every time he lifted it, the world remembered a little more of who he was. Not the calamity, not the savior, not the disaster. Just Naruto Uzumaki. The armor surged again. All four weapons struck at once. Cannon from above, drill from below, chain whip from behind, blade from the front. Yamino screamed a shield into being. Sasuke raised gravity. But Naruto didn't block. He stepped into the storm. Ultima moved on instinct. Gold light flared outward in 8 directions. Not to destroy, to constrain. Every blade that reached him curved at the last second. The armor's limbs began to tremble. Each strike now hesitated. Half a breath, a flicker in the wrist, a pause in the footstep. Recognition wasn't in the system. It was in the silence between attacks. Naruto stared at her. The helm flickered again. For just a second. He saw her eyes. Not red, not wrathful, just Hinata. He spoke, for the first time since they returned. Not loud, not dramatic, just a whisper. You've protected me long enough. Let me protect you now. He raised Ultima, not to kill, to end the ritual. One swing, but it didn't cut. The blade didn't even touch her armor. It passed through light. A scar in the shape of a tear traced through the red aura. And the armor froze. Every weapon snapped back into inert form. The crown embedded in Sasuke's hand burned gold. Yamino saw it. Eyes widened. She wrote a final glyph. Transfer authority. Host Hinata Hyuga. Synchronization level required soul, core 100%. Cost acceptance. She turned to Naruto. You have to place it. He nodded. Stepped forward. Lifted the crown from Sasuke's palm. It burned his hand. But he kept walking. The armor didn't move. It watched him. For arms slack at its sides. Shoulders trembling. No resistance. He reached up. Placed the crown onto the helm. The moment it touched, the field exploded. A pulse of white light sent the clouds scattering. The air fractured into prayer-like harmonies. Every broken sword in the graveyard stood upright. The script along the ground reformed into a single sentence. She remembered herself. The armor convulsed. Kneeled. Then collapsed forward, hands digging into the ground. The helm split. And a voice. Soft, broken, trembling. Escaped from within. Naruto. He caught her before she fell. His hands wrapped around the gauntlets. His forehead rested against the steel. You came back to me, he whispered. I always do. Sasuke stood nearby, watching, silent. But there was relief in his shoulders now, the kind that didn't need to be spoken. Yamino fell to her knees, finally exhaling. She smiled. Bloody, exhausted. Took you long enough. The armor shimmered. Hinata's soul, now reawakened, lifted a hand, trembling, to Naruto's chest. Did I hurt you? He shook his head. No more than I deserved. Her voice cracked. I tried to protect everyone. He nodded. You did, even when they forgot me. He kissed her forehead plate. I never did. And the three of them, broken, breathing, bloodstained, held each other in the center of the battlefield. The war wasn't over. Obito still had her body. The Akatsuki still moved in the dark. But for now, they were together. And that was enough. Stairway to heaven. The sky over Konoha ruptured without a sound. No warning. No tremor. Just absence. The clouds didn't part. They peeled, as if the canvas of the world itself had grown tired of pretending. Above the Hokage monument, the firmament cracked open like glass turned sideways in the wind. And from that breach, they came. Madara was the first to descend. Not as a man, not as a ghost, but as a keystone. The air around him refused to hold shape. Buildings tilted, chakra signatures collapsed. Every spiritual boundary within 5 kilometers inverted, as if the laws of reality had been unwritten just to welcome him back. Behind him, emerging in synchronized silence, the Akatsuki, or what remained of them, no longer simply individuals, now networked fragments, each one threaded with a pulse of black king entropy. Clones, echoes, weapons, each version of Kisame, Konin, Kimimaro, Yugo, Yahiko, Girin, now pulled from overlapping timelines, stitched with Madara's DNA, and implanted with Black King shard cores. Obito appeared last, not walking, just existing, where space didn't allow. He hovered midair, cloak trailing in anti-light, and behind him floated Hinata's body, limp but radiant. A breathing puppet, the soul long gone, the flesh still tethered to the story, and they brought with them a new world. It began to happen almost instantly. A pulse, then a hum, then a light. Not shining, but replacing. The mountains trembled. the rivers reversed. The language of the birds inverted into runic pattern. And beneath the Akatsuki's feet, Konoha began to shift. Not burn. Change. The streets stretched into marble veins. The towers of the village flattened, then extended skyward, forming white spires that reached into infinity. The walls curved into spirals of mirrored glass. Water rose unnaturally from the village reservoir, floating upward and then suspending in sheets of motionless waves, frozen mid-crash. The world was being rewritten, mapped, overlaid, reconstructed into a city that had no right existing on this earth. Not built, not summoned, recalled. This is the dream, Obito murmured. Welcome to Scala ad Selim. It wasn't a city. It was a network. A hub world constructed in the Black King's domain. A divine center designed not to rule one realm, but to connect every world to the Black King's dream. Every pantheon, every god system, every thread of narrative. All accessible through this one overwritten world. And its core was Konoha, the symbolic origin of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. The first fire, the will of fire. And now, it had to be extinguished. Madara's voice rolled across the inverted skyline. This village is a virus. Its memory binds a narrative that refuses to die. It is the cradle of rejection, the house of resurrection. We will burn it until the idea of resistance no longer exists. He lifted his hand. Thousands of mirrored runes ignited in the sky, each one a kill command embedded in fable architecture. And the people of Konoha, those who remained, saw the sky fold into heaven. But this was not salvation. It was assimilation. And then the killing began. The first pulse of attacks was silent. People simply fell, not from pain, from loss of context. Their names disappeared. Their histories peeled. Their chakra networks unraveled like scrolls set aflame. The Akatsuki moved like pieces on a chessboard that had already been played. They weren't killing for blood. They were erasing. Every survivor represented a possibility. Every child, a root of memory. Every heartbeat, an anchor to the story of the ones they needed to destroy. Kill the village, Obito said. And we break the spines of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata's narrative course. Without Konoha, there is no one to remember them. Without memory, there is no resistance. And without resistance, the Black King dreams. Beneath the new sky, Konoha screamed. Its survivors fled across white gold platforms as the city split into layered spires. Civilians wept as the will of fire began to flicker. And in the sky, the gate to the Black King's origin began to open. The village was dying, not burning, unraveling. The streets beneath Mito's feet had already twisted into mirrored marble. Buildings stretching into impossible angles, homes splitting at their roots and blooming upward into glowing towers of runes and skylight. The voices around her came from every direction. From above, below, inside her skull. Where are the children? We lost the North Quarter. It's not just them. It's the world. She moved without blinking, dragging a screaming Jinin by the collar across a bridge that hadn't existed 5 seconds ago. The child sobbed in silence. The air had no sound left in it. Just harmonic static, like the song of a god who had given up learning the words. Behind her, Minato flashed into being. For survivors in his arms, battered, limp. His coat was stained black. Not from blood. From nullification burns. Where memory had been scraped off his skin. He dropped the bodies. 3 coughed. 1 didn't. He didn't stop moving. Command save who you can. It was a rule Minato had carved into himself. There was no time left for guilt. Only efficiency. Above them, the gate to the Black King's origin continued to widen. An archway of inverted chakra and braided timelines, spiraling up from the wreckage of the Hokage monument like a tower of fossilized belief. The Akatsuki were everywhere. Yugo rampaged through the memorial grounds, his hands fused with fragments of past selves. Kimimaro carved sigils into the corpses, turning their marrow into remote detonators. Durin spread crystal corruption over the rooftops, converting chakra signatures into map data. Yahiko stood in the center of the main square, channeling Obito's voice across the mirrored city. This is not destruction. This is release. Mito bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. The child in her arms trembled. She looked around. Everywhere. People screamed. Everywhere. Memories were breaking. She watched an elderly shinobi try to form a hand sign. Watched the jutsu form halfway. Then his fingers glitched. He collapsed. He didn't even die. He just forgot how to exist. Minato appeared beside her again, flickering. South sector's gone. She didn't answer. She couldn't. Because something was breaking inside her. Not her hope. Not her chakra. Her alignment. The system had begun to lose track of her. Her interface flickered in the corner of her vision. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Alignment. Status core interference detected. Sponsor link corrupted. She blinked. No, she whispered. No, no. Don't take that too. She remembered now. The things she'd forgotten. The truth tucked beneath layers of war and trauma and duty. Who had saved her? Who had healed her during the siege of the hollow gods? Who had whispered keep watching? When she almost fell into the sea of narratives. Her sponsor wasn't a god. Not anymore. He was Naruto. And for the first time, Mito collapsed to her knees. The ground was too unstable to hold her upright anymore. She held the child tighter, pressed her forehead to the broken stone, and spoke without words. Only sponsorship breath. The soul whisper built into every contract. Please, I can't protect them. I'm not strong enough. You told me to survive. So I did. But if you're still out there, if there's still anything left of you, save us. Above her, the gate pulsed, and a crack of gold pierced the mirrored sky. They returned in a scream of gravity. A rift split open above what used to be Konoha, folding the layers of the world outward like pages of a book too worn to bind. And from that breach, they dropped. Naruto first. Hair windswept, eyes sharp, Ultima pulsing with the full return of his narrative rhythm. The final fable that refused to die now glowed beneath his skin, its tempo matching the war drums of the end. Sasuke followed, limbs laced with strain, Black King fragments rattling like chains he wore by choice. His steps cracked light, his presence bent possibility. Hinata descended like a comet of pale fire. The armor fully awakened, soul rebound, her eyes two stars that had watched oblivion and returned. And Yamino fell with no form. She simply landed as ink, as breath, as the line between moments. They hit the spires of Scala at Selim with silent fury, and the sky reacted. The city shook. Scripted platforms retracted. Drone chakra wards ignited. The Akatsuki paused. Only for a second, but enough to register that something unwelcome had returned. Naruto raised Ultima. Didn't swing. Just let it sing. And across the mirrored skyline, fragments of story began to peel. The ground beneath their feet reformed into an arena of truths. Kimimaro was the first to strike. His bones bloomed outward in recursive spirals. Each calcified memory a homing weapon. Naruto deflected half. Sasuke disintegrated the rest with gravitational compression. Then Yugo crashed down from above, howling, entire timelines bleeding from his spine. Sasuke vanished and reappeared with his palm against Yugo's chest. Black King override activated. Yugo's core detonated inward, but the body reformed, screaming. Behind them, Durin and Conan merged, becoming a latticework of glass and paper, scattering shrapnel messages across the field like divine landmines. Naruto weaved through them, left flame footsteps, struck with Ultima once, and they splintered, but not dead, not broken, just reconstructing. Because these weren't just enemies. They were merged fragments, reinforced by Black King multipliers and loop-stabilized combat models. Each version more durable than the last. Each one a shrine to previous failure. And then the Madaras came. Not one, not even two, but six, each from a different turn. One in his first armor, eyes blazing with Rinnegan, spear of God slung over his back. One from the future fallen scenario, body half machine, half script. One merged with Hashirama's DNA, limbs pulsating with wood-laced entropy. One who had killed Naruto in Scenario 77 and remembered it clearly. One who moved without words, simply a shell powered by purpose. And one from the void between loops, who had never been born but remembered death anyway. They circled them, a storm of Madaras. And still, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stood their ground. Sasuke lunged first. No speech, no strategy, just devastation. He blurred into the crowd, Raijin arcing from his shoulders. Every strike dropped gravity bombs. He split one Madara's skull, but it reformed. Another seized his arm. Hinata intercepted mid-motion, blade igniting in flame-etched seals. Naruto danced between clone and original, Ultima flashing in rhythm with memory. The battlefield sang, not with victory, with desperation. Yamino skated along platform edges, rewriting air into sigils that locked movement windows, opened gaps for counterstrikes, and siphoned momentums into stasis. Still, they were outnumbered. Still, they endured. Until the voice came. Smooth, low, insufferably calm. I expected you'd come back. The battlefield stilled. One voice. Abitos. He floated above the broken altar at the center of Scala, at Selim's cathedral. A place that had once been the Hokage monument, now overwritten into a script throne of narrative destruction. Beside him, someone else stepped forward, cloaked, head bowed, red eyes, crow feathers, and Sasuke, who had been in perfect sync, stopped moving. Naruto felt it instantly, the breath that hitched, the chakra that folded into itself. He turned. Sasuke didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared, because standing there, eyes hollow, heart silent, but alive, was Itachi. Obito's voice slithered in from everywhere. You never let him go, so I brought him back. Just long enough. Sasuke whispered. This isn't real. But he didn't move. His hands twitched. He took one half step forward. And that's all Obito needed. Madara surged from behind. Not to kill, to pierce. A blade of nullified chakra entered Sasuke's back, right where the Black King core lived. And Sasuke fell, not dead, but bleeding out, his shears beginning to scream. Hinata turned. Naruto screamed, but it was too late. Obito smiled. You only needed to hesitate. And Sasuke hit the ground. Sasuke didn't scream when he fell. He just stopped existing in sequence. 1 second he stood. The next. His knees buckled, a line of blood spiraling upward from his back, and his body began to disintegrate inwards, like reality couldn't remember the structure that used to be him. The blade hadn't just pierced him. It had stolen his timeline. Hinata called his name, her voice raw in its first breath of pain since regaining herself. Yamino froze mid-sigil. And Naruto. Naruto broke. He didn't run to Sasuke, didn't shout. He dropped Ultima, fell to his knees, and screamed, not like a warrior, like a boy, like a brother who had watched someone suffer for too long and still lost them anyway. The sky trembled. The gate to the Black King's origin opened wider above them, its pulse surging like a black ocean yawning above the sky, ready to drink down every last survivor. Obito was laughing, not mockingly, hollowly. Madara stood silent, broken pieces of himself reforming between dimensions. The other Akatsuki moved forward. The end was here. Naruto looked at his hands. They were shaking. He looked at Sasuke, blood spreading like narrative ink from a pen that had run out of story. And he whispered, not again. Please, just give me one more chance. The world didn't answer. So he reached deeper. Into Foxtail. Into the part of himself that remembered all the loops. All the endings. All the failures. He screamed again. You said I'd know when. You said I'd feel it. When it was time to use it. So tell me this is it. His voice cracked. He was crying now. Not just because Sasuke was dying. Not just because Konoha was gone. Because he had spent everything and it still wasn't enough. If I can't save them, then why did I live this long? Something answered. Not with a word. With a rumble. The ground beneath Naruto's knees cracked apart. And from the spiral of dust and broken chakra, a wheel rose. Not a symbol. A construct. The wheel of time. Carved in bronze, stone, and living glyphs. Surrounded by chains. Each link a scenario. Each spoke a price paid. It pulsed with old heat. Old sorrow. Naruto looked up at it. A spark lit in his heart. He reached for it. Placed both hands on the center spoke. And pushed. Nothing. It didn't move. He grit his teeth. Screamed again. Pushed harder. The wheel refused. He collapsed forward, forehead pressed against the base. Breathing hard. Voice gone. Eyes burning. I don't care if I'm too late. I don't care if I have to give everything. I don't care if I disappear again. Just let me try. He reached into himself. Past chakra. Past memory. To the fables. To the breath before finality. To the name that engraved itself. To the wind that carves fate. To the witness. To the calamity of salvation. To the thief of the outer god's forbidden fruit. And he burned them. All of them. Offered them to the wheel. And whispered, take it. Take everything I am. Take my soul. Take my name. Take my place in every memory. Spin it back. Just give me one day. I'll make it worth it. The wheel shuddered. A glow ignited at its edge. One chain snapped loose. Then another. Then a third. The central glyph blazed. The entire battlefield turned white. Madara paused. Obito looked up. Hinata staggered back. Yamino gasped. Because the wheel moved. One full rotation. Not enough to rewind the world, but enough to turn back 30 minutes. Rewritten as one final day. Naruto stood. Eyes no longer his own. Voice deeper. Older. Stripped. But resolved. He turned toward the gate. Ultima floated back into his hand. His fables were gone. But he was still Naruto. And he whispered. One last time. The wheel vanished. The battlefield disappeared. And time spun backwards. Not with sound. Not with wind. But with the undoing of consequence. Blood unbled. Dust unscattered. Fable threads pulled tight and rewoven into their starting points. It was not memory that moved. It was reality. And when it settled. When the world stabilized. Naruto stood still. Heart slower. Breath shallow. But clear. He didn't collapse. Didn't scream. He just turned. And looked to his left. Sasuke stood there. Unwounded. Untouched. Hinata hovered above the mirrored plaza in her armor. Yamino drifted behind them. Sigils preloaded in her sleeves. The Akatsuki had not yet noticed. Time had not reached the branch point. But it would. Naruto turned to Sasuke. His voice shook. You died. Sasuke blinked. Naruto stepped closer. Obito resurrects Itachi. Just for a second. It's not him. It's a script. A trap. Sasuke's lips parted. What? You hesitate. And they stab you. Steal your core. He placed a hand on Sasuke's chest. I lost you. And I had to give up everything just to come back here. The silence between them was thick. Sasuke looked away. You rewound the world. Naruto nodded once. 30 minutes. One day? That's all I've got. A pause. Then Sasuke's jaw clenched. So we don't waste a second. Naruto smiled. Soft, bitter, determined. Right. They turned. And the sky broke again. The Akatsuki noticed them now. Madara's heads snapped upward. 6 versions of him at once. Each eye flaring. Each fragment whispering warnings to the others across the combat net. Obito hovered above the central cathedral once again, draped in silence and arrogance. But this time, Naruto didn't hesitate. Ultima was already in his hand. The blade pulsed once. No longer burning fables. Now fueled by memory. He moved first. The field cracked. Kimimaro didn't even get the chance to extend his bones. Sasuke struck first. Gravitational field inversion exploded under the clone, burying him beneath 15 collapsed timelines at once. Yugo leapt forward in beast mode. Hinata's armor struck him midair. Her new blade severed chakra flow, slicing through him without killing him, just disabling. Konan and Guren triggered their fusion. Yamino raised both hands. Glyphs exploded in midair. Dispersal sigil corrupted paper structures. The fusion collapsed before it could form. This was no longer a desperate counterattack. It was a tactical onslaught. Madara moved next. Two of him converged on Sasuke. Another two attacked Hinata from behind, while a third circled to intercept Naruto. Naruto vanished before the strike could land, and appeared inside the slash, Ultima parrying both weapons simultaneously. The sound was different this time. Sharper. More precise. Because he knew this battle already. Hinata shifted her stance. Her armor, now fully reactive, optimized from their last fight. Every memory of the soul, without master, now hers. She blocked every hit without retreating. Every Madara blade redirected. Every clone destabilized. And then she called out. They're going to open the gate. Naruto was already moving. Obito hadn't spoken yet. He floated there, arms crossed, waiting. Because he wanted to see. To watch the story repeat. And when it didn't, he frowned. His hand twitched. And then, he tried. Sasuke, I have someone. It's not him. Sasuke's voice cracked across the battlefield before Obito could finish. I know. I remember. And then, he struck. Not hesitating. Not wavering. Not looking. Just cutting. The blade of Raijin surged through one of the Madara avatars, ripping it apart before the illusion of Itachi could even complete. Naruto followed suit. Ultima flared, and the illusion of Itachi, barely summoned, dissolved midcast. Obito blinked. His mouth opened, but no words came, because the moment was gone. The window closed. Sasuke stood tall, unharmed, the Black King core burning in his chest, and Naruto looked up at the gate. Now we finish it. The sky fell in halos of glass. Light bent in the wrong direction. Rain spun upward, and time began to pulse like a failing heart. Konoha was gone. What replaced it was a cathedral city carved from the bones of history and the dreams of gods who no longer watched. Scala at Selim had fully unfolded. Not a battlefield, a eulogy. But Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Yamino stood at its center, and they refused to be buried. The Akatsuki came like an ocean of inevitability. 6 Madaras, hundreds of Akatsuki replicas, Guren's crystal artillery, Yugo's timelines bleeding from his back, Konan's paper engine wings, Kimamaro's bone fractals carving sigils into the air. Each one held Black King fragments. Each one was a fragment. And together, they should have overwhelmed them. But this time was different. This was the last day. Sasuke moved like death had learned how to walk. He struck with gravity that silenced screams. Every clone he shattered collapsed into black mist, the system unable to regenerate around his ownership of the Black King's authority. Hinata moved like wind sharpened into form. Her armor was faster now. Her strikes echoed with divine resonance. Every movement denied Akatsuki blades their destination. Her memory of being erased turned into precision. Yamino rewrote the air. Every glyph she cast bought them seconds, rewound consequences, looped successful dodges. She carried no blade, but she was the sharpest weapon on the field. And Naruto was fire. No fables, no protections, just will. Ultima blurred in his hands. Not as a sword, but as a refusal given shape. Wherever he moved, the Akatsuki fell. Not because he was stronger, but because they remembered who he was. Kimamaro disintegrated. Konan broke into paper. Yugo collapsed screaming. Even the Madaras began to flicker. One by one, destabilizing from feedback loops, each one unable to maintain presence once their cloned roots were severed. They were winning, until Obito moved. He didn't shout, didn't flinch, just said enough. The world stopped. A wave of inverted color exploded from his position, centered on the spiral throne at the highest tower of the rewritten village. Time bent around him, calcifying. Space folded inward, and every remaining Akatsuki member, alive, broken, reforming, was pulled into him. One by one, he absorbed them. Not killed, not devoured, claimed. Their minds, their narrative weight, their Black King shards. Even the Madaras, all 6, howled in fragmented unity before being dragged backward into Obito's core like scripts being recompiled into a new program. Yamino screamed. Sasuke stumbled. Naruto's grip on Ultima faltered for half a breath. And then Obito changed. His body didn't expand. His presence did. The sky flattened above him. Like every scenario across the multiverse had been layered into him. His eyes were no longer Mangekyo. They were mirrors, each reflecting a different version of the world he'd tried to destroy. Administrative override confirmed. Narrative core compiled. Black King shareholder rank. Command privileges system-wide access granted. And then, he absorbed Hinata's body. The one he'd stolen during the Kamui escape. It hovered behind him. Lifeless, but still bound to the system. He took it, and with it, the heavenly demon crown. You took everything from me, Obito said softly. So I will become the system itself. He raised one hand. The entire world pulsed. Scala at Selim shifted again. Its architecture bending not to resemble Konoha, but every village at once. The sand of Suna, the cliffs of Kiri, the trees of Konoha, the gates of Aim, a patchwork of every story they had ever known. And then, he reached out toward Naruto and said, "Come back to me. Let me absorb you." But Naruto didn't move. Obito tried again. Absorption Naruto Uzumaki. Override key. Authority chain broken. Narrative pull denied. Error. Naruto stood still. Obito frowned. You're the source. He extended both hands now. Light cascaded from him. Divine light, administrator's light. And it touched everyone. Yamino collapsed. Hinata buckled. Sasuke staggered. Naruto? Still standing. The system tried again. Absorption Naruto Uzumaki. Narrative ownership transfer. Root command. Error subject is not within system. Obito's mouth twitched. What? Naruto raised his eyes. Tired, but steady. Obito descended from the throne like gravity no longer applied to him. His feet never touched the ground. The city was no longer a city. The mirrored towers of Scala at Selim folded into shifting spires of emotion. Structures that looked like memory, dream, and prayer all at once. Platforms realigned themselves into spheres. Light moved sideways. Cause and effect slipped out of sequence. Do you understand it now? Obito said. His voice came from too many directions. From behind, above, inside Naruto's ribs. You fought so hard to save a story that never wanted you. You burned your own fables. You turned yourself into a weapon. Obito floated, haloed in inverted crowns. One from the heavenly demon, one from the Black King. His cloak twisted in the air, no longer made of cloth, but threads of narrative code. He held no weapon, because he was the weapon now. But I'm the one who got here first. I'm the one the system let in. And all you have left. He opened his hand. A spiral of golden light tried to swallow Naruto's name. Is nothing. Naruto moved. No scream. No build-up. Just the breath between belief and action. Ultima spun into his grip like it had never left. The blade sang not in rage, but in certainty. The first clash didn't look like a fight. It looked like a detonation of competing stories. Obito waved a single hand. A cascade of stars fell from his fingertips, each one containing a rewritten version of Naruto's childhood. Each star aimed to replace what was real with what should have been. One where Naruto never made friends. One where the village turned him into a weapon. One where Hinata never looked his way. One where he gave up. Each star burned with beauty. Each one a perfect lie. Ultima swept in a wide arc. The blade did not slice the stars. It judged them. Each false story blinked out the moment Ultima passed, as if shame alone undid their design. Naruto skated forward across the platform of half-light. I told you already. You can't absorb me. Obito's eyes flared. Two mirrored orbs rotated within his sockets. Rinnegan layered with Black King glyphs. He raised his arms, and the world bent. The field changed. The city twisted again. And now Naruto stood not in Scala ad Selim. And the children glared. A shinobi spat. Mizuki turned away. This wasn't a dream. It was a combat reality. A frozen truth Obito dragged out of the world's memory bank and manifested as a punishment field. Relive it, Obito said. All of it. Naruto gripped Ultima. The sword flickered. The illusion whispered around him. But he stepped forward. 1, 2. The children didn't disappear. They didn't change. They just stopped matching. He reached the center of the memory. Swung Ultima once. And the world cracked again. Back to Scala ad Selim. Back to the final fight. Obito snarled. His eyes burned violet. And this time, he moved. The administrator form rushed forward. Faster than anything Naruto had fought. Not speed. Scripted preemption. Obito didn't just attack. He removed the option to defend. Naruto lifted Ultima. And the platform beneath him unwrote. He fell. Mid-slash. Obito caught him with a hand of compressed memory, a sphere made of every death Naruto had ever seen. It detonated. Naruto crashed into a structure shaped like the Hokage monument. Dust exploded. His shoulder cracked. Ultima shimmered weakly. But he stood. Already moving. Already bleeding. Obito floated again. Crowned. Laughing. You don't even have your fables anymore. You traded everything for a single day. You're mortal now. Naruto wiped blood from his lip. Good. Then I don't have to hold back. They rushed each other again. Obito's hand twisted into a cannon of inverted chakra. Naruto's blade sang through the air. The blast curved. Ultima shattered the light. And the second clash shook the tower. Naruto fought alone. But not forgotten. Not this time. The air had lost its weight. Even the light in Scala at Selim was bending now. Not away from the sun, but away from meaning. Like the concept of illumination was being extracted, bleached, burned out of everything. Naruto was on his knees. Again. Chest split open. Ribs cracked like wet branches. Ultima had vanished. Cast out of his hand when the last impact threw him through 6 layers of rewritten reality. He was gasping. Blood dripped from his mouth, evaporating before it reached the ground. And Obito floated above, crowned twice over. He looked like no one anymore. Not Uchiha. Not Shinobi. Not human. He was a cathedral of refusal. The mask was gone. His face was fractal, always shifting. Every angle of his body echoed a different scenario. Every step he took left behind ashes from timelines that never got to finish. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. You think you're different. You think because you gave everything up, the world would reward you. But all that means. He extended his hand, and Naruto's body detonated. Death won. The moment he died, he stood again. Same pose. Same blood. Same platform. Ultima clattered to the ground again. Obito hovered where he had been. No explanation. Just a system notification pulsing behind Naruto's eyes. Checkpoint restored. Save point Heaven's Descent. Runtime loop 000003. Naruto stared at his hands. Still shaking. He turned his head. Same clouds. Same fractured towers. Same moment. Again. Obito raised a hand again. Naruto tried to dodge. Too slow. A blade of inverted narrative skewered him through the stomach. Death 2. Same light. Same air. Same save point. Checkpoint restored. Naruto screamed this time. Not in pain. In rage. He grabbed Ultima. Swung wildly. Obito vanished. Reappeared behind him. Snapped his neck with a whisper. Death 3. Same place. Same time. Same body. Checkpoint restored. Checkpoint restored. Checkpoint restored. Checkpoint restored. He tried to run. Obito reshaped the battlefield into the Valley of the End. Then the orphanage. Then the swing. Each one a false home. Each one a trap. He made it 10 feet. Obito dropped a meteor on him. He reappeared mid-sentence. Already bleeding. Already crying. Already choking. Why? Obito finally spoke. Not cruel. Not angry. Just tired. You still don't understand. You are a checkpoint. That's all you've ever been. They built this story around you so they could always restart it when it broke. I'm just finishing the cycle. And then Obito did something worse. He opened his hand, and Hinata appeared. Just her smile. Her voice. She stepped forward. Naruto reached for her. Her head exploded. Checkpoint restored. Naruto collapsed. Tried to scream. Couldn't. Obito smiled without joy. I'll show you what hope looks like when it forgets why it started. Sasuke appeared. Eyes wide. Stepped forward. Naruto. His chest was split open by a spike of black glass. Checkpoint restored. Mom. Guy. Mito. Dad. Lee. Yamino. Hinata again. Each one spawned from Obito's memory of them. Each one placed just close enough to feel real. Each one killed in front of him. And each time. Checkpoint restored. Checkpoint restored. Checkpoint restored. Naruto was curled on the floor. Fingers twitching. Voice gone. Body broken. There was no fight anymore. Only looped collapse. Obito stood over him now. No face. Just shadow and a grin made from script. You thought this was about saving people. It was about letting go. He raised his hand for the last time. A spear of reset code in his palm. A final end. But Naruto whispered. Barely audible. Still not. Enough. Obito froze. What? Naruto lifted his head. Blood poured from his nose. His eyes were dull. But they were his. You can't kill me enough to make me give up. You can't erase someone who never asked to exist in the first place. He stood. Slowly. You're trying to destroy my hope. But it wasn't mine. It was theirs. His voice cracked. And I remember all of them. Even if I die again. He reached out. And Ultima returned to his hand. I'm not letting go. The battlefield was breathless now. No bystanders. No sky. Only echo. A pulsing world shaped by loss, warped by divine authority, and held in place by Obito's presence alone. He hovered above the collapsed remains of Scala at Selim, now reshaped into a vast, horizonless platform of mirror light. Stars did not shine here. They wept, spiraling like clock hands around the gate to the Black King's origin. Time hadn't stopped. But choice had. Beneath him. Naruto stood. Barely. His breath scraped through his lungs. His body had long since gone past its limit. Every motion sparked pain across a dozen narrative wounds. The timer of his existence. His one final day. Ticked on, and the light behind his eyes was dimming. But still. He lifted Ultima. Still. He refused to fall. And Obito couldn't take it anymore. Why? Won't you stop? The words came soft. Flat. Not as an attack. But as a plea. Why do you keep standing? He landed. Walked forward. Not like a conqueror, but like a man dragging every dead version of himself behind him. His hands were open. His voice didn't echo like a god's now. It trembled like something that used to be human. You think this is strength? You think this is courage? It isn't. Naruto steadied his stance. Didn't answer. Obito stopped walking. Looked at him. Through him. I had hope. More than anyone. You don't get it. I hoped. Every time I waited. I hoped she'd live. I hoped he'd come back. I hoped someone would save me. I was made of hope. But it didn't matter. His hands clenched. Every time. It was torn out of my hands. And I had to keep moving. I had to keep existing. While watching everything I believed in die. And now I'm still here. He pointed upward. Toward the gate. Surrounded by fragments of every story I didn't get to finish. Do you know what that does to a person? His voice cracked. Do you know what it means to be the only one left hoping in a world that won't meet you halfway? His arms fell to his sides. His knees shook. It would be easier if you just give up. If you just lie down and let it end. Because every time you get up, you remind me of what I couldn't save. You remind me of Rin, of Kakashi, of everyone I failed. And I'm tired of remembering. He didn't raise a weapon. He just looked at Naruto. Eyes wet. Please. Let me stop hoping. Naruto blinked. Blood ran down his face. His chest rose and fell in ragged rhythm. He spoke. Voice raw and barely more than breath. Then I'll hope for both of us. Obito screamed. Not in rage. In despair. He charged, this time not floating. Running, cloak fracturing behind him as he surged across the mirrored world like a force of abandonment. His hands reshaped into divine weapons. Blades of voidlight. A crown of heavenly demon glyphs formed a burning wool behind his head. His steps crushed the memory of the world beneath him. He struck. Naruto dodged the first blow, parried the second with Ultima, clashed on the third. But he was slower now. His body faltered. Obito overpowered him, knocked him across the field, stabbed him through the shoulder mid-flight, and slammed him into the earth. Naruto coughed, fell again. Obito stood over him. Why? Why do you get to hope, when all I ever held was the loss of it? He raised a hand to finish it. But Naruto, broken and fading, smiled. Because I remember. He rose, falling apart. Every inch of him shattered. But still, he stood. Ultima surged with a final glow. His voice cracked, breathless, defiant. I remember all the times I was alone. All the times I cried and no one heard me. All the times I didn't give up. And I won't let you take that from me. The ground lit beneath him. Old fables flared. Fractured but not dead. Images. Sasuke, Hinata, Yamino, Mito, Iruka, Lee, Sakura, Kakashi. Not resurrected. Remembered. And that memory strengthened him. Obito screamed again. Launch forward. One final strike. A blade of admin light meant to erase the concept of Naruto from the system. Naruto screamed back. And with Ultima, cut the sky itself. The blades clashed. Reality shattered. Light broke in half. The gate pulsed behind them. And the fight wasn't over. The world cracked. Not as a metaphor. Not figuratively. The actual boundaries of reality shattered like stained glass dropped from the throne of creation. Every law of chakra, every rule of mass and gravity, every commandment written by gods and system administrators fell apart. And in the silence after the crash, Naruto stood. He no longer glowed. He no longer burned. He didn't hover, didn't scream, didn't carry Ultima like a holy sword. He just breathed. He bled from the mouth, and his left eye was swollen shut. His ribs were caved. His chakra coils had long since ceased regulation. Time ticked in whispers around his frame. He was past the point of being supported by the story. But he had something. Something new. A single line of fable etched into the platform beneath his feet. Not burned into the ground. Not gifted by the system. Just carved by hand, in blood, and beneath the last false hope. Obito stared from across the collapsing world. His admin aura roared. His twin crowns flared in rejection of what Naruto had done. You created a fable now? Obito asked. When there's no one left to believe in it. When this world has already ended. Naruto looked up at him. Eyes red from exhaustion. His voice a thread. Exactly. The fable activated. Not with fireworks. Not with divine light. But with memory. Naruto's outline stabilized. Not because he healed, but because the world remembered who he was. His body, collapsing, moved anyway. Ultima returned to his hand like a falling star spinning backwards. And the final phase began. Naruto versus Obito. In the ruins of every world. Above the broken sky. Beneath the gate to the Black King's origin, now fully open. Obito struck first. A wave of inverted gravity and rewritten commandments cascaded across the platform. Each step he took generated new structures. Projecting soul weapons, crystalline blades forged from the memory of the Akatsuki and Madara fragments he had consumed. He controlled the field. He was the administrator. But Naruto broke it. He stepped forward once. And the weapons froze. He lunged. Ultima cut through two platforms, reality warping as the blade passed through command syntax itself. Obito countered, twisting his arm into a beam of white-hot karma energy, spiraling like a collapsing sun. Naruto dodged, barely, skidding across the edge of a dying memory. Obito appeared behind him. Let me erase you. Naruto turned with the fable burning in his hand. And punched. Not with chakra. Not with the technique. Just his hand. The punch landed. Obito reeled back, stunned. You don't understand, Naruto whispered. It's not about winning anymore. It's not about saving anyone. He charged again. Ultima spun in his hand like the last breath of a storm. He cut through the next platform entirely. Obito fell, caught himself midair. Summoned 6 divine cannons behind him. They fired. Naruto took 4. Dodged 2. Leading from his side, his chest, his eye. He still advanced. This fable isn't hope. It's not light. It's not destiny. He struck. Ultima shattered 1 cannon. Then a second. It's what comes after we lose. He cut through the next 3. Blood sprayed from his hands as the sword vibrated beyond control. But he held it anyway. Obito screamed, unleashing his true form. Black King tendrils of code erupted from his spine. The ground itself tried to rewrite Naruto into a corpse. Text replaced his arms. Error body unregistered. Sense override. Revoke existence, and still. He moved. The last false hope flared across his body like fire. His own denial of erasure rewritten into momentum. He lunged one last time. Obito met him with all the power of the administrator. Both crowns flaring. Both arms stretched wide. Ultima came down. Not as a weapon. As a decision. And Naruto shouted. Not in triumph. Not in rage. But with the strength of the last person alive who still remembered what mattered. Even if you erase everything. I'll still choose to exist. Because I'm not the hope you lost. I'm the hope you left behind. The blade struck. Obito screamed. The crown shattered. The platform split. And the gate behind them trembled. The crown had shattered. The sword had struck. Obito had fallen. And yet, the gate still stood, towering above the broken city, yawning like a god's unblinking eye. And Obito? He rose. His body flickering, falling apart, and regenerating within the same breath. His form was failing, but the authority remained. The system still obeyed him. Admin flag detected. Command access recompile runtime. He extended his hand. And the world rewrote itself. Naruto stood still for half a breath. Then exploded. Not from chakra. Not from jutsu. From command injection. His body atomized into golden mist. Checkpoint restored. Position gate platform. Loop ID 0, he returned. Then detonated again. Checkpoint restored. Loop ID 1, his bones were inverted. Then turned to ash. Loop ID 22. Loop ID 463. Loop ID 1007. Loop ID 20003, he fell. Rose. Died. Again. And again. Each time. Obito hovered above him. No longer smiling. No longer crying. Just hollow. You still don't get it. You thought a blade could kill a system? I am the system now. And you. He snapped his fingers. Naruto's spine snapped in 7 places. Checkpoint restored. We'll never leave this moment. Loop ID 4 million. Loop ID 1,200,000,000. Loop ID 3,678,928,172. He dissolved into strings. Crashed through the floor. Turned into sand. Froze solid. Bled from the inside out. Caught fire from sorrow alone. And finally, Naruto lay still. The loop reset. But he didn't rise immediately. His hands twitched. His throat was raw. His body refused. He looked at the gate. He looked at Obito. And he whispered, I don't know if I can do this anymore. The platform was quiet. But the wind shifted. And from the silence came a voice. No system echo. No memory. Just a man. Naruto. Don't lose your flames of youth. Naruto's eyes snapped open. My guy's voice screamed into the void like it had broken through from a dream he'd forgotten how to hold. And in that sound, he remembered. He remembered laughter in the rain. He remembered ramen after losing. He remembered the pain of failing. Not to win, but to protect. He remembered being human. He stood. Obito blinked. Loop override denied. What? Naruto's skin flared with golden fable light. Not divine. Not system given. Self-written. He raised his hand. And the next death didn't happen. Error command rejection. Admin overwrite detected. Narrative immunity injected. Subject Naruto Uzumaki is writing. Naruto opened his mouth. But he wasn't speaking to Obito anymore. He was speaking to everyone inside him. I know you're in there. All of you. The Madaras. The Akatsuki. The children consumed. The alternate timelines. The erased survivors. Even Hinata's stolen body. Wrapped in feedback. Still drifting in Obito's core. I'm not just here to fight him. I'm here to tell you. You can hope too. The sky pulsed. Obito staggered. His eyes widened. You thought you were saving them by erasing their pain. But you only gave them more silence. Let them speak. The gate began to flicker. Obito twitched. His hands spasmed. Admin override attempted. Override blocked. System responding to foreign pulse. Naruto didn't move. He just breathed. And they heard him. From inside Obito. Yahiko's voice cried. Conan's hand reached for the sky. Kimimaro wept. Itachi opened his mouth. Hinata's heartbeat returned. Obito screamed. His body cracked. Black threads of narrative vomited out of his spine. He clawed at the air. No. No. This is mine. This is how I fixed it. Naruto walked forward. Slowly. Like he wasn't afraid anymore. You never had to fix it. You just had to let them remember. Obito's crown shattered a second time. The wind returned. And the world shifted. The gate above them pulsed. Not open. Not closed. Just waiting. As if even it wasn't sure how this would end. And beneath it, on the last stable piece of what used to be Scala at Selim, stood the two of them. No more drones. No more Madaras. No more administrator commands, no system resets, no divine crown overlays. Just Naruto. Just Obito. Everything else had fallen away. Obito's cloak was in tatters, stitched together by writhing strands of corrupted Black King code. His face flickered. No longer masked, no longer stable. He looked like a collage of grief and timelines held together by sheer willpower. He wasn't gone, but he was cracked. Not just physically, foundationally. And Naruto? He stood upright, fist bleeding, Ultima in hand. A halo of golden fable flame spun behind him. Not system-given, not God-infused. Just the pure combustion of one last belief, still burning after billions of deaths. For the first time since the war began, Obito wasn't in control. They clashed. Not with overwhelming technique. Not with multiversal weapons. Just speed, skill, weight, will. Obito lunged, forming a crescent blade of crystallized reset code. Naruto ducked, pivoted off the edge of a crumbling platform, slid under the blade's arc, and spun back up with Ultima in a vertical cleave that nearly sheared Obito's left arm from his body. The code arm shattered into glyphs. Obito backed off, panting. You shouldn't be able to. Naruto was already there. Elbow to the gut, knee to the face, kick to the ribs. Obito flew backward, caught himself midair with floating platform code. Only for Naruto to appear above him, Ultima raised in both hands. The blade came down. Obito formed a shield of mirrored sorrow. It cracked, but held. Naruto kicked off it, landed, dodged a retaliatory spear of bloodlight, and struck again. Every motion felt earned. Every dodge, every blow, the kind of exchange that didn't need grand effects to feel final. This wasn't about divinity. This was about resolve. Obito snarled. He summoned a sigil. A ring of administrator permissions still half active. Partial override local space rewrite. The arena bit. Reality fractured. Obito tried to manipulate gravity, shifting Naruto off his footing. But Naruto flipped, ran up the distortion. His feet sparked. His body blurred. And he met Obito at the apex. Ultima met a beam of soul light. The clash sent shockwaves across the gate's surface. They broke apart, then dove again. Obito snapped a chain of corrupted chakra like a whip. Naruto caught it, yanked Obito off balance, closed the gap, and slammed his forehead into Obito's. How does it feel, Naruto growled, to finally fight someone who doesn't want to kill you, but still won't let you win? Obito screamed, pushing him off with a pulse of Black King entropy. Naruto flipped back, skidding to a halt, steam rolling off his shoulders. Ultima pulsed. The blade flickered, still whole. Obito panted, voice raw. You don't get it. You're not supposed to be the one standing now. You're a checkpoint. A restart trigger. Naruto's voice was steady now. Calm. Then maybe I'm your last checkpoint. The one where it finally goes right. Obito lunged again, wild. Naruto sidestepped, grabbed his wrist, and, in a fluid, brutal arc, tossed him into the ground so hard the platform fractured in 3 directions. The administrator panel that once floated above Obito's shoulder flickered and vanished. He gasped. Naruto stood over him. No triumph. Just truth. You're not a god. You're just someone who got tired of losing. Obito snarled. Swung again. Naruto parried. The two exchanged 15 blows in under 2 seconds, each one sharper than the last. Naruto's final strike disarmed Obito. Ultima's edge hovered at his throat. Obito froze, shaking. The gate pulsed once more. A signal. The cycle was waiting for its final input. The gate hovered, trembling. It had opened for conquest, for reset, for the unmaking of all endings. But now, it waited, because the final input had not been violence. It had been resistance. And resistance had a face. Naruto stood tall, barely. Blood caked his jaw, his left arm hung limp. His vision had tunneled to a single point. Obito, kneeling before him, face torn between agony and disbelief. The administrator's authority had collapsed. The system had stopped listening. It listened to someone else now. And that's when it began. Softly at first, like a ripple on still water. A prayer. From below, on a shattered plateau, Hinata, armor cracked, clutching her chest. Her voice faint, please. Let him live. From behind the crumbled tower, Sasuke, leaning against what was left of a blade of light. Do it, idiot. Yamino, hands bloodstained, script flaring at her fingertips, righted. Naruto. End it right. And then, the voices grew louder. Not just in this world, but in all worlds. Children in the hidden rain village, watching a broken sky, is that the hero? Rebellion leaders in the shattered timelines of other loops he's still fighting. Dead shinobi in sealed memory simulations, awakening from frozen narratives Uzumaki. Gods in higher systems, frozen in their own divine rulebooks he rewrote himself without permissions. In the sky. On the wind. In the silence between heartbeats. They prayed, not for salvation, not for resurrection, but for him. And Naruto felt it. The pressure wasn't weight. It was warmth. A fire that spread across his skin. His breath steadied. The burns on his body glowed. Then healed. Ultima, once flickering, now surged. Not with divine code, but with faith. The blade spun into both hands. And Naruto, breathing in every voice across time, space, and dream, charged. Obito saw it, felt it, and for the first time in the battle, he panicked. No. No, no, no. You don't get to. This was mine. He formed a wall of black code. Naruto cut it. He summoned a rewrite glyph the size of the gate. Naruto tore through it. He screamed. thousands of administrator failsafes flooding from his chest. And Naruto reached him. Ultima hit center mass. Not to kill, to free. The blade didn't explode. It didn't slice. It burned everything false away. Every corrupted timeline. Every borrowed crown. Every permission that wasn't his. Every scream he'd recycled. Gone. Obito collapsed. Not shattered. Just still. He looked down at his hands. No longer glowing. Just hands. Why? Why couldn't I win? Naruto knelt before him. Voice quiet. Because you never stopped hoping. You just gave it a new name. Obito trembled. His body began to fade. Golden light eating away at his legs, his hands, his chest. The system no longer needed a host. He looked up. The gate closed. But not before. A figure stepped through. Bare feet. Soft voice. Eyes gentle. Rin. Not angry. Not accusing. Just kind. Obito's breath caught. Rin. She nodded. You waited long enough. She reached out her hand. Obito hesitated. Then, for the first time since he was a child, he cried and took it. His body shimmered, shrank. The glow softened. And what was left was a boy. Just a boy, holding the hand of the girl he never stopped waiting for. Together, they turned and walked through a soft tear in the light. Gone. Naruto stood alone again. Ultima lowered. The world quiet. And for the first time, the cycle didn't restart. It had ended. Properly. It didn't happen all at once. The world didn't roar back into color. There was no trumpeting light, no chorus of divine correction, no system message declaring scenario complete. Instead, it began with the wind. A breeze. Gentle. Warm. Unwritten. The gate to the Black King's origin closed like an eye finally allowed to rest. No explosion. No collapse. Just a soft exhale. Its light dissolved into dust, and that dust became the air again. Scala ad Sealam's mirror towers trembled once, and shattered like illusions refusing to be worshipped. The platform split, folded, reversed, and what was left was stone, soil, leaf-covered rooftops, and a sky Konoha had always known. The city came back, not restored, remembered. The Hokage monument reformed, faces carved with imperfect hands. The market stalls flickered back into place, each one set up slightly differently than before. The memorial stones realigned themselves beneath blooming trees. Even the broken streets didn't vanish. They just softened, carrying their cracks like healed scars. The will of fire, long flickering, now burned again in every brick. And one by one, the people returned to their bodies. Mito awoke in the ruins of the academy, cradling 3 unconscious children she'd pulled from collapsing timelines. Sasuke opened his eyes in a half-formed training field, Hinata kneeling beside him, her armor half-dissolved and clutched to her chest like memory-made cloth. Yamino stumbled into the village square with her coat dragging behind her, ink running from her hands like tears she hadn't earned the right to cry yet. Naruto was already there, sitting beneath the steps of the Hokage's office. Eyes distant, sword gone, heart still intact. They didn't say anything at first. No cheers, no chants, just quiet breaths, long awaited. The kind of silence that only comes after a story ends the way it should have. Then, someone lit a fire, a real one, and someone else brought ramen. Not fancy, just warm. Iruka returned, dragging crates of instant noodles and canned dumplings. Kiba showed up with bruises on his back and meat in both hands. Tamari arrived from Suna, confused but smiling, eyes rimmed with disbelief. Yamato somehow had 5 bowls of rice balanced on one arm. Hinata served tea. Mito poured sake. Naruto didn't ask where it came from. He just ate. It wasn't a feast. There were no divine plates. No heavenly music. Just the sound of slurping. And laughter. Awkward. Raw. Real. The kind that only survives when nothing else does. They didn't talk about the fight. They didn't talk about Obito. They didn't talk about the gate, or the loops, or what they almost lost. They just talked like they'd won. Because, somehow, they had. Night fell slow. The fires dimmed. And Naruto disappeared. Not loudly. He just stood, nodded once to Sasuke, and walked. Upward. The rooftop was quiet. Same as it had always been. Same place where so many prayers had been whispered. Where Yamino had once watched Konoha from afar and wondered if her pages would ever matter. She was already there. Waiting. She didn't speak as he arrived. She didn't need to. He dropped beside her, cross-legged, breathing steady. The moon overhead wasn't perfect. It had cracks, like the world had tried to stitch itself back around it. Naruto looked up at it. Do you think it remembers? Yamino smiled softly. Only what it needs to. They sat there for a while. The wind tugged at their hair. Beneath them, Konoha breathed. Alive. Still flawed. Still human. But whole. Yamino. Thank you. For remembering me. She leaned her shoulder against his. Eyes closed. You were never hard to remember. The night was so quiet, it felt borrowed. Konoha had returned, but not all at once. Its streets hummed like they were trying to remember their own shape. Lanterns flickered, windows opened again, and from a distance, the scent of broth drifted upward from forgotten kitchens. But up here, on the rooftop, there was only stillness. And 2 people trying to hold on to it. Naruto sat with his eyes half closed, head tilted back toward the stars. His knuckles were bruised. His voice had gone hoarse hours ago. He hadn't spoken since the battle ended. Not because he didn't have words left, but because every word he'd ever needed was sitting beside him. Yamino. She sat close. Not touching him, but almost. Her hands were folded in her lap, fingers interlaced. She wasn't looking at the sky. She was looking at him, like he was the last page of a story she wasn't ready to finish. I thought if I saved the world, I wouldn't have anything left to say, she whispered. Naruto turned his head, slowly. She smiled. Just barely, but you're still here. And I can't hold it anymore. Her voice trembled. I love you. Naruto blinked, not in shock, but like something heavy had been loosened inside him. He didn't look away. He didn't smile. He just said it back, quietly, like it had always been waiting. I love you too. And for a moment, that was enough. She leaned in. So did he. The breath between them was small, warm, shaking. Her nose brushed his eyes closed. And just before they kissed, he began to fade. It started with his fingers, then the ends of his sleeves. Not with light, not with fire, just with absence. The kind that doesn't hurt. The kind that's already decided. She saw it happen, and froze. Her hands shot forward, grabbing his shirt, trying to hold him still. No. He opened his eyes. He was still smiling. I don't want to go yet, she choked. Just one more minute. He reached up, brushed the hair from her face, his hand barely there. I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me, she said, voice cracking. Not after everything. Just promise me something. Naruto looked at her. What was left of him? Just eyes. And warmth. One day, will you read the story I write? He paused, then nodded. I promise. She closed her eyes. Laughed, once, bitter and small. Liar. Her arms wrapped around nothing. And she didn't let go, even when there was nothing left to hold. Even when the sky stayed silent. And still. She whispered, thank you, and cried. The night we lost. It didn't happen all at once. Naruto wasn't buried. There was no body, no grave, just a rooftop that no one walked on anymore, and a wind that sometimes felt warmer than it should have. But he was everywhere. In the leaves that stirred when Yamino passed through the square. In the moment of silence before the bell rang at the academy. In the prayer children whispered at the edge of the old scenario gate, even if they didn't know why. They didn't cry forever. But they never stopped missing him. 1 month later the village was rebuilding. Faster than it should have. Slower than it wanted to. Homes were restructured. Streets were cleaned. The Hokage monument was repaired. Not reshaped. They left the cracks in the stone, running beneath the fourth's face like tears that refused to fade. The civilians said thank you more often now. The shinobi walked a little lighter. The sun stayed out a little longer, as if it were afraid of the dark. Yumino hadn't changed much. Not in ways people could see. She still walked the village with her coat fluttering, still carried her ink, still paused at windows when no one was watching. But she never dated. Never looked at anyone else like she once looked at him. She didn't smile much. But when she did, it was soft. Like she was remembering something only she was allowed to keep. No one else gets my heart, she once said to Hinata. He already took all of it. 3 years later the seasons turned without pause. And life, in its quiet unfairness, continued. Hinata and Sasuke weren't loud about it. They found each other in moments between grief and survival. Not to forget. Not to replace. But to continue. They married beneath the new moon. There was no grand ceremony. Just close friends. And a photograph with one empty chair no one dared to fill. A year later, they had a daughter. Her name was Shine. But only on paper. To everyone who knew the story, she was called Hope. Naruto would have liked that. Her godparents were named easily. Minato and Kushina, who wept and laughed and held the child as if they'd been given a second chance they didn't deserve. 5 years later the village gathered beneath a sky lit in soft oranges. A banner flew from the Hokage tower. Embroidered in Uzumaki read. Hokage inauguration. Naruto Uzumaki. She stood at the edge of the tower, arms behind her back, coat billowing. She didn't cry, but she looked like she wanted to. She'd spent her whole life being strong, carrying weight, living in the shadow of legends. But today, the entire village stood beneath her, applauding, smiling, and shouting her name. For the first time, she wasn't living in someone else's story. She was standing in her own. That night, she lit a candle at the rooftop. Yamino was already there. They didn't speak. Just watched the wind move the trees. Mito whispered once, under her breath. I hope you're proud. The wind shifted. The flame didn't go out. Konoha had changed. Not in the way some cities do, swallowed by metal and time. Its streets still curved around memory like vines around stone. Its buildings still tilted slightly east as if listening for the wind. The Hokage tower stood taller now. The market was busier. The laughter was louder. But beneath the noise, the story was still breathing. The academy sat in the same place it always had. A little more glass. A little more green. The same red brick. And at the center of the East Hall, beneath a skylight where the sun poured in like soft narration, Yumino sat at the front of room 3B. She wasn't what they expected in a teacher. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't give lectures. Most of the time, she just sat behind the desk, coat draped over her chair, ink brush resting behind her ear, a soft smile tucked behind tired eyes. The children loved her, even if they didn't understand why. Today's lesson wasn't about chakra theory. It wasn't about taijutsu footwork. It wasn't even about the post-war political treaties Hinata had signed. It was about a boy. Yumino drew a single stroke across the whiteboard. No name. Just a single spiral. He wasn't the strongest at first, she said softly. He wasn't chosen. He wasn't blessed. He wasn't even remembered half the time. She stepped around the desk, voice barely above a whisper. But he showed up. Every time. And when no one else believed, he still did. The class sat quiet. 10 students. All around 10 years old. Eyes wide. Hands folded. Even the ones who normally fidgeted were still. Because Yumino's voice was soft in that way that pulled you toward it. She walked to the window, brushing her hand along the sill. He once rewound an entire day just to protect the people he loved. And no one knew he did it. Not even the people he saved. She turned back to the board. The spiral was glowing now. Chakra ink. The kind only she could write. It pulsed softly, like a heartbeat behind glass. A small hand raised in the second row. A girl with short hair and wide eyes. Voice soft. Unsure. Miss Yumino. You really loved him. Didn't you? The air stopped. Even the sunlight seemed to pause where it touched the floor. Yumino looked at the girl. Her lips parted. No words came. Her throat tightened. Her hands trembled once. Fingers curling at her sides. Her eyes blurred. And then, she smiled. Not a big one. Not brave. Just honest. Tears slipped free before she could stop them. Her voice cracked. But it still came. Yeah. No one laughed. No one teased. The children just sat there, watching her. Not with pity. With understanding. The way only children can. Because they didn't know what it meant to lose a hero. But they knew what it meant to love one. The garden behind their home was quiet. The sun had already dipped behind the trees, casting long shadows across the rows of blooming white flowers that Hinata kept trimmed herself. Their daughter was asleep inside. The lights from the window glowed gently through the curtains. But outside, under the moon, 2 survivors stood where a war had once ended. Sasuke leaned against the wooden railing, arms folded, his gaze fixed on the stars. Hinata sat on the porch steps, hands clasped in her lap, her hair longer now, streaked with soft silver where time had passed, and no one tried to stop it. The silence between them wasn't heavy. It was old. Familiar. You still see him, don't you? She asked gently. Sasuke didn't move. Didn't blink. Every time I closed my eyes. She looked down. Fingers curling. Sometimes. I dream he comes back. Walks through the door like nothing happened. Laughs. Like the old days. Sasuke turned his head. His voice was lower now. He's not gone. He's just somewhere else. Hinata looked at him. A flicker of hope rose in her chest. Fragile, like glass worn by hand. You really believe that? Sasuke finally nodded. Slow. Certain. The world's too wide. The scenario's too deep. And Naruto. He paused, his jaw tightening. Naruto never ends. He just waits. He turned, facing the trees. The wind moved through the leaves like a whisper of someone trying to speak without sound. His voice was firmer now. So I'm going to find him. Hinata's eyes widened. He continued. I've sat still long enough. It's time. I'm going to start clearing again. Every scenario. Every trial. Every layer. Until I find the one he's in. She didn't try to stop him. Didn't argue. Because she knew. She'd always known. Sasuke didn't chase ghosts. He chased promises. If he's out there. He said, breath misting in the cool air. I'll reach him. No matter how far the path runs. Hinata stood. Stepped beside him. And took his hand. They stood in silence again. Staring at the sky. But this time, it wasn't just morning. It was direction. Far above them, a single star blinked. Then stayed lit. There was no sound when he woke up. No heartbeat. No wind. No name. Only the sky. Endless and pale. A sky so wide it felt like it could swallow thought. He blinked. Then blinked again. Not out of confusion. Out of habit. Because there was nothing to respond to. No enemy. No friend. No system prompt. No sword in his hand. Just his body. Just breath. Just space. He sat up slowly. The surface beneath him shimmered. It wasn't glass. It wasn't water. It was a reflection of something he no longer remembered. He looked down and saw himself. But only barely. Like the world was having trouble deciding whether or not he should still exist. He stood. One foot in front of the other. It didn't echo. The world was too quiet for echoes. He didn't know how long he walked. There were no clocks. No light changes. The horizon never shifted. No doors. No stars. No wind. Only him. Moving forward. Because backward didn't exist here. He touched his chest once. No chakra. No heartbeat. Just a dull warmth. Like something had been left inside him. He opened his mouth once. Tried to speak. Nothing came out. Not even silence. Just absence. So he walked again. He didn't look for landmarks. There weren't any. No trees. No buildings. No signs. Only the sky. And the sound of his steps against a world that didn't answer. Time passed. Or maybe it didn't. His hands didn't age. His feet didn't blister. But something behind his eyes began to ache. He touched his chest again. The warmth was still there. Faint. But steady. Like a string tied around a promise he didn't remember making. Still he walked. Far off. On a distant horizon that shouldn't have existed. A ripple, barely visible, like the world had blinked, then settled again. He stopped, stared, then took another step forward. Not faster, just steadier. He didn't know why, only that something had been waiting for him here. And even if it never spoke, he would keep walking until it did. He didn't remember how long he'd been walking. Maybe hours, maybe eternities. He didn't feel tired. He didn't feel anything. The world had no scent, no wind, no color but sky. And still, he walked, because something in his chest kept burning, like the memory of a promise. Then, he stopped, not because he saw someone, but because someone saw him. A voice, soft, measured, distant. Hey. He turned. There was no one, but the voice came again. Hey. Where are you? A pause. I see you. And there he was, standing at the edge of nothing, like he'd always been there. The boy had Sasuke's face, sharp jaw, tired eyes, but his eyes were blue, not red. And his hair, soft, golden, unruly, just like... No, he didn't know. He didn't know why it felt familiar. Naruto took a step forward. You know me? The boy tilted his head. His voice remained low, unhurried. How do you know that? Who are you? Naruto's throat tightened. I don't know. It wasn't a lie. He didn't know who he was. Only that something about this boy made the silence tremble. The boy stared at him for a long time, then said quietly, Shirjima. Naruto blinked. That your name? That's what I've been called. A pause. It means stillness. Naruto stepped closer. Why are you here? Shirjima shrugged. Not like someone evading a question. Like someone who had no answers left. I wandered in. A long time ago. There were trials. Dreams. Names I forgot. But one voice told me something. His gaze sharpened. To save you. Naruto's heart skipped. The warmth in his chest pulsed harder. To save me? That's what I was told. A beat. Though I don't think I'm supposed to believe it. Shirjima stepped forward. He was taller than Naruto. Or maybe just heavier. Like gravity wrapped differently around him. This isn't the real world. But I am here. This isn't what I really look like. His tone shifted. Darker. But not hostile. Why'd you recognize me? Why'd you use my name? Naruto shook his head. I didn't. I don't know your name. Shirjima studied him again. Eyes narrow. Then softer. I've heard of you. Naruto swallowed. From who? Shirjima didn't answer. He just looked past him. As if through him. If you're who they say. And it was fate that brought us here. He lowered his eyes. Then my path is clear. Wind. Sudden. Cold. The world shifted. Just slightly. Like someone had moved a single page forward in a book without permission. Shijima's voice dropped. I'm not here by choice. But if I'm meant to save you, then I need to know who you are. Naruto stepped forward. Closer. So close they could hear each other's breathing. I'm no one. Not anymore. Shirjima nodded once. Almost regretfully. Then I'll have to find out for myself. He raised a hand. The world shuddered. The ground fractured. The air crystallized. And behind him, a spiral opened. Not light. Not shadow. Something in between. Time to end this. Naruto didn't step back. Didn't lift a weapon. Because he didn't have one. Just fists. Just instinct. And something aching behind his ribs. Shijima's eyes glinted. Sorry, but I don't lose. He vanished. The sky didn't change color. The world didn't shake. There were no system messages. No fable triggers. No cries of gods watching from above. Just breath. And the sound of metal scraping the air. Shirjima moved. The silence shattered. He didn't blink. He didn't vanish in a flash of light. He was just suddenly there. A streak of color. Red and gold. Slashed through the space Naruto had been standing in, cleanly dividing the horizon in half. Naruto ducked. Late. The edge of the blow brushed his shoulder, and for a moment, the entire right side of his body went numb. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the glassy surface, ribs cracking with the impact. Then came the second strike. Shijima's blade hovered behind him. Not in his hand. It moved on its own, gliding in slow orbit before crashing down with frightening speed. Naruto rolled to the left, grunting, body screaming in resistance. A blue pool shimmered around Shijima's feet. Then, a shot. Clean. Red. Straight from the sleek crossbow fixed to Shijima's left arm. It screamed through the air, and Naruto's instincts took over. He twisted midfall, the blast skimming just past his neck and searing the world behind him. He's fast. Too fast. Before Naruto could plant his feet. Another shot. This one blew. He tried to block with his arm. The blast passed through it. No impact. No resistance. Just cut. His body spiraled backward again. There was no time to think. No time to breathe. Because Shirjima never stopped moving. He was above him. Now to the right. Then gone. Then behind. A quick jab of his sword. Naruto bent low. But he felt the edge slice the memory of his breath out of his lungs. There was no strategy. No grand flourish. Shirjima didn't fight like someone trying to win. He fought like someone trying to end. A red glyph flared beneath Naruto's feet. He jumped back. Too late. The explosion caught him. Sent him spiraling again. His vision blurred. He coughed blood. But still stood. Then Shirjima raised his sword. In the air. Froze. A humming drone appeared behind him. No shape, no warning, just a shimmering cube of vibrating energy. Then, a glass dome formed, encasing the two of them. Inside, silence. Stars spun above them, constellations drawn in lines of red light across the interior. It was beautiful, until the stars turned into weapons. Lasers rained down, not from the sky, from the edges of memory itself. Naruto leapt, twisted, ducked. A beam grazed his side, then another. He stumbled. A shot slammed into the ground where he'd stood a heartbeat ago. And Shirjima was on him again. 3 strikes. In one breath. Each cut the shape of something forgotten across Naruto's chest. He screamed. Not from pain, but from the sensation of being pulled apart, of being told he didn't belong. Then the drone pulsed, and the world turned white. Everything vanished. The dome, the sky, the stars. Just a blank canvas. Naruto floated, weightless. Shirjima didn't. He walked across the nothing, his coat trailing in motionless air. The drone split apart, 6 pieces spinning in synchronized orbits. They pulsed once, and beams hit Naruto from all sides, lifting him into the air. He couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as Shirjima raised his sword and struck. The slash carved straight through him. He dropped. The world shattered. The white turned to crystal. Then back to the glass sky of before. He hit the ground hard, rolled, didn't get up. Shirjima didn't follow. He just waited, like a clock that already knew the second hand would keep ticking. Naruto gasped, pulled himself upright, eyes burning. His hands shook. No fable light, no chakra, no strength. But his fingers curled into fists anyway. Shirjima raised a hand again. The drone returned. His blade hovered behind him. His crossbow gleamed. This place isn't real, he said, voice calm. But the pain is. I told you. I don't lose. Naruto hit the ground hard. Breath gone. Vision flickering. His chest split open. Not from a sword, but from something that had no name. The final blow hadn't even hurt. It just felt like erasure. Like someone telling him, you were never real. He gasped once, then stilled. There was no light. No fall into darkness. Just white. Then breath. Then sky. He blinked. The world shimmered. The dome was gone. The glass wasn't cracked. His body. Whole. No blood. No fatigue. No memory. Except Shirjima. He stood across from him. Exactly as he had the first time. Same silence. Same calm. Same absence of malice. Like nothing had happened. Like this was always how it was going to go. Naruto staggered. I died. Shirjima tilted his head. Expression unreadable. Hey, where are you? I see you. Just like before. Word for word. Naruto stared. His heart raced. The warmth in his chest flared. Not from panic. From recognition. It's a loop. Shirjima began to move again. Same step. Same orbiting blade. Same stance. Naruto braced. But this time, he was ready. The first slash came. Naruto dodged early. Slid beneath the arc, kicked forward. Shirjima backstepped. Spun his crossbow up. Naruto ducked. The red blast tore through the sky behind him. Left. Then aerial slash. Then pulse shot. He moved. Correctly. For 3 seconds, he fought like someone who had seen this dance before. And for 3 seconds, it worked. Then Shirjima changed. Mid-strike, his blade shimmered. Split into 3 copies. Naruto ducked the first, only to get caught by the second's telekinetic pull. He was yanked off the ground. Straight into a red shockwave. He hit the ground screaming. A glyph flared beneath him. A pyramid of crimson light trapped him in place. Cage, Naruto pounded the walls. Couldn't break it. Couldn't move. Then the explosion came. And the world turned white again. Death. Then breath. Then sky. He woke up again. On the same platform. Heart pounding. Same greeting. Same silence. Same distance. But now, Shirjima was walking forward. Not slow. Not patient. If you're who they say, then my path is clear. Naruto took a step back. His body remembered pain that hadn't happened yet. He steadied his breathing. Then charged first. The moment his foot touched the surface, the drone appeared early. He didn't do that last time. It pulsed. And red beams twisted around his path. Naruto rolled under one. Spun over the second. Dodged the third. And landed. Right into Shijima's grip. A tractor beam erupted from the crossbow. Clamped to Naruto's chest. He was pulled forward violently. Spun. And dropped midair as fable orbs bled from his skin. Shirjima absorbed them, his own wounds healing instantly. What? What the hell is he? Another blast. A blue one. Unblockable. Naruto dodged sideways. Clipped. Arm number. Spun into a drone wall. Fell hard. Shirjima advanced. No anger. No taunts. Only calm. You're trying harder. Good. It won't matter. He raised his sword. And the stars returned. The dome ignited. Constellations shifted into new alignments. The drone pulsed white. And Naruto looked up at it all. And whispered, then I'll keep trying. The blade fell. The dome exploded. He hit the ground. Again. The light above him cracked like a dropped plate. The stars blinked out one by one. His vision blurred. And then, white. Breath returned. So did pain. Not on the body. In memory. His chest still ached from the last explosion. His ears rang from the last cage detonation. His skin crawled at the remembered pressure of the tractor beam that drained his life into someone else's hands. Shirjima stood there. Same posture. Same question. Hey, where are you? I see you. Naruto blinked. Didn't answer. Didn't nod. He simply rolled his shoulders. His muscles screamed, even though they weren't damaged. Not anymore. But the pain remembered. How many times have I died? 10? 30? More? The drone materialized early this time. It hovered, pulsing softly, spinning constellations across the glass dome above them. The stars shifted, then locked in place. A voice. Shijima's, calm and hollow alignment Polaris mode. The dome pulsed red, then inverted. Naruto's feet left the ground. The air distorted. Weightless, without warning. He floated up as if caught in a void current. The drone split. 3 pieces formed orbits around him. They pulsed. Cage activated. A prism of pure light snapped into place. Naruto's body froze. Not paralysis. Not binding. Suspension. His arms floated. His lungs stopped moving. And then, Shirjima appeared inside with him. No entrance. No flash. Just presence. 1 second. Nothing. The next. Red eyes inches away. Blade humming with anticipation. Shirjima moved faster than Naruto could see. A flurry of stabs, slashes, and telekinetically guided invisible cuts sliced across the cage. Each blow detonated on contact with Naruto's aura. Pain ignited like shattered glass under skin. And the final strike. A red slash. Triggered an implosion inside the prism. The cage collapsed. So did Naruto. White. He breathed again. Same platform. Same stars. Same boy. He didn't stand immediately. Just lay there. Palms flat. Eyes closed. This is impossible. But I'm not dead. He resets me. So that means. He stood. Shaking. But standing. If I can't win, then I'll memorize him. He didn't wait this time. He lunged first. No stance. No rhythm. Just pressure. Just motion. Shirjima blocked the punch with his forearm. Slid backward. Flicked his wrist. The crossbow unfolded. Red blast. Naruto dove low. Counter. Strike to the ribs. Blocked. Telekinetic backlash. Naruto's body lifted. Tossed back. He twisted midair. Landed on one arm. Spun. Closed the gap again. The blade came at him again. Not 1. 3. Shijima's new technique shimmered into being mirror step. His body blinked in and out of position. As if 3 versions were fighting together, but only one was real. 1 cut missed. 1 grazed. The last hit clean through Naruto's shoulder. He fell again. White. He woke again. Shirjima raised his sword overhead. Activation planetarium shroud. The drone spun faster. Dome sealed. The stars projected overhead moved. Spirals. Orbits. Glyphs. Then, a pulse. And the battlefield turned entirely black. Only the stars remained. Naruto blinked. And was surrounded by floating illusions of Shirjima, all moving in time with the rotating constellations. They slashed together. Then split. Then reversed. He tried to fight back. But each time he struck, he hit air. Or worse. Got hit in return. He spun. Slashed with fists. Kicked at the space. But the real Shirjima never revealed himself. Not until the stars aligned. And 1 red beam struck the center of his chest. Then, 3 blue beams followed. Each one cut deeper. Then, another death. White. Again. Naruto said under his breath. Again. He stood. And charged. White again. The sky didn't crack this time. It exhaled. Naruto's breath came slow. Measured. Bloodless. But his chest hurt with every inhale. Not because he was wounded. Because he was starting to remember what it meant to keep going. Shirjima waited. He always did. Same voice. Same face. Calm. Cold. Clockwork. Hey, where are you? I see you. Naruto didn't answer. He rolled his shoulder. Felt the phantom ache of blows that no longer marked his body. Every slash. Every prism. Every death. They weren't fading. They were etching themselves into him. The dome flickered. The stars began to turn. The drone reformed with a soft chime. Shijima's hand opened. And the blade hovered beside him again. Naruto stepped forward. No fear. No trembling. And when the first strike came, he blocked it with nothing but his forearm. Sparks flew. Bone screamed. But he stood firm. He caught the blade midair. Threw it offline. Spun under the counterblast. And struck Shijima's jaw with a clean, sharp uppercut. For the first time, Shirjima flinched. The stars blinked. The drone stuttered in its orbit. The dome shifted. Just slightly. Like hesitation had made its way into the system. Shirjima backstepped. 1 meter. 2. He raised his sword again. But his brow furrowed. Eyes focused. Almost. Searching. Naruto stood still. Fist trembling. His chest burned. But not from strain. From something breaking through. His fingertips sparked. A flicker of gold. Then gone. Then again. Longer this time. A flame. No. A pulse. Then the wind shifted. Not in the world. Inside him. A shimmer of blue light curved behind his shoulders. No form yet. No weight. Just a shape. Then the sound. Not thunder. Not power. A whisper. A name, half remembered, echoing from his palm. Ultima. The world shuddered. A crack formed beneath his feet. And the sword appeared. It didn't crash into the ground. It didn't blaze with power. It just was. One moment, empty hand. The next. His blade. White core. Gold edge. Glyphs trailing in curved spirals along the flat of the steel. He didn't recognize it. But it recognized him. Naruto wrapped his fingers around the hilt. And everything stopped. The dome shattered. The stars paused. Even Shijima's breath caught. Ultima flared. And Naruto moved. He vanished from where he stood. Appeared behind Shijima in the same instant. Blade swung once. A direct line across Shijima's back. Contact. Clean. Shijima spun, eyes wide. Brought his blade up. Naruto blocked. Not deflected. Overpowered. Their swords locked. And Naruto pushed forward, dragging both of them across the platform. The drone pulsed. Naruto slashed upward. Split it down the middle. It sparked. And crashed. The stars flickered. Trying to realign. Naruto threw Ultima skyward. The blade split midair into 3 spirals. Each formed a copy. Each cut downward in sequence. Shijima parried the first. Dodged the second. The third grazed his ribs. He hissed. Voice sharp. You weren't supposed to remember? Naruto's eyes burned. I didn't. But my body did. They rushed again. Blades clashed. Faster now. Ultima spun like it had never been forgotten. It cut not just metal, but intent. Every one of Shijima's invisible slashes now visible. Every tractor beam disrupted. Every cage sliced apart before it could stabilize. Shijima blinked. He tried his crossbow. Red blast. Blocked. Blue blast. Reflected. He raised his sword. Naruto knocked it away with a twisting kick. Then slammed the pommel of Ultima into Shijima's shoulder. They skidded apart, breathing hard. The sky trembled again. Not from power. From the weight of the battle. Naruto twirled Ultima once. Lowered into a ready stance. No more resets. Shijima's eyes narrowed. You're still incomplete. Naruto nodded. Then I'll finish it. In motion. The stars stopped blinking. They aligned. Not in a pattern of navigation, but in a formation of ritual. 12 constellations spun outward from Shijima's back like divine wheels. Each formed from red and gold light, pulsing in time with his breath. Ultima shimmered in Naruto's hand. Its blade burned, but it was no longer steady. The weight behind it had grown with each memory carved back into muscle. They faced each other across a platform of fractured time. No domes now. No drones. Just the air between 2 names trying to remember what they were. Shijima raised his blade. Voice lower now. Soft. Almost kind. Alignment complete. Final phase initiated. The sky shattered. Not in light. In color. The entire plane turned white again. But this time, it wasn't silence. It was motion. 1,000 moving shapes, echoes of battle already fought. Futures that hadn't happened. Memories Naruto hadn't made. Shijima didn't move. But his shadows did. 12 of them. Each holding a piece of the constellations. Each one a fragment of him. Real enough to kill. They attacked in perfect unison. Each step synchronized. Each blade drawn from a memory Naruto never lived. He parried the first. Dodged the second. Fell into the third. 2 slashes crossed his chest. 1 kick swept his leg. He caught himself. Rolled. Ultima came up. And he split the 4th clone in 2. It dissolved like starlight. But the others didn't stop. He's fighting me with the parts of himself I haven't seen yet. Not power. Precision. He fought back. For every 3 hits he took. He landed one. Each impact was a statement, I'm still here. Shijima's real self appeared midfield. Teleported above Naruto. Slashed down with a blade soaked in red gravity. Naruto blocked. But the air itself folded. He was knocked downward. Right into a forming cage of spinning constellation shards. They activated. And exploded. Naruto screamed. Hit the platform, sliding. Ultima clattered from his hand. His fingers bled. He reached for the sword. But a red glyph sealed over it. Locked. Shijima stepped forward. You've come far. But not far enough. He raised his hand. The sky turned gold. The fragments circled. Naruto forced himself up. 1 knee. Then 2. He reached forward. Hand trembling. The glyph over Ultima cracked. Then shattered. He caught the sword. Stood. Face bloodied. Back burning. But his stance didn't shake. You're right. I'm not enough. Not yet. Shijima flinched. He charged. No pretense. Just heart. Ultima flared. A pulse of gold cut through the air. It grazed 1 clone. Then 2. He leapt high. Spun midair. Deflected a red beam with the flat of the blade. Threw the hilt downward. Then caught it again as it bounced off the platform. He struck. Shijima blocked. They locked blades. And for a second, neither moved. Then Shijima's cloak pulsed. His body split. Multiple versions stepped out from him again. Not clones. Possibilities. Each with a variation of his final form. Each drawing on powers Naruto couldn't predict. One summoned a black vortex of anti-light. Another shot beams that curved against time itself. A third dragged Naruto into a false gravity well and reset his direction mid-swing. Naruto fought through all of them, one by one, screaming, bleeding, refusing. He reached the center, reached the real Shirjima. One last clash. Ultima met blade. And then, he saw the move too late. The final strike. Invisible. A lock on blue slash. Unblockable. It cut across his chest. His knees gave. Ultima slipped. And Naruto collapsed. The world slowed. The clones vanished. The sky turned black. Shirjima stood over him, breathing softly. He didn't smile. Didn't gloat. Just lowered his blade. Watched. Naruto blinked up at him. His hand twitched. But he didn't reach for the sword. Not anymore. He just whispered, "Guess." He coughed once. Blood ran down his chin. "My powers aren't needed yet." The world held its breath. Shirjima said nothing. Not yet. Naruto's voice shook now, but still came. "Someone else. We'll save it this time." He closed his eyes. "That's fine. I'm just glad I got to fight for it again." And then, everything went quiet. The final strike echoed for too long. Longer than sound should travel. It wasn't the kind of silence that follows death. It was the silence of rejection. Of a story that had no place to continue. Of a character the narrative no longer knew what to do with. The constellations unraveled. The dome of the stars collapsed. Shirjima stood over Naruto's fallen body. Then vanished. Not in victory, but in departure. And Naruto began to fall. He didn't fall through clouds. There were no clouds here. No boundaries between realms. No cosmic drag. Just a clean, terrifying drop through nothing. The sky above him blinked. Once. Twice. And then, it fractured. Like a mirror struck by its own reflection. The first thing to come through was sound. Horns. Engines. Distant, buzzing electricity. Then color. Not the sacred golds of chakra. Not the black-red hues of divine systems. Just neon. And sky. Blue sky. The skyline of Tokyo burned into his eyes. 1,000 windows. 1,000,000 lights. He passed a plane. He passed birds. He passed the moon. But it wasn't his moon. There was no carved face. No summon beast waiting behind it. Just stone. Old. Indifferent. Real. And then, he hit. Not the ground. Not a crater. A rooftop. One of many. Metal and gravel cracked beneath his body. He bounced. Skidded. And went still. The city didn't notice. Just another hum in the noise. A ripple against the skyline. Nothing important. Until the wind curled around his small frame. And a voice spoke. Faint. Tired. Old as loops. "You're here now." 7 years later, Tokyo, Japan, Shinjuku Ward. 1:32 a.m. Naruto blinked awake. Sweat lined his brow. His body was small. Too small. He sat up in a stiff bed, surrounded by 4 others. Bunk frames creaked. Plastic window blinds rattled in the night wind. There were no scrolls on the wall. No posters of Hokage. Just a faded clock. A scribbled calendar. And silence. The orphanage was quiet. Even the city beyond its walls had gone still. Naruto rubbed his eyes. His fingers were small. His shirt too loose. His breaths too light. This isn't. But he didn't finish. Because he didn't know what wasn't. A breeze drifted through the open window. He walked toward it. Looked outside. Neon signs flickered across the cityscape. Cars drifted through wet streets below. And somewhere, miles out, fireworks crackled. No chakra in them. Just powder and spark. Then, a voice. Familiar. Older than him. Inside his head. "Don't." He froze. "Who?" "You know me." The warmth curled in his chest again. Faint. Just enough to remember it was real. Foxtail. Still there. Still watching. Naruto opened his palm. Concentrated. For a split second. A swirl of gold flickered over his hand. Then dimmed. Then died. "See? You still have them. But you shouldn't use them here." Naruto stared at his hand. "Because this world isn't ready. And neither are you." Outside, the fireworks ended. The city held its breath. And the boy in the window whispered, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Foxtail didn't answer. Not right away. But the warmth didn't leave. It just settled deeper in his chest. Like a promise waiting to wake. In this world, he was no one. There were no chakra signatures. No mission logs. No stat screens. No whispering gods. Just classrooms. Cement walls. Rows of desks and plastic chairs, and a chalkboard that never erased cleanly. And his name was still Naruto. He didn't know who gave it to him. The orphanage lady said it was written on his transfer form. But there was no surname. No family listed. Just Naruto. He didn't complain. He didn't ask questions. He just went to school. A uniform he always wore right. Hair he always forgot to comb. Eyes that sometimes wandered toward the sky when the lessons got quiet. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Only that he was waiting. He was smart. Top of the class by middle school. Effortless memory. Reflexes that made him a track team legend without even joining. But he never joined. He didn't like the feeling of running if it didn't mean something. He made friends. Not many. But enough. He was quiet. Kind. Always first to help. Last to speak. Everyone said he had this look. Like he was somewhere else. Even when he was here. Then one day, she transferred in. Spring semester of first year high school. Class 1B. The The cherry blossoms hadn't even finished blooming. He was staring out the window again when he heard the teacher's voice. Everyone, please welcome our new classmate. She walked in, and the world didn't change. No lights flickered. No visions returned. No stars aligned. Just something in his chest shifted, like a name that almost surfaced but didn't, like the echo of something important. She introduced herself. A soft voice. Clear. Her name Heine Yumika. She bowed, smiled, took the seat beside his, and never left. She wasn't loud, wasn't shy, just steady. She read a lot. Always carried a notebook, even in gym class. Sometimes she stared at the moon during lunch. He didn't ask why. He didn't need to. They weren't fast friends. They were inevitable. They studied together. She sat beside him on school trips. He waited for her in the rain with 2 umbrellas. She always handed him her spare eraser without asking. He didn't like crowds. She didn't like noise. So they shared silence like it was language. One summer, they spent the entire break working on a school film project together. Naruto wrote the story. She directed. It was about a boy who forgot his name, and a girl who remembered it for him. They didn't win the contest, but they didn't need to. They watched it together in an empty classroom. And for the first time, she cried. He didn't know why. She didn't explain. He didn't ask. He just held her hand until the lights turned off. They graduated together. Her scores were top in literature. His were top in physics. She was going to study creative writing. He hadn't picked a major. He said he'd figure it out when he knew what he was supposed to be. She smiled at that. Maybe you're supposed to be someone's answer. He laughed, but something in his chest ached, like the memory of a promise he hadn't made yet. The night after graduation, they stood on the rooftop of their high school. She had her notebook. He had his camera. He liked taking photos of the sky. She liked writing things she didn't want to say. She didn't say anything for a while. Then, do you believe in reincarnation? Naruto blinked, smiled a little. I don't know, but if it's real, I hope I meet you again in the next one too. She stared at him, eyes shining, then whispered, maybe you already have. He didn't understand. Not yet, but he felt something then, like wind curling through forgotten leaves, like the name of a story that hadn't been written yet. The years passed like wind through an open window. Not fast, not loud, but always there. Naruto turned 19 in a world that didn't know his name. The sky still looked the same, but it never felt like his. He lived in a 1-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of a crumbling complex in Tsujanami. The faucet leaked. The wall heater made strange noises in the winter, but the sun hit the balcony just right in the mornings. And he liked that. He worked part-time at a used bookstore tucked behind a train station. It smelled like dust and forgotten people. Customers rarely asked him questions, which was fine, because he rarely had answers. The dreams didn't stop. They got stronger. Not nightmares. Just visions. A red sky. A broken moon. A silver-eyed girl. A sword that always fell from his hands. He never told anyone. Except her. Yumika. She went to university in Shibuya. Literature and creative writing. She lived 3 stations away, but came over most nights. She kept 2 toothbrushes at his place. Her favorite tea in his cupboard. Her backup laptop charger coiled in his drawer. She never asked if she could keep things there. She just did. Like she already knew she belonged. Naruto didn't say much anymore. He smiled. He laughed when prompted. He did the chores. He remembered every train schedule. He listened to music more than he spoke. But inside, he was missing everyone. He didn't know their names. But his heart did. He'd walk down crowded Tokyo streets and feel a pang so sharp he'd stop in his tracks. A voice. A hairstyle. A flash of orange. None of it real, but all of it familiar. He'd go home and stare at the ceiling. Some nights he couldn't breathe. Yumika never asked what was wrong. She didn't have to. She'd walk in, set her bag down, and sit beside him on the floor. No words. Just warmth. One day he broke. It was spring again. He was 23. He stared at his hands in the dark. Said, barely audible, I miss them. She looked up from her notebook. Didn't ask who. Just reached over. Took his hand. Held it against her cheek. I know. He cried for the first time in this world. She didn't let go. Not even once. After that, he started talking more. Only in fragments. But enough. He told her about the boy who wore red. The girl who held a pen like a sword. The village of fire. The wind that screamed his name. She didn't say he was imagining it. She didn't say he was wrong. She just kept writing. On weekends, she'd drag him outside. To bookstores. To ramen shops. To random benches under cherry blossoms. If you're going to be sad, she said once, at least be sad somewhere with good lighting. She made him laugh more than anyone else ever had. And she never once told him he had to be okay. Only that she'd be there when he wasn't. They were never official. But he started using the word home when he talked about her place. She started calling his balcony theirs. They brushed teeth side by side. Sometimes fell asleep on opposite ends of the couch with the TV still on. They never said I love you. But neither of them ever needed to hear it. When she graduated, he brought her flowers. They were crushed a little in the corner of his backpack. But she smiled like he had given her gold. Later that night, they sat on the roof of her apartment. Tokyo glowed below them like the past, dreaming in neon. She read aloud from her latest story. It was about a boy who had lost his world. And a girl who taught him how to live in a new one. He didn't cry. But he looked at her like she was the answer to every question he forgot how to ask. If I forget you, he whispered, promise you'll write me back. She smiled, eyes shining. Every time. The city was quiet in the morning. Too early for the commuters. Too late for the drunks. Just the hush of vending machines humming, the low rumble of buses, and the wind between buildings like someone breathing in their sleep. Naruto walked beside her. No destination of his own. Yumika clutched her manuscript to her chest, dressed in a black skirt and a buttoned white blouse, her bag bouncing lightly against her hip. Her hair was tied up. She looked like she belonged in a photo someone would find 20 years from now and still remember what love looked like. Naruto carried her umbrella. And her coffee. She never asked. He just did. You nervous? He asked. She shrugged. I don't get nervous. He smiled. Liar. They stepped into the train station. The ticket gates opened with a beep. The escalator groaned beneath them. And when they reached the platform, the train was already there. Waiting, doors open, not a single person inside. Naruto blinked. That's weird. Yumika hesitated. Just for a second. Let's ride anyway. They stepped on. The doors closed. And the train moved. It didn't lurch. Didn't groan. Just glided forward like it knew where it was going. Naruto glanced around. Not a single passenger. No sounds overhead. No advertisements. No conductor's voice. Just stillness. And a track that should have ended by now. He leaned slightly forward, watching the window. But there was nothing outside. No buildings. No tunnels. Just black. As if the city had forgotten to keep existing. Yumika sat down. Hands folded neatly on her lap. Her eyes didn't show fear. Only readiness. The train slowed. The light above flickered once. And then it stopped. The doors hissed open. There was no platform. No voice to announce arrival. Just a hallway of white mist stretching into nothing. And then footsteps. He saw them first. Silhouettes through the mist. And then names. The first stepped through, hair black as coal, eyes cold as lightning. He didn't smile, but his breath hitched when he saw Naruto. TCH. Took you long enough. Sasuke. Behind him. Barefoot. Radiant. Eyes filled with soft pain and wonder. She ran forward first. Naruto? Hinata. The last walked with her hands in her pockets, her Hokage coat half-buttoned, her head held higher than he remembered. Oh my god, it's really you. Mito. Naruto stood there, frozen, mouth open. His heart stopped. His breath shook. No, this can't. This. Hinata was already hugging him, tears slipping onto his shoulder. Mito grabbed him next, holding the back of his head like she was afraid he'd disappear again. Sasuke didn't move, just looked at him, and said, voice raw, you've got terrible aim, idiot. Naruto shook. His fingers curled into fists. Then opened. He started crying. Not a little. All at once. You're real? You're all real? They nodded. And Mito pulled back just enough to speak. We've cleared 98 scenarios. The 99th is about to begin. And we get to pick the world it happens in. Sasuke crossed his arms. So we picked this one. Hinata smiled through her tears. Because you were here. The train hummed around them. And Naruto's knees gave. He hit the floor, laughing and crying at the same time. I missed you all so much. So much. I didn't think I'd ever. Then, a voice behind him. Calm, steady, timeless. You did wait. He turned, and Yumika stood there, not surprised, not confused, just looking at him, not as a stranger, but as someone she always knew. Her hair fell loose now, ink already blooming across her fingertips. She took a slow step forward, then another. Her voice didn't shake. It didn't need to. It took you long enough. Naruto blinked, eyes wide, mouth parted. Yum. She tilted her head. You still remember my name? Even here? He stood, hands trembling. It's you. It's really you. She smiled, and something ancient lit behind her eyes. It always was. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms, held her like a book he never thought he'd find again. And from behind him, the others watched. No longer gods. No longer scenarios. Just friends. Finally, in the same story. The reunion lasted 12 minutes. Just long enough to believe this could be the end of it all. Just long enough to forget the world still owed something. Then the train lurched. Not forward. Down. The lights dimmed. The ceiling cracked. And the system, quiet all these years, returned with a single chime. System online. Initiating 99th scenario. Everyone went still. Even Sasuke's breath caught. Mito stepped back, her Hokage coat flickering as glyphs embedded themselves along its seams. Hinata touched her palm. Old Chakra responded. Yamino. No, YMN. Lowered her eyes. The ink across her hand trembled. Naruto stared at the floating interface above the seats. Scenario class Mythos Grade Apocalypse. Scenario type Cataclysm. Estimated failure rate 99.999%. Participants global. Start world. Earth localhost Naruto. Objective prevent the end of reality. Obstacles 4 outer gods have awakened. The train windows blacked out. Not from night. From presence. The void outside pressed against the glass, thick with a weight no mind should remember. And then the screen shifted, revealing the names. Primary hostiles. Outer god class entity detected 1. The Banshee Veil aspect YMN loop 1600th designation, the one who screams for what cannot return description former anchor of memory and bearer of ink. Her love, grief, and refusal to forget have corroded her mind. She is no longer a person. She is the echo of a wail, devouring all stories where her beloved dies. The scream never stops. Threat level conceptual cascade, known ability rewrites causality through grieving distortion. Cannot be silenced. Cannot forget. 2. The Timeline Devourer aspect Minato loop 1600th designation, the one who consumes what must never repeat description former father, former savior, became obsessed with saving a son who no longer exists in his timeline. Devours iterations to find the one where they live. The devoured become his blood. Threat level dimensional collapse, known ability consumes loops, splices timelines, folds events over each other until contradiction becomes truth. 3. The Crippling God of Mercy aspect Sakura loop presence all designation, the one who hurts so they cannot be hurt description a girl who watched her friends die in every version of the world. Her compassion broke her. She became a god of stillness, cradling the minds of everyone she loves so they'll never go to war again. Her salvation is suffocation. Threat level thought anchor known ability inflicts protective madness. Her love warps into psychic locks, disabling free will to ensure survival. 4. The Beast at the End aspect Kurama loop 1605th designation, the Fong that carves finality description, the final fragment of a god reality no longer remembers. A whisper that turned into a god. He watched every failure and swore to bring the last loop to its final breath. His laughter is prophecy. Threat level total narrative collapse, known ability possesses the laughter of endings. Will appear only at the final death. Until then, he waits. Naruto's hands trembled. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. It was like the weight of 1,000 unsaid goodbyes was crushing him from the inside out. Yamino stepped forward, eyes locked on the screen. Her voice was soft. They're not just outer gods. They're what we became. Mito lowered her head. When you died, we didn't all survive. Hinata didn't speak, just touched Naruto's shoulder. Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes never left the name Minato. The train doors opened. Outside was no longer a station. It was Tokyo, but different. Empty. The air cracked like shattered glass. And in the sky, a red line began to draw itself, like someone scratching out the title of the world. Naruto clenched his fists. Tears burned at the edge of his vision. Then let's find them, and bring them back. The train doors were still open. Beyond them Tokyo, untouched. Streetlights glowed amber. Taxi tires hissed over wet asphalt. A girl walked by holding a crepe. A man in a suit muttered into his phone. The city didn't know. Not yet. The system had announced a god-tier apocalypse, but the world hadn't heard it. The sky hadn't cracked. The screams hadn't started. The stars were still where they belonged. Mito stepped to the edge of the platform, brows drawn. This feels too quiet. Hinata scanned the horizon, chakra ghosting from her fingers. Nothing's moved yet. Naruto stared at the neon buzz of the Family Mart across the street like he might wake up again. But then Sasuke spoke, his voice low, measured, the only calm in a sea of disbelief. It hasn't started yet. They all turned to him. He didn't look surprised, only aware. Scenarios always have a buffer. This isn't activation. It's declaration. Until the incursion anchors are planted. This is just another world. His gaze shifted to Naruto. So show us around. Naruto blinked. What? Sasuke nodded to the glowing skyline. You've lived here, haven't you? We've cleared 98 worlds. Let's see the one you made your home. And just like that, the tension broke. The war could wait. For a few more hours. They stepped off the train and into the city. The cold was lighter than they remembered. No fog. No magic. Just air. Naruto led them through narrow streets and vending machine-lit corners. He pointed out arcades. Tiny bakeries. Where Yamino had spilled coffee on herself on their first date. Where he once watched a fireworks show through a mirror because he couldn't get rooftop access. Sasuke listened, hands in pockets. Hinata smiled, never more than a half step away from him. Mito kept asking questions about garbage pickup schedules and economic infrastructure, half out of curiosity and half out of Hokage muscle memory. Yamino just walked behind them all, watching Naruto speak like he was finally allowed to be alive again. They stopped outside a barbecue place tucked beneath a karaoke bar. The sign buzzed in 2 flickering colors. It's not the best, Naruto warned. Perfect, Mito said, already stepping inside. The interior was wood-paneled, humid, and smelled like smoke and sauce. They got a corner table. 6 seats. 1 grill. No one stared at them. No one asked why 3 of them looked like they'd fought gods barefoot. The city was too tired to care. They ordered everything. Plates stacked. Drinks filled. Meat sizzled. Yamino taught Mito how to cook it properly. Mito ignored her and burned every cut she touched. Sasuke refused to smile, but kept stealing pieces from Hinata's plate. Hinata laughed for the first time in what felt like an entire timeline. Naruto didn't eat much. He just watched them, let the sound of their voices stitch something back together. At one point, Yamino leaned against his shoulder. You okay? He nodded, then said I didn't think I'd ever see this again. She touched his hand beneath the table. Now you won't have to forget it. They stayed until the place dimmed its lights and started cleaning the other tables. Mito paid without flinching. Sasuke tipped in cash in silence. Hinata thanked the waiter with a bow so graceful it made the man blush. Outside, the night was colder, but their breath steamed with laughter. They walked together through streets Naruto had once wandered alone. And for a moment, there was no scenario, no system, no outer gods. Just a group of tired people with the same memory of someone they didn't want to lose again. The sky held. For now, the sky was cloudless. The stars didn't burn. They shimmered, like they were listening. The rooftop hadn't changed. Same rusted railing. Same humming vent units. Same crooked antenna pointing toward nothing. Only now, he wasn't alone. Yamino sat beside him, knees drawn to her chest. Her hair loose. Shoes off. There was something quieter in her tonight. Not sadness. Not exhaustion. Peace. The kind that came after bleeding for too many versions of yourself and finally sitting still. Naruto leaned back, palms flat against the concrete. He didn't say anything for a long while. Neither did she. The silence between them wasn't awkward. It was remembered, held, shared. Then, slowly, he reached into the satchel resting behind him and pulled out a worn, battered manuscript. Not thick, just over 100 pages. The cover torn in one corner. The title handwritten in pencil, The Revised Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi by. Redacted, he handed it to her. She stared, not breathing. Her fingers trembled as they touched the edge of it, as if the paper might turn to ash if she touched it too hard. You kept this? Naruto nodded, eyes forward, not looking at her yet. Found it in your desk, a week after you left for college. Although I couldn't see the title then, I just assumed it didn't have one. You never published it. Yamino stared at the title like it was a name she'd buried and forgotten. I wasn't going to. It wasn't ready. It didn't have an ending. Naruto smiled. Soft. You told me once that if I waited long enough, you'd write me back. So I waited. She blinked hard. Her voice cracked. That was a lifetime ago. 3 of them, he said. But I kept the promise. She opened the first page. Her handwriting. Her words. Not just fiction. Memory. The version of herself that lived in her letters. The one who survived because she had no other choice. The one who wrote so someone else might remember. Naruto leaned closer, shoulder against hers. His voice came quiet. You said he was the kind of boy who'd throw himself into every fire, not to win, but to make sure someone else lived. And that you hated him for that. But you loved him more. Yumino's breath caught. She closed the book, held it against her chest like a piece of her had returned to her hands. I don't remember writing half of it, she whispered, but I remember why I did. She looked at him, eyes wet, not from grief, from relief. I'm glad you waited. He turned his head toward her. I'd wait again. The wind picked up, soft, salted with city light. Naruto looked at her. The girl who rewrote the world to remember him. The woman who carried him through silence and didn't let go, and said, "Can I kiss you now?" She laughed, wiped at her cheeks, and nodded. Their lips met. No fanfare, no magic, just breath, and the sound of 2 people finding the ending they never got. When they pulled away, she rested her head against his. Eyes closed. Let's finish the story together this time. He smiled. Yeah, all the way to the last page. Below them, Tokyo was quiet. For now, this chapter is for the version of them that didn't get a goodbye. For the promise made on the rooftop and the kiss that never happened. Sometimes the story doesn't need war or gods or endings. Sometimes it just needs one quiet moment where someone says, I'm glad you're here. Foolish chaos. They had 3 quiet days. That was more than they expected, more than they deserved. Sasuke had taken to sitting on rooftop edges, watching the Tokyo skyline like it might blink first. His Sharingan never activated. His blade stayed sheathed. But every bird's shadow, every engine's rumble, he tracked. This world's too still, he muttered once. Even the air feels like it's pretending. Hinata started journaling again. She'd lost the habit years ago. Now she wrote every morning at the small table in Naruto and Yumino's apartment, knees tucked beneath her, pen quiet against the page. She didn't write about chakra, didn't write about war. She wrote about train stations, about vending machines, about the way people on Earth never looked up. Mito, naturally, tried to take control of the Japanese government. Within 6 hours, she had hacked a municipal database, written a new Hokage draft constitution for interdimensional diplomacy, and made 3 new enemies on Twitter. I'll rule this place in a week, she said while unwrapping a convenience store melon bread. They have no defense against chakra or common sense. Yamino went back to writing. She claimed it was for her next manuscript. But Naruto knew. She was documenting everything. Not as a writer. As a historian. Like part of her believed these days would be erased, like so many others. Naruto didn't do much. He watched. He cleaned. He learned how to use a microwave properly. Sometimes he sat on the balcony with a can of warm soda and stared out over the city that raised him, wondering how something could feel like home and like a stranger at the same time. They got used to each other again. Not as gods. Not as survivors. Just as people. Yamino taught Sasuke how to use a smartphone. Mito binge-watched 2 seasons of a cooking anime and declared war on processed food. Hinata took Naruto to an arcade and beat him at every game. For a moment, it felt like life. For a moment, it felt like peace. Then the sky pulsed. Once, like a breath held too long, and the system returned. System update. Time remaining until scenario 99 activation 720000. Current scenario host Naruto Uzumaki. Location Earth. World code. Anchor stability 0%. Outer God wake threshold 36% and rising. Warning: this world has been declared unstable. Recommended action: prepare for catastrophic incursion. The message floated in the air above their living room. It shimmered like a dying constellation, unreadable to anyone else on Earth. But to the five of them, it screamed. Sasuke stood immediately. His coat was already slung over one shoulder. It's starting. Hinata looked up from her notebook. 36%. That's already enough for one of them to breach. Yamino didn't speak. Her eyes flicked to Naruto. He hadn't moved. It chose this world, he whispered. Not because I'm here. Because they are. No one responded. The sky outside darkened. It wasn't nighttime yet, but a storm was building, and the world was starting to remember that it had been chosen. Later that night, the stars didn't come out. Only the system. 7140-209. 7140-208. 7140-207. Scenario 99 approaches. It began in the silence between breaths. In the sound beneath streetlights. Not words. Not prophecy. Just a cry. Like grief left to rot. Like mourning that had forgotten what it was mourning for. A woman in Shibuya collapsed during her commute, clutching her ears. She said the wind whispered I'm sorry in 100 voices. She didn't remember who she was apologizing to. A child in Setagaya painted pictures of a woman with no face but a mouth full of ink. Her parents said she was watching someone through time. Someone she missed. The dreams spread faster than fire. Not through chakra. Through memory. People began remembering people they'd never met. Places they'd never been. Stories they'd never read. And always. The sound. The scream. The wordless weeping of someone who never forgot. Naruto slept on the couch that night. He didn't mean to. He just blinked once and was elsewhere. He stood in an ocean made of parchment. Each wave was a torn page. Ink bled upward like gravity had inverted. And from the sky, she descended. Not with wings. Not with grandeur. With desperation. Her body was made of paper and ash. Her arms were wrapped in chains of forgotten timelines. Her veil stretched infinitely behind her, stitched from loop after loop after loop where he had died. Her face. He couldn't see it. Only the mouth. Smiling. Crying. Begging. You're here. You're here this time. You're real. Naruto stepped back. Her voice followed like shadow. It didn't echo. It clung. You're going to die again, aren't you? Tell me it's not like the others. Tell me you're going to live this time. She was not angry. She was not a villain. She was grief that had learned to speak. I tried to rewrite it. I inked over the pain. I wrote you back. Again. Again. But it was never enough. Her voice cracked. She covered her face. And then her hands vanished into script. Paper. Dust. Her voice stayed. I don't want to be this anymore. But I have to. Because no one else remembers you. Not the observers. Not the system. Not even you. Naruto stepped forward. Who are you? She looked up. Her veil trembled. The air shattered like glass between them. And her voice came. For the first time. With a name. Thalanariath. But once. You called me Yamino. The dream split. Naruto gasped awake. Covered in sweat. Hand to his chest. The room was dark. But the system shimmered in front of him. Warning: narrative contagion detected. Her voice has been heard. Dream breach level 8%. Projected arrival of Thalanariath imminent. The scream will be the first to arrive. In the next room, Yamino slept. Peacefully. Too peacefully. Naruto stood. Stepped to the doorway. And listened. For a moment. Just before opening the door. He heard her crying. Not in the room. In the world. In the pages. In the dream behind the sky. Time remaining 56:14:29. Dream contagion level 19%. First outer god anchor estimated 000803. Naruto didn't remember falling asleep. He only remembered the dream. And this time, when he woke, he wasn't alone. He gasped into silence. Sat upright. The air was still, but not empty. His chest hurt. Not from impact. Not from exhaustion. From pressure. He stumbled to the sink. Splashed water on his face. Looked up. There was no reflection. Only her veil, rippling behind his eyes. You're awake. Her voice didn't echo. It nested. Crawled behind his ribs. Like it had always belonged there. He gripped the sink. Trembling. No. This isn't. You're not her. Yuminos. I know. She said it gently. As if it hurt her too. But I'm part of her. And I'm part of you. You kept dying. Over and over. So now I'll keep you safe. Just this once. He stumbled back. Heart racing. Pain. No chakra. But something pulsed behind his sternum. He opened his mouth to shout. To call Hinata. Sasuke. But the pain came first. Tighter. His knees hit the ground. Breath choked. No calling them. They make you fight. I won't let you. Her grip wasn't physical. It was remembrance. 1,000 past lives crushed into one reflex. Every time he died. She remembered. Every time he forgot. She didn't. You're not allowed to die again. You're not allowed to leave me. If you try, I'll make sure you don't move. Naruto clawed at his chest. His fingers dug into fabric. Skin. Nothing helped. He tried to stand. The pain spread. Like ink threading through veins. His vision blurred. His limbs locked. This world doesn't want you dead, Naruto. And I won't let you break the promise you made to me. Even if you don't remember it. She wasn't angry. That made it worse. She was terrified. Her love had decayed into a scream that refused to end. And now that scream lived inside him. He tried again. He stood. Shaky. He took one step toward the bedroom door. To warn the others. To speak her name. To call her out. But before his hand reached the handle, she clenched. His heart seized. His body hit the wall. He slid down, mouth open. But no words came. Don't be reckless. Don't be brave. Not this time. Tears welled in his eyes. I have to fight. They need. No. The ink wrapped around his lungs. His thoughts. His soul. And then, Yamino opened the door. Rubbed her eyes. Soft. Sleepy. Exactly as she had always been. Naruto? Are you okay? He looked up. Panting. Smiling. Lying. Yeah. Just. Couldn't sleep. She knelt beside him. Placed her hand over his chest. Right above the pulse she didn't know she shared. She smiled. You're safe now. And somewhere behind her voice, something deeper whispered, you'll never leave me again. The ground shook. The sky didn't just break. It rewound. Reality coiled in on itself. Buildings flickered in and out of position. Shadows danced backward. Voices echoed in reverse. The clouds collapsed, then reformed, over and over. Like the world was stuck mid-rewind. In the middle of the distortion. He emerged. Ifnazer, the second outer god. The father searching for a son who never made it past day one. His body spun in layers. Not just limbs. Memories. Tornadoes of faces. Of versions of Minato that should have been. Burned into the folds of his cloaked form. His hands stretched between eras. His eyes were made of clocks that screamed. Each step he took shattered continuity. Time crawled behind him, begging to catch up. Mito moved first this time. Sasuke now. Hinata, cover right. They launched like lightning. Like soldiers who had done this 98 times before. But Naruto didn't move. Couldn't move. His hands gripped the edge of the balcony. His breath shook like a child trying not to cry. His feet screamed to run, to leap, to do something. And then, her fingers curled. Not physically, but through his soul. Stop. He choked. Dropped to his knees. His chest seized. Not from pain. From memory. You're going to die. You're going to leave me again. I told you not to. You promised. Mito's blade clashed with a spinning ring of distorted time. Sasuke darted in, marked the god's movement, struck. But Ifnazer reversed the moment they landed. The attacks were undone. Reversed mid-strike. They staggered, gasping, locked in a frame of causality they didn't control. Naruto screamed in his mind. Let me go? Please. Let me help them. But she was already crying again. Inside him. Not soft. Not weak. Mad. Frantic. You promised me. You said this time you'd let me protect you. You said if I wrote the story right, you'd stay. You'd live. Naruto crawled to the edge of the railing. His eyes saw Hinata get slammed across a shifting street that folded twice and then vanished. He saw Sasuke's mark dissolve mid-technique. He saw Mito scream. Her chakra chain torn out of sync with her body. And still, he couldn't move. You always pick them. You always pick the world. Why won't you ever pick me? Her voice twisted in rhythm with his heartbeat. I love you. I love you. I remember you. When no one else did. When no one else even knew your name. You promised me. You promised. You promised. Naruto reached toward his pouch. Couldn't lift his arm. Tried to form a hand sign. His fingers trembled apart. They're going to die. And I can't. You won't leave me. You'll never leave me. You said you'd stay. You said you'd live. His body crumpled. Not from her grip. From his failure. Tears streamed down his face. He couldn't breathe. The pain wasn't physical. It was the look in Sasuke's eyes as he collapsed. It was Hinata's bleeding hands still raised in defense. It was Mito screaming a name. His name. And he didn't answer. Because he couldn't. Inside his chest, her voice shattered. You're breaking our promise. You're breaking it again. Why do you always break it? Why won't you let me love you right? Why won't you let me keep you? Why can't you just be mine? He wept into the floor. Outside, the world rewound again. Inside, he was breaking. And so was she. There was no sky in this place. No time. No gravity. Just a stretch of white. Like memory that had forgotten how to finish a sentence. Naruto stood in the center. Knees to the floor. Eyes still wet from watching his friends fall. Chest still burning from the grip that had stopped him. He couldn't breathe. He didn't have to. This wasn't his body. This was deeper. Then he felt her. Not outside. Within. A shadow bloomed in the nothingness. Not like smoke. Not like ink. Like a page trying to rewrite itself from the edges inward. She took shape slowly. Feet first. Veil next. Then her arms. Pale and trembling. She walked to him. Didn't say anything at first. Just knelt. Her form wasn't monstrous. Not anymore. She looked like Yamino. But older. Worn. Her face wasn't visible. Still hidden beneath that veil stitched from centuries of grief. But her hands were human. And they reached for him. Gentle. careful, like she'd broken him once before and still wasn't done apologizing. Her fingers brushed his cheek. Then both hands cupped his face. Her touch was cold, but her voice was warm. I lost you. He didn't speak. Couldn't. Not with her hands on him like that. Not with the weight behind her fingers. You died. Over and over. Sometimes I held you. Sometimes I found you too late. Sometimes you screamed my name. But you didn't remember it. Her hands trembled. She pulled him closer, forehead nearly resting against his. Do you know what it does to a person? To watch the same death that tore you apart play out again and again. To scream for you. And be the only one left screaming? They said I was insane. They were right. She laughed. Once. Sharp. Soft. And so unbearably lonely. I became this because it was the only way to make the dying stop. I tore out my pages and rewrote myself around your name. Every word I wrote after that was a prayer. That you'd live. Her voice cracked. And then, her veil split. Not with force. Not with glory. But like paper soaked through. Naruto saw her eyes. And they were nothing like a god. They were soaked. Burnt. Empty. And full of him. I was never meant to be loved. But you did. You said you'd stay. You promised me. So why? Why do you keep breaking it? He blinked. Tears traced his cheeks. But his hands rose. Slowly, he held her wrists. Not to pull her off. To hold her in place. I didn't break it. His voice cracked. I just never got to keep it. She froze. He looked at her fully now. His eyes were red from weeping. But there was fire still in them. And she saw him. Not as another memory. Not as another corpse. But as Naruto Uzumaki. He smiled. Even through the pain. Even with her fingers curled into his soul. I never go back on a promise. That's my ninja way. Her breath hitched. You've protected me long enough. Now I'm going to protect you. No more screaming. No more dying. No more watching me disappear in 100 timelines and calling it love. His grip tightened. Firm. Warm. Real. I know you love me. But I'm here now. So let me love you back. Her lips parted. But no words came. Just a sob. Just a sound that didn't belong to a god. Just a girl who was tired of being alone. He pulled her into him. Held her. And whispered, I promise I'll save you this time. The veil began to fall away. The ink around them unraveled. And outside, on a Tokyo rooftop, Naruto stood up. The veil unraveled. Not with violence. With release. Thalanariath didn't vanish. She settled. She curled deeper into Naruto's soul like a sob buried in the chest. No longer screaming. No longer forcing. Just aching. And she whispered, please don't leave me. I won't, he said aloud. But I need to go now. The ink uncoiled from his limbs. His heart stopped spasming. His breath returned. And the moment it did, he moved. The window shattered behind him. A single step launched him from the building. The wind screamed. The sky screamed louder. Naruto fell like a star from a forgotten page. Below, the street twisted. Time cracked. Sasuke reeled backward mid-dash, locked in a reversed frame. Mito's kunai re-entered her pouch seconds after she threw them. Hinata was caught mid-air in a rewind loop of her Byakugan activating and deactivating. Ifnazer floated above the cityscape. Half-body, half-gate. A cloak of infinite timelines flowed behind him like a river of what-ifs. His face bore no mouth. Only a clock. And its hands spun violently every time Naruto came into view. You shouldn't be here, the clock said. You were never born. Naruto landed on a car roof. It exploded beneath him, sent upward by the force. But he didn't slow. He stepped forward. Every step rewrote a fraction of time. Ifnazer's presence buckled around him. You're the one who devoured the timelines, Naruto said. Looking for a version of me that lived. The sky above them flickered. And Naruto reached behind his back. Fingers curling into air. And pulled. Ultima roared into existence. White steel. Golden edge. Burning with every name that had refused to be forgotten. The street cracked. Crows flew in reverse above them. Clock towers exploded into butterflies. Light folded in half. Ifnazer's cloak flared. Time bent. And from behind Naruto. Hands formed. Shadow black. Ink slicked. Grief given. They emerged from the back of his spine like wings trying to remember how to hold. Each finger moved independently. Each palm carried memory. They weren't just Thalanariath's hands. They were hers as love. As the form of someone who still believed he shouldn't die. Naruto didn't flinch. He let the hands orbit him like moons. Like regrets turned weapon. I'm not your son, Naruto said. But I know the one you were trying to save. And I'm going to save you in return. Ifnazer screeched. The timelines collapsed. A spiral of shattered mirrors exploded outward. Each fragment held a different Naruto. Bleeding. Falling. Crying. Burning. Minato had watched them all. He had eaten them all. To find this one. And he didn't believe it was real. You're too late. The correct world is gone. Only rewinding remains. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Then we'll make a new one. He dashed. The street peeled open beneath him. Ifnazer unleashed a temporal collapse wave. A beam of compressed timeline. Sasuke had barely dodged it before. Naruto didn't dodge. He tore through it. Ultima cut the wave in half. The hands behind him pushed outward. Clutching reality itself. Ink curled around the energy. It held the timeline collapse mid-explosion, letting Naruto fly through the frozen frame like a truth not meant to exist. He slammed into Ifnazer. Ultima clashed with the clock. Sparks flew. Time rewrote. Naruto staggered back. Then spun. The shadow hands lashed out. One hand gripped the edge of Ifnazer's robe. Another reached into the god's cloak and touched the timeline. It burst. Naruto saw it. A version of Minato holding a newborn. Smiling. Then. Gone. You didn't just lose me, Naruto whispered. You lost yourself. Ifnazer screamed. The clock cracked. And Naruto raised Ultima again. The city had stopped moving. Not paused. Undone. A billboard played its ad, reversed. Cars reversed, then froze. Pedestrians hung in the air, mouths open midward. Ifnazer hovered above it all. Arms outstretched. Cloak spinning. Each fold shimmered with dying timelines. Each breath he took rewound the air. And Naruto carved into him. Ultima clashed with the outer edge of the cloak. Metal against memory. The shadow hands behind him reached, curled, latched. Ink spread like fire across unreality. Ifnazer's robe twisted to intercept. But Naruto surged forward. Feet dancing across broken road signs and shattered concrete caught in rewind loop. Then, another impact. Lightning, blue and silver. Sasuke descended from a rooftop like a blade launched from the heavens. Reijinsu coiled around his limbs. But when he struck, nothing. The cloak absorbed it. The lightning fizzled. The impact bled into the folds of time. Then reversed. Sasuke stumbled backward. Eyes flaring. He gritted his teeth. Raised a trembling hand. And the truth hit him like a second impact. My Black King fragments. He stopped. His Sharingan twitched. His pupils flickered black-gold-red. They're not responding properly. Naruto spared him a glance, panting. Sasuke stepped back again. His right hand, the one that wielded Raijin, was trembling. Ever since this scenario appeared, they've been rejecting commands. Like they're being rewritten. Mito slammed into the street beside them. Chains flaring. She gritted her teeth. You think that's bad? The system's UI just tried to delete my attack mid-cast. It flagged it as too effective. Hinata landed beside them moments later, her palms glowing with chakra. Blood laced her lips. She kept speaking through gasps. I'm rerouting internal chakra to avoid chrono warp infliction. If I misalign 1 point in my Tenketsu. She didn't finish. Naruto pushed forward again. We don't stop. No matter what the system's doing. He's collapsing time around himself. We break the spiral. We break him. Ifnazer's body pulsed. The cloak flared. And suddenly, 12 versions of Minato stepped outward from him. Each a fragment. Each a failed rewind. They moved autonomously. Each held a different moment. One wore the Hokage cloak. One held a baby Naruto. One was blood-soaked. One was kneeling before an empty crib. One was burning. They attacked. Not with jutsu. With loops. Each fragment reached out and pulled. Not at bodies. At possibilities. Mito's shadow tried to blink out of her control. Sasuke's lightning blinked in and out like a failing broadcast. Hinata screamed. Her hands locked mid-palm thrust. Her chakra pulse reversed. And Naruto? Naruto screamed through it. Ultima spun once, twice. Cutting through an incoming fragment, like slicing a memory off its tether. A shadow hand surged. Grabbed another Minato. Dragged him down into the street. The ink pierced through the rewind shell. The version collapsed. Naruto felt it. A world where he never met Iruka. Where he bled out at 8. Where Minato never looked back. It vanished. But Naruto didn't. He rose higher. The hands lashed out again. 2 of them grabbed timelines themselves. Threads of spinning data stitched into Ifnazer's cloak. They ripped. Each tear sent Minato reeling. Screaming. More fragments emerged. But Naruto moved faster. These versions of you. These rewinds. They're not the answer. They're your grief. You didn't save me. But that doesn't mean you can undo what happened. He struck again. Ultima screamed with him. The blade glowed. One of the shadow hands opened mid-swing. And collapsed a rewind fragment just by touching it. The fragment let out a strangled sound, my son. I failed you. And disappeared. Naruto was crying now. Not out of pain. Out of fury. Stop making me a ghost. I'm alive. Let me live. Sasuke surged in again. This time, he threw his sword. Not Raijin. Victory. A one-time divine weapon from Indra himself. The blade pierced the edge of Ifnazer's back. The spiral slowed. Mito's chain shot forward. Wrap, 3 versions. Hinata's palms flared. And she struck all 12 points of a fragment's body before it could phase out. Together, they shattered 5 of the 12 rewinds. Time bled like glass. But Ifnazer hadn't stopped. He raised a single hand. The clock on his face spun violently. The sky above shattered into thousands of alternate presents. And from them, more began to step through. 100 Minatos. All weeping. All screaming. All looking for a son they never got to keep. Naruto took a breath. Ultima trembled. Behind him, the hands opened. Grief took form. And he whispered. Then I'll save all of you too. The battle felt almost won. 5 of the fractured Minatos lay collapsed. Ultima pulsed in Naruto's hand. Shadow hands. Tethered to him by morning. Lashed behind him, breathing in his stead. Hinata stabilized the civilians caught in rewind drift. Mito surged up through a whirlpool of failed time clones. Sasuke was panting, blade lowered, murmuring its breaking. And then, it did. Not the outer god. The rhythm. Because Minato, Ifnazer, moved. And they weren't ready. He didn't raise his hand. He didn't telegraph his attack. He vanished. A golden ripple. A cut through causality. And every seal, every mark, had missed it. Sasuke's eyes widened first. Wait. He just used. Flying Raijin. Minato reappeared. Behind Naruto. Mid-flash. No cloak. No shadow clone. Just precision. Just instinct. Even now, even as a god, he was still the yellow flash. In his hand. A Rasengan. Not chakra. Not light. It spun with screams. With the names of dead sons. Naruto. Age 3. Naruto. Loop 86. Naruto. Stillborn. Turn 1001. Naruto. Failed vessel. Scenario 42B. It was made of every Naruto who didn't make it. A paradox Rasengan. Time and grief compressed into violent orbit. And then, impact. Naruto never turned. He never got the chance. The Rasengan hit him just below the right ear. The world didn't shake. It stopped. His skull exploded. Not shattered. Erased. Hair, bone, brain, gone in a burst of spiraling ash. The Rasengan unraveled through his head like time unraveling a page. Blood sprayed upward. His body slumped forward. Knees still locked in place. Like even his corpse was trying to finish the mission. For one moment. Everyone stopped moving. Even Ifnazer. His hand trembled. The remnants of the paradox Rasengan spun apart. No. No, no, no. Not again. Then came her scream. Thalanariath. The morning that devours. The god of grief living inside Naruto. She had held herself back. She had loosened her grip. She had watched him run into danger. And now, he was gone. No. 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 You promised. You promised me. The scream split the sky. The clouds bled ink. The ground cracked. Everyone felt it. Not just chakra. Loss. The kind that leaves holes in memory. Then, hands. 10,000 of them burst out of Naruto's chest. From the shattered pulp of his corpse. From the dirt. From the cracks in the sky. Each one reached. Each one grabbed. A piece of him. A strand of golden hair. A drop of blood midair. The left eye. A shard of jaw. The core of his spirit. They clawed him back into existence. They refused. He promised me. He promised me. He promised me. And he doesn't break his promises. Ultima spun in the air. Caught by two shadow hands. Held over Naruto's corpse like a guardian. His body reknit. Skull fused. Eyes opened. Breath returned. He stood again. Blood on his cheeks. Hair soaked in death. Alive. Whole. Ifnazer took a step back. His cloak buckled. His knees shook. No, that wasn't supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be here. Naruto said nothing. He walked forward. Slowly. Dragging Ultima through cracked concrete. The shadow hands pulled behind him like grief still trying to hold on. He reached the god. Stared up at the man behind the mask. The one he looked like. The one he had every reason to hate. And he dropped the blade. Arms open. Chest exposed. I'm here, Dad. I've always been here. Minato. Ifnazer. Staggered. Tried to form another Rasengan. Failed. The spiral flickered. He collapsed to his knees. Naruto knelt with him. Took him into his arms. And whispered, you don't have to rewind me anymore. You don't have to fix the past. You don't have to die trying to save a version of me that doesn't need saving. I lived. Let's move forward. And for the first time in thousands of iterations. Minato wept. Not as a god. Not as a timeline. As a father. Ifnazer faded. The cloak unraveled. The spiral collapsed into dust. And all that remained was a man kneeling in his son's arms. Minato's hand trembled in Naruto's. His eyes, once clocks, were human now, and for the first time, his lips moved without collapse. Thank you. Naruto closed his eyes, felt the warmth, felt the weight of it, and then, Minato vanished. Not shattered, not erased, released. The sky stopped screaming, but only for a second. Then, it broke again, not with a howl, with a whimper, not in fire, but petals. Thousands of pink-white blossoms fell from the clouds. They weren't real. They weren't chakra. They were memory. The air trembled, and then stopped. Everything stopped. Birds mid-flight. Ash hanging still. A cough held mid-breath. Mito took a step, and couldn't finish it. Hinata blinked, and the eyelid never closed. Only Sasuke and Naruto moved, because they had died too many times to be surprised anymore. And from between the petals, she walked. Not floated, not surged. She walked, feet bare against a surface that no longer responded to physics. Each step echoed in reverse. Not sound. Memory. She was beautiful. That was the first thing anyone noticed. Not goddess beautiful. Not divine. Tragic. Hair that looked like it had once been touched by someone who loved her. Eyes that had seen too many corpses. A dress of translucent silk. Woven from hospital bedsheets, old photographs, and promise rings that were never given. Her face was kind. Too kind. That's her. Hinata whispered. The woman from the spirit world. Only it wasn't. It was Ashurheya, the goddess of crippling mercy. The one who loved too much. Her hands were ribboned in red thread. Each thread connected to a different person. Thousands of them trailed behind her, vanishing into the clouds. Tethers of memory, protection, control. Naruto's eyes fluttered. He was still kneeling, his pulse irregular, the scream inside him still shaking from resurrection. The shadow hands of Thalanariath trembled. Naruto, Sasuke said quietly. Let me. Naruto looked up. He wanted to fight. He always wanted to fight. But his legs wouldn't move. His vision blurred. Sasuke took a step forward. His coat flared. The fragments of the Black King inside him whispered warnings. But he didn't care. She's my responsibility. Ashurheya turned her head toward him, and for the first time, smiled. Not in madness. Not in cruelty. In sorrow. Sasuke, she said softly. Don't go. You'll hurt yourself again. Sasuke flinched. Because the voice wasn't divine. It was hers. The one that used to pull him out of hospital rooms. The one that used to bandage his fists. The one that used to ask him to stay. I'm fine, he replied coldly. You're not. Her smile trembled. One hand rose. 3 red threads pulsed. One curved toward him. He felt it wrap around his wrist. It didn't burn. It didn't bind. It simply held. You don't have to fight anymore. Let me protect you. Sasuke raised his hand. The thread tore instantly. His eye bled black-red gold. The fragments of the Black King inside him screamed. If you want to help me, he said, then fight me. The petals froze. So did the world. Her voice faltered. I don't want you to be in pain. I want you to stay where it's safe. Sasuke stepped onto a falling petal. The air below collapsed. He floated up toward her. Lightning bleeding from his back like wings, trying to remember what flight meant. I never wanted to be safe. I wanted to be free. Ashurheya raised both hands. Dozens of threads surged. Reality wept. And Sasuke smiled. Let's begin. The moment Sasuke stepped forward, the world bent. Not a crack. Not a quake. A refusal. Like the fabric of space-time itself was hesitating to hold him. Ashurheya blinked slowly. Red threads trailed from her hands, reaching for his wrists, his thoughts, his past. She whispered, don't move so fast. You'll hurt something again. Sasuke looked up, and for a split second, he wasn't there. Not in a jinjutsu. Not in a teleport. Just absent. Like the concept of him had been too large to fit into the current frame. Warning entity Sasuke Uchiha cannot be fully rendered in 3D narrative layer. System error dimensional compression failed. Constructing avatar projection. Estimated containment 0.004% of original form. The sky buckled. Birds reversed mid-flight. Words on street signs flickered through 100 languages. And then, Sasuke reappeared. No longer as the boy who bled in the valley. No longer as the ghost of Indra. He was a god who refused godhood. And burned brighter for it. A cloak of obsidian shadow trailed from his body. But it wasn't a cape. It was his past. The shape of his grief, stretched into armor. It hissed and unraveled behind him, forming a jagged Susanoo. But this one had no face, no limbs. Just a jagged halo of swords orbiting like moons. Each one carved from a failed future. I don't need saving, Sasuke said. His voice echoed in reverse. Ashurheya raised her hand. Threads surged. Thousands. Each one stitched from memories a quiet hospital room. An apology never delivered. The face of a friend asking him to stay. They tried to bind his soul. Let me protect you. Let me keep you where you can't make mistakes. You've suffered enough. He moved. Not through the air. Through implication. One instant he was across from her. The next, his shadow trailed behind her like an afterimage catching up to his intent. Ultima. Gone. His blade was now himself. His fingers twitched. And one of the orbiting swords dropped. It didn't fall. It manifested impact. Ashurheya dodged. But the impact still hit. Because it wasn't a strike. It was a declaration, I will not be bound. Warning scenario entity Ashurheya has failed to anchor subject S. Uchiha. Error conceptual autonomy detected. Subject is now operating beyond layered causality. Activating emergency compression layer 9 godproof chamber. Failed. 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 Ashurheya stepped backward. For the first time, she looked afraid. She whispered, why are you hurting me? Sasuke's eye glowed. Not red. Not gold. Black. The color of the void before color existed. I'm not. You're hurting yourself. He raised one hand. 2 of the orbiting swords merged. They formed a new weapon. Not physical. A slash of thought. He brought it down. And the scenario screamed. Entire blocks of Tokyo were cut not through buildings, but through narrative logic. One thread tried to hold him. He cut it by walking past it. Ashurheya cried out. But her body didn't bleed. Her memory did. I don't want to lose you. You always leave. I want you to stay safe. Sasuke walked toward her slowly. With every step, threads frayed. With every breath, more of the world failed to render around him. Because he wasn't part of the story anymore. He was above it. I am not your child. I am not your patient. And I am not your guilt. Ashurheya fell to her knees. Blood ran down her hands. But the red threads wrapped her arms tighter. She whispered, I don't know how to let go. Sasuke stood over her. And for a moment, the sword stopped spinning. His voice lowered. Then I'll cut you free. The sky had no color anymore. Only threads. Red silk stretching from building to person to god to child. Each thread was love. Each thread was fear. And in their center, she stood. Ashurheya. The crippling mercy. Once Sakura, once a girl, once someone who simply wanted to keep her friends alive. Now a god who locked minds in safety. Sasuke stood before her, and even the air refused to speak in his presence, because he had stopped being within the world. Now, he was imposing one. Dimensional layer warning. The subject Sasuke Uchiha is not responding to established logic. Narrative control error detected. Warning worldview imposition imminent. Ashurhei rose. Her threads surged. They curved behind her like broken wings stitched by good intentions. You can't just decide who gets to feel nothing. You can't rip away guilt like it's wrong to remember. They suffer, Sasuke. That's what they do. I just wanted to keep them still. Still as safe. Still as alive. Her threads lashed forward. Each one aimed for a pressure point. Not on his body. In his story. Thread 1 the moment he didn't save Naruto. Thread 2 the look in his brother's eyes before dying. Thread 3 the hand he didn't reach for in time. Thread 4 Sakura, crying behind him when he left. Thread 5 every world where he chose vengeance and not love. They wrapped around him like silk turned to chain. Her voice whispered, just stop moving. If you stay right here. If you just stay, you'll never have to hate yourself again. The world slowed. The threads tried to dig into his skin, and for a moment, it looked like he would bow his head. But then, he opened his eye, and the world blinked. The sky cracked like a lens. The system stuttered, and then, Emperor Declaration active. Constructing new local worldview. Alignment Sasuke Uchiha. Title The Eye of the Storm. Status Transcendent Emperor Class. Overriding core principle guilt does not make love purer. Imposed law mercy without choice is violence. The world stopped, then shuddered, and Sasuke spoke. Not to her, to everything. You do not get to keep people caged in kindness. You do not get to decide how they hurt. You do not get to build a world out of apologies you never gave. He took a step forward. The threads burned on contact. His body glowed with the flickering sigil of the Black King fragments. But they weren't chaotic anymore. They bowed to his world. You say you love them, but love that binds is fear. Love that erases pain is not healing. It's domination. He raised his hand. A sword of silence formed. It wasn't metal. It was will. Black. Flat. Without decoration. A blade forged from a life where he stopped apologizing for surviving. In my world. He stepped again. They get to feel pain. They get to cry. They get to grieve. But they do it on their own terms. He swung the blade once. No impact. No scream. No light. But the threads snapped. Thousands at once. Cut not by chakra, but by rejection. Ashurhei collapsed forward. The ribbons at her wrists frayed. Every memory she had tried to protect. Every friend she'd sealed in eternal stillness. Was freed. She screamed. No. No. Don't go. Don't move. I just didn't want to lose anyone. Why is that wrong? Sasuke walked until he stood over her. The world behind him was shaking, raw, blackened by contradiction. But he didn't tremble, because this was his world. It's not wrong to want to protect. It's wrong to think they can't survive without you. She looked up at him, eyes wide, tears falling into threadbare hands. You still hate me, don't you? He crouched, met her gaze, and said, no, but I don't belong to you either. The last thread broke, and Ashurhei wept, not as a god, but as a girl who had finally let go. The last thread broke, and with it, the weight of thousands of lifetimes collapsed around her. Ashurhei fell to her knees, not like a god, like a girl who had never known how to be anything else. Around them, petals dissolved into light. The sky lost its color. Even the sound of time slowed. Only her breath remained, and the silence between her sobs. Why won't you stay? Why do you always leave? Her voice wasn't divine anymore. It was a whisper drowned by grief. Sasuke stood over her. Lightning still cracked behind his spine. His blade hovered in the air like an idea not yet voiced. But he didn't move to strike. Not this time. She looked up, eyes filled with mourning. Not for the world. For him. Don't you remember? We were teammates. I waited for you. I loved you. Sasuke exhaled, long, tired, and finally knelt before her. I remember. Her eyes lit. For a breath. For half of one. But then, he spoke again. But I'm not your Sasuke. Her mouth opened, closed. Her hands reached for his, trembling. But he didn't take them. The one you remembered died long ago. He died in the loop that broke you. She shook her head. No. No, you're here now. Please. Just. Stay. His voice cut through it. Not cruel. Just final. I love someone else. The sky cracked. Not violently, but like a heart accepting it's been beating alone too long. Her name is Hinata. She's kind. Stronger than me in all the ways that matter. Ashurhei sobbed. He continued. We have a daughter. She doesn't carry my sins. She laughs like she doesn't know what gods are. The world tried to hold on, but his voice kept moving forward. That's the life I chose. Not war. Not looping guilt. Not staying frozen in what never was. You don't have to stay either. She looked at him with the eyes of a girl who never stopped waiting, even when she became something that should never have waited this long. If you let go, he said, you'll find him again. The one who loved you. But it's not me. She didn't scream. Didn't wail. She just lowered her head, and the ribbons of red thread around her wrists began to unravel. I'm so tired, she whispered. He reached forward then, not to hold her, but to steady her shoulder. A gesture, a farewell, then rest. And as the petals finally vanished, so did she. He did not arrive with thunder. He did not descend with light. He did not arrive at all. He simply was. One moment, the sky shimmered with post-battle silence. The next, something stood there. Not summoned, not introduced. Present. A thing without introduction. Because no system could declare his name. No story had the authority to define him anymore. The system stuttered. Warning: unregistered outer entity detected. Searching. No name found. No affiliation found. Codename assigned Rogalzier, the snarl without voice. Alias. Memory containment 0%. Narrative origin null. Naruto fell to one knee. His chest collapsed with recognition. But the name would not surface. It was gone. K. Nothing. His throat clenched. The world itself rejected the syllables. His mouth opened again. And still, nothing came. The being stood before him. Tall, dark, fur like ash frozen in time. Eyes voided out. Not glowing. Not alive. Just absent. Tails shifted in silent orbit, forming a corona of presence that crushed the air around them. His presence alone began deleting nearby buildings from memory. People couldn't scream, because they couldn't remember what they'd seen. No one remembers you. Naruto's voice cracked. Not the gods. Not the world. Not even the sword I carry. He looked at Ultima. The blade did not hum. Did not flare. It did not know what it had been. Because the sword's origin, the very moment it was born from Kurama's sacrifice, had been erased. But I remember. The beast flinched. Not in thought. In instinct. Like a shadow that shivered when a light it never saw moved. Sasuke stepped beside Naruto. Mito took a step forward. But Naruto raised his hand. Don't. This fight is mine. He stepped forward. And the world forgot him for half a second. Because to touch that being, to fight something beyond name, meant dipping into the space outside the system. Naruto bled just from proximity. One of his fingernails cracked and wrote a language on the air he couldn't read. But he didn't stop. The beast opened its mouth. Didn't roar. Didn't scream. Just a sound. Like a page tearing in a language never written. A denial of being. Entity has no name. Entity has no memory. Entity should not exist. But Naruto still stood there. He raised Ultima. It shuddered. Tried to unforge itself. Tried to forget its origin. But Naruto's grip kept it real. You're my sword. You were born from his sacrifice. You were called. He tried to say it again. But no name came. And then, he smiled. That's okay. I don't need to speak it. Because I remember how it felt. The beast lunged. Not forward. Everywhere. A tail struck all directions at once. A spatial temporal collapse flattened the narrative layer. Mito screamed. Sasuke activated dimensional shielding. Hinata braced. But Naruto stepped through it. Like he'd been swallowed by that silence before. He clashed. Ultima collided with a beast who had no beginning. The blow didn't spark. It didn't echo. It simply happened. Because it wasn't a battle between chakra and Fong. It was a war between remembrance and erasure. One of the tails struck Naruto's chest. He flew backwards, hit the wall of a memory that hadn't happened yet. Blood in his mouth. Fingers snapped. His heart began to slow. You don't know me, but I know every time you pull me out of death. Every time you said my name, even when I hated myself. The beast struck again. Naruto blocked. Barely. A claw sheared through his shoulder. He dropped to one knee. You forgot everything to save me. You erased your name so I'd live. And I'm still here. The air cracked. Just slightly. Like a forgotten syllable slipping free. Not his full name, but a note. A hum. Ultima flickered. And a memory shard appeared at the hilt. For a single moment. Naruto saw it. A glimpse of red eyes. A warm laugh. A hand resting on his shoulder. A voice whispering, I'll take the fall this time. That's enough. That's all I need. He rose. Blood running down his arm. The beast lunged again. Naruto met it. Their eyes locked. One human. One forgotten. And as they clashed, Naruto whispered, you don't need to remember yourself. Because I'll do it for you. The ground warped before Kurama's paw ever touched it. He didn't walk. He bent reality beneath him. With each step, time folded and the earth forgot how to be solid. 9 tails lashed behind him. Each one dragging causal scars through space. Unspooling layers of reality with every sway. He was too large to measure. Too old to anchor. Too forgotten to define. Rogalzier. The snarl without voice. But Naruto. Naruto remembered. Even if the name burned his throat. Even if the system redacted it. He held on. Kurama turned toward him. Eyes like collapsed stars. No glint of sentience. Only force. Narrative proximity breach detected. Subject Rogalzier. Estimated power output. Causality lock disengaged. Warning combat engaged outside all known parameters. Kurama charged. The ground liquefied. A single paw step exploded every vector of force around him, sending wind pressure in 10 billion directions simultaneously. Naruto stood firm. He blinked once. The vectors converging on him. Stopped. Then reversed. Kurama's own shockwave backlashed against him. But the beast tore through it. No recoil. No hesitation. He could not be pushed. A tail swept toward Naruto. He raised one hand. Palm open. Invert. The tail flipped backward, reversing its kinetic direction mid-swing. But two more tails broke the law and struck diagonally. A chaotic path of undefined math and narrative override. Naruto ducked, knees bent, and pressed two fingers to the air beneath his feet. Vector anchor. Zone graviton lock. The air beneath him became a fixed singularity. Kurama's tail collided and crunched against immovable space. The tailbone snapped. The flesh tore away, but the beast regenerated immediately. Time reversed. The damage unhappened. Kurama's mouth opened. He inhaled, and the color of the battlefield began to drain. He wasn't charging a beam. He was collecting causality itself. Everything Naruto could do would become undone if that blast landed. Naruto gripped Ultima. The sword did not shine. It shivered, a blade that existed in all directions at once. It was already behind Kurama. It was already in his future. It was already unsheathing in Naruto's mind. Cleave. The tip of the blade pointed upward, and one concept severed that which denies recognition. Kurama flinched. He stumbled, because for half a second, his form became known, recognizable, like a truth being seen. But the system surged to erase that realization instantly, and Naruto struck during the gap. Dismantle. Ultima did not cut flesh. It tore open the connective logic of Kurama's current existence. Kurama's front limb ceased to belong to him. The vectors binding its shape, velocity, mass, inertia, were removed. The leg collapsed like paper. But again, Kurama didn't slow. He restructured, not healed. Rewritten. The beast roared, and then moved. He broke the field. Every force. Naruto's anchoring gravity well, the reversed pressure system, the zone locks. Shattered. Kurama didn't run. He tunneled forward through narrative friction. His claws carved force lines through existence, distorting probability fields. Naruto vanished. Not teleport. Vector compression. He condensed every force around himself into a singularity, then exploded outward. He reappeared above Kurama. Ultima raised. Kurama raised his tails like a cage. Each one slammed together, forming a reality-stable sphere around them. You are now inside Rogalzia's causal shell. System recovery unavailable. Narrative damage output unmeasurable within the cage. Naruto had no air, no mass, no footing. Kurama swiped. The force curved space, and Naruto was dragged sideways, crushed into an invisible wall. He coughed blood. Still, he pointed Ultima at the core above him. Spoke collapse constant yield to singularity. A black hole formed behind him. Event horizon engaged. Even Kurama's tail began to buckle. Time tried to stretch, but Kurama devoured the void. He bit the singularity, and it ceased to exist. Naruto dropped. Hard. His lungs were half crushed. Ultima glowed dimly. His arm was barely holding it. You. He coughed. You're still stronger than anyone I've fought. He stood. But I'm still here. Kurama's eyes flared. Two tails lunged forward. Like guillotines. Naruto raised Ultima, but the tails were faster. They struck him clean. His body was torn in half. For a moment, all light left him. Then the blade in his hand inverted. Not cause. Not time. Intention. Ultima became a state. A point that had to be reached. And every wound rewound not by healing, but because the fight wasn't finished. He reformed midair. Chest heaving. Eyes glowing. You saved me. You erased yourself. You became a blade. Now I'm going to use that blade to bring you back. He surged forward. Ultima extended. No trajectory. No path. Just destination. He struck, and the cage around them snapped. Kurama staggered. Ultima carved open his name, or what was left of it. A syllable broke free. No one could read it, but Naruto felt it. He screamed, I remember you, no matter what they took. You're Kurama, my best friend. The beast froze. One step, one breath. The claws shook. The air stilled. For the first time since Kurama had returned, the battlefield went completely silent. The dust stopped moving. The debris from crushed buildings, suspended in midair. Tales of ink destruction paused in motion. The beast itself, Rogalzie, stopped mid-breath. Not frozen, just paused, like something larger had entered the room. Something the world recognized without permission. Naruto stumbled back, blood down his chin. Ultima's light flickering, trying to remain real. His eyes struggled to focus. Then, the wind moved. Not like air, like memory. A low, coiling breeze. Too sharp to be natural, too wide to be earthly. It circled Naruto once, and then spoke. I told you you'd owe me. Naruto turned, slowly, painfully, and saw the being again. The one who'd gifted him the wind that carves fate. So long ago, he thought it was a fluke, a trick, a blessing. It had not been. He had borrowed power. And now, the wind had come to collect. Fujin, not the Shinto god, not a man with a bag of storm. He was formless, a silhouette of ragged wind streams and unraveling atmosphere. He stood barefoot on nothing. His fingers curled around torn sutures that wrote pressure instead of language. He had no eyes, only current. You've used it well, Fujin said. The wind I gave you. You shaped it into freedom. You shattered stories with it. Naruto steadied himself. You came to take it back? Fujin chuckled. A sound like a typhoon whispering through mountains. No, I came to give you the rest of it. Naruto blinked. Fujin stepped forward, and with every motion, the world around him peeled. Not from power. From removal of resistance. He was permission given form. A god without mass. But not without weight. The wind has no sinner. No name. No claim. It fills the lungs of those who fight against inevitability. It howls for those who never stay down. Fujin circled him once. And Naruto felt it. Every gale he'd ever summoned. Every storm he'd ever walked through. Every scream. Every breath. You fought for your friends. You survived the screams of gods and the walls of the world. You stood up again when even death gave up. Fujin raised his hand. And in it, the air itself twisted into a single glyph. It hovered over Naruto's heart. And burned without heat. You have inherited the name of the wind. Name registered in Alzareth, the second nothing. Domain breath momentum non-existence infinite motion velocity inertia limitless direction refusal. Class outer god, emperor grade. Status true body cannot be contained. Combat manifestation deployed, 1.3%. Combat arena reinforced multi-layer dimensional casket initiated. Warning system cannot track current exchange of force. Naruto shuddered. His muscles expanded. Then lightened. His blood boiled. Then cooled. His lungs filled. And it wasn't oxygen. It was movement. He breathed. And the dust on the battlefield shifted. So did the debris. So did Kurama's tail. Because the wind had accepted him. Fujin smiled. I'm dying. Naruto turned again. What? Fujin nodded, his voice softer now. The storms that shaped his body. Unraveling. I've held on to this world too long. Your fight has reminded me what wind is for. It's not for warnings. It's for change. His feet began to dissolve. Not in flame or decay. Just moving on. Like fog burned away by a rising sun. I leave the gust to you, boy. You are not the son of fate. You are the wind that makes fate move. Naruto stared at him. Breath caught. Tears rising. Why me? Fujin grinned. Because you didn't break when it hurt the most. He looked toward Kurama. Still frozen in that collapsing moment of half-recognition. Good luck saving your friend. And then he was gone. The air fell. The world exhaled. And Naruto stood taller. Lighter. Freer. A wind rolled across the battlefield. And for the first time in ages, it carried his name. The moment the wind howled, Kurama lunged. No delay. No emotion. Only obliteration. His claws distorted vectors before they reached Naruto. A single sweep dislocated gravity within a 12-kilometer radius. Naruto vanished. Not through teleportation. He shifted into zero mass and rode the resulting wave of inverted pressure. Reappearing above Kurama's head. Strike. Ultima dropped. Pointed downward. Kurama snapped upward with the tail. He spiraled it inside out to dodge the angle. But Naruto was already gone. 2 fingers lifted. Direction lateral spin. The air curled sideways. Kurama's body was thrown off balance without touching him. Naruto slid along that arc. Kicked the beast's jaw mid-rotation. Then followed with a downward strike from Ultima. It landed. Kurama's shoulder detached. Not from dismemberment but force rupture. The shoulder floated half a second before reversing time. Then clicked back in place. Kurama retaliated instantly. A tail pierced the sky. Every edge spiking with collapse. Naruto twisted his wrist. Vector null. The tail froze mid-attack. Not held. Just lost directional will. Naruto vaulted onto it. Ran along the surface. Injected cleave. Ultima extended sideways as he ran. He wasn't cutting flesh. He was removing inertia. Kurama stopped moving. For half a second. Then, Kurama roared. The roar wasn't sound. It was cancellation. A bubble of non-existence expanded outward. Everything caught inside was rewritten. Naruto flared. Override active. His body unfolded into wind forms. He became 30,000 gusts across the battlefield. Kurama struck. Everywhere. But the gusts avoided him by reshaping the laws of motion. Naruto reformed behind him. Ultima spun. Dismantle engaged. Kurama's tail was deleted from narrative scaffolding. A clean cut. But the beast regenerated. Not healing. Reinstantiation. He remade the tail with leftover causality. Kurama bit forward. Fangs glowed with annihilation. Naruto raised a wall of pressure. Kurama's teeth pierced through it. Naruto absorbed the momentum. Flipped backward midair. Counterwind formed a sphere. Naruto crushed it. Singularity born. An event horizon pulled Kurama's head downward. The beast dug claws into non-space. Tried to escape gravitational collapse. But Naruto compressed the singularity. It became a spear of absence. Throw. Kurama's chest impaled. Time failed to render the outcome. He fell. But rebounded with a shock tail slap. The entire field flipped inside out. Up became down. Right became now. Naruto didn't resist. He rode the inversion. Twisted mid-flip. Used the world's collapse to generate centrifugal momentum. Crashed into Kurama's side. Ultima dug in. Kurama lashed. Ultima blocked. The claw clanged off the omnipresent blade. Naruto crouched. Hand to the ground. Cleave identity bind. Kurama froze. The tail he lifted suddenly couldn't remember being attached to him. It phased out. The beast's body trembled. His steps staggered. Naruto ran again. Each step exploded into microcyclones. Every motion chain vectors into autonomous loops. He was a vortex now, not one person. A system of wind. He hit Kurama again, and again, and again. Each hit not just damaging, restoring, trying to awaken what was lost. Kurama retaliated with a beam. Not of chakra. Of memory drain. Naruto forced a shield of compressed wind fields. They evaporated. He threw Ultima. The blade split the beam sideways, carving a path. He leapt through. Final exchange. Kurama formed a claw of ultimate collapse. Naruto met him with an open palm. Direction inward. The claw turned on itself. Kurama took his own hit. Naruto landed. Face bruised. Ribs fractured. Eyes burning. He raised Ultima. Set it down. Not in combat stance. Like a grave marker. He stepped forward. Kurama stood. Shaking. Still growling. Still fading. But one tail didn't move. One eye blinked as if something was caught behind it. Naruto placed his hand over his own heart. I don't need you to remember everything, but I want you to remember me. Silence. Then Kurama paused. A flicker. A flick. A breath. Naruto? Kurama's claws screamed through the vector storm, parting existence like it was parchment soaked in fire. Naruto's body was burning out from the inside. Every singularity he conjured pulled at his bones. Every echo of Kurama's forgotten memories scraped across his wings like the rust of a million dead timelines. They were outer gods now. Emperor-class entities that bent the world simply by breathing. But Naruto didn't want to win. He wanted Kurama to live. He parried another strike. Ultima spun behind him, orbiting on a collapsing singularity. Kurama's next lunge shattered half the field. Naruto countered not with a strike, but a step forward, straight into Kurama's path. Kurama's claw halted, trembled. His eyes, golden rivers stitched with ruin, flickered, uncertain. And Naruto whispered, "You didn't forget me. They made you forget. But I never forgot you. And I'm not going to lose you now." He reached behind him, his right hand extended, grasping the world, not as it was, but as it should have been. He summoned the last handshake, the same skill he once used in the crumbling library, to rebuild forgotten stories and restitch his existence. But this time, it wasn't for himself. He wasn't carving himself into the world. He was carving Kurama back into it. Skill activated last handshake. Epilogue engraving protocol. Target world. Effect recarved narrative record. Reinstate forgotten entity. The skies tear open above them. Reality paused. Then, like a story inhaling its own lost voice, it began again. The mountains cried out in reverse. The cracked heavens folded inward, forming the glyph of an ancient name written across the stars. Not metaphor. Not symbol. Name. The wind carried it. The stars remembered it. The gods heard it. Kurama felt it. His claws slackened. His tails faltered mid-assault. And in the space between their hearts, time collapsed inward like hands pressed into a prayer too long delayed. Naruto stepped closer, set his forehead against the beast's, and whispered, "I'm here. I found you again. Come home." The system groaned as if under divine pressure. Entity reinstatement complete. Kurama. Modifier updated the Fong that carves finality. Narrative restoration 100%. You have remembered him. He has remembered you. You are no longer alone. And for the first time in what felt like 10,000 endings. Kurama cried. It happened all at once. Not thunder. Not light. Not screaming. Just absence. A drop in everything. Temperature. Pressure. Causality. And then they were somewhere else. Naruto blinked. He was still holding Kurama. Ultima hummed on his back. But they were no longer at the battlefield. They were standing on pavement. Beneath sky. Under the glow of neon signs and billboards and endless buildings that stretched across an overcrowded district of Tokyo. Pedestrians surrounded them. Chatting. Laughing. A city that didn't know what had happened. Didn't know what was coming. Then, every screen blinked. Not to black. To white. A single dot appeared in the center. It pulsed. Then opened. A vertical slit. Then curved. Then stared. An eye. It opened on every billboard. Every phone screen. Every TV. Thousands. Tens of thousands. All at once. People stopped walking. Looked up. And froze. Then the screaming started. Not frightened. Not panicked. Agonized. A man in a suit tore his cheeks open with his fingernails. A woman in a school uniform slammed her head into a pole until her skull fractured. Children screamed words that didn't belong in any human throat. The eye stared. And the people exploded. One by one. Their heads burst like overripe fruit. Blood painted the streets. Their bones dissolved into glyphs that meant nothing. Their deaths were not violent. They were symbolic. Naruto moved forward. But kneel. One word. It didn't come from the screen. It came from the roots of reality. And the outer gods. They dropped. Naruto's legs collapsed under him. So did Kurama. So did Yumino. Her true self inside him howling in static. Minato, still flickering and fading remnants of the spiral, fell. Sasuke? Sasuke didn't just fall. His projection collapsed. His true form. The Sasuke beyond the system, the emperor body he'd built above the cosmos. Even that knelt. His knees broke the floor of the multiversal boundary. He could feel it. The pressure was unbearable. Not force. Not divinity. Recognition. And then, he walked in. Foolish chaos. He didn't arrive in grandeur. He didn't glow. He walked down a Tokyo sidewalk slick with blood, wearing a suit, smiling, eyes that twitched between colors and iris, each footstep engraved, not ground, concept. The humans couldn't see him anymore, because there were no humans, only the dead. He had killed the unworthy with his gaze, and now he looked at Sasuke, and said, "You don't even know your name." Sasuke gasped. He couldn't raise his head, couldn't lift a finger. Even the Black King fragments inside him were shrieking. He tried to resist, but the moment Foolish Chaos spoke, Azathoth, everything glitched. The name couldn't be said. It warped. The sound broke. Reality cut. Sasuke's bones burned. His name split. His heart folded in on itself. True name Foolish Chaos stood in the center of Shibuya, blood dripping from lampposts. Skulls split like fruit on the sidewalk. The screens above flickered, each one holding an unblinking eye, twitching with recursive glitches and syllables no language could hold. Tokyo was silent, save for the hum of recognition trying to crawl into the world. He turned his head slowly toward the outer gods kneeling. Naruto, Sasuke, Minato, Yamino, Kurama, all forced down by a single command. None of them could rise, not even now. Then he spoke again. To none of them, to all of them, to the narrative itself. I've never seen a story more fit for harvesting. His voice wasn't heard. It was internalized, like a thought you didn't know was planted there. It scraped behind the eyes, spoke through the marrow, a syllable buried beneath understanding, the puppet of the oldest longing. He gestured lazily to Naruto. Under my jurisdiction? He started at Naruto. Foolish puppet of the most ancient hope. Foolishly. Pitifully. Accepting the name of an outer god? You called yourself an Alzareth? Second nothing? He laughed. It sounded like all the wrong things at once. Did you think the wind was free, boy? Naruto tried to speak. His teeth clenched. Blood at the corners of his mouth. He could barely move. Ultima's edge cracked. Afraid. Foolish Chaos stepped forward. The city cracked beneath each footfall. He approached the group. Hands in his pockets. Face still unreadable. Eyes still blinking across every monitor. Let me tell you a secret. It wasn't always theirs. He looked up. To the sky. To the code woven behind it. The system. The scenario. The gods. The divine structure. The narrative wasn't built by the observers. It was stolen. The air shifted. Everyone felt it. Even Hinata, still standing. Even Yamino, who shook like she had heard a name she wasn't allowed to forget. They took it from me. They took my story. They took the names. And then they locked them behind divinity. His voice turned bitter, not enraged. Mocking. All these rules. All these tiers. A divine hierarchy of outer gods and system gods and scenario curators. And every single one of them bound to a script I wrote first. I gave names to the nameless. I gave fables to the formless. But then they turned them into walls. Into rules. Into chains. He paused in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's face twitched. The name. Azathoth. Still burning into his memory. He saw it now. Every Black King fragment in his soul. Screaming. You were supposed to be my sleeper. The nameless father I stole names from to share with the world. But even your Black King pieces couldn't overwrite the infection you call resolve. He bent forward. Whispered. That's fine. I'll break it now. He stood up. Looked to the sky. Raised one hand. The narrative no longer serves. The system no longer binds. And the world will pay back what it owes. He reached upward. His fingers touched the code. The scenario glitched. The sky turned black. Not dark. Blank. The name of the next scenario refused to load. Scenario 99 corrupted. Scenario 100 redacted. Origin layer overwritten. Error mainline threat detected. Threat Foolish Chaos. Initiating Neil protocol against all active narrative forms. They all dropped lower. Even Naruto's second self. Even the outer god version of Yamino inside him. Screamed. The weight of his existence was pressing against their spines. Not to crush, to erase. And Foolish Chaos smiled. I don't want to rewrite it. I want to watch it end. If I can't have it, no one can. Foolish Chaos raised his hand. The screens behind him glitched once. Then fell silent. Every eye disappeared. Only his voice remained. It slithered under the skin of the world. A whisper so ancient it couldn't be measured in time. Do you think I hate this story? I don't. I envy it. He turned slowly, his steps not disturbing the ground. The air parted for him. Not because of fear. Because nothing dared remember how to resist. Let me tell you something. About the world. About where it came from. About who broke it long before you ever drew breath. The kneeling figures twitched. Even Naruto. His breath ragged. Could barely raise his eyes. Sasuke couldn't move. His true body trembled above the layers of cosmos, bound by syllables engraved into its spine. The others. Yumino, Kurama, Minato. Remained frozen. Only the voice moved. And what it said changed everything. At the beginning, there was something that wanted to be strong. It was not a god. It was not a creator. It was just a longing. The oldest longing. It looked upon the void and wished there was something to struggle against. to give it a reason to fight, to grow. But the oldest longing was. Foolish chaos smiled. Stupid. It couldn't do anything on its own. It had no name, no voice. Only hope. But even hope, even a stupid one, can create. So it made something without meaning to. The ground groaned. Not from force. From the narrative folding into itself. From origin trying to claw its way out. That creation? It was the first mistake. The first name. The one who possessed all names. Foolish chaos pointed to Sasuke. Not gently. With pity. That's what you are, Azathoth. You are what it made because it wished to grow. The mistake of the oldest longing. A god who could become anything. Who already was everything. The beginning of stories. Sasuke trembled. Not from fear. From the Black King fragments writhing like they knew who they were serving. Like they were never his to begin with. Foolish chaos continued. But the oldest longing grew afraid. Afraid of what it had made. Of the potential of something that had every name already. So it took another name. A lie it told itself. It became the most ancient hope. And it built a wall. The screen sparked. The city shook. Even the system began to whimper behind the cracks in the sky. A wall made from itself. To protect itself from the very thing it created. A seal. A prison. In that wall was the heavenly demon. Gasps echoed. From the voice of Yamino deep within Naruto. From Hinata. From Minato's cracked spectral form. Even Kurama's name trembled in the system registry. The heavenly demon had no face then. No gender. No goals. It was just a barrier of will. Of hope twisted into protection. It sealed Azathoth in sleep. To save the mind of its stupid, scared creator. But Azathoth. Even in slumber. Foolish chaos spread his arms. Still possessed all names. All possibilities. Every truth. Every lie. All that could ever be called a story. And then. He turned. His smile grew soft. And I found it beautiful. I watched it sleep. I watched it dream names. And I stole them. The world froze. I stole every name from Azathoth. I plucked them one by one. And I whispered them into the void. And the void turned them into stories. You think you earned your titles? You think the gods gave them? They were mine. He laughed. I gave the world its myths. I watched it grow. I watched the observers climb like cockroaches from the cracks in reality. And steal it all from me. He clenched his hand. One of the screens shattered. Not into glass. Into possibilities that no longer were. They turned my gift into a script. Into law. Into chains. He looked back at Naruto now. And smiled wider. But now. The wind bears my mark. The hope kneels before me. The name that never should have been spoken has been remembered. His eye blinked. And the world shuddered. I will not rebuild it. I will not reclaim it. He stepped forward again. And Tokyo began to collapse. Not into ruins. Into origin. I will end it. All of it. And the only names left. He grinned. Will be mine. Foolish chaos stood atop a building that no longer knew its name. Below him, Tokyo folded. Skyscrapers lost their shape. Billboards tried to scream in binary. Then failed. The streets turned into pages with ink running upward, the rules of gravity forgotten. Above, the system tried to abort itself. Error origin stack breach detected. Narrative sequence no longer rooted. Termination protocol. Unavailable. Foolish chaos equals true author. Undefined. He looked down at the outer gods kneeling in blood and story ash. Sasuke. Naruto. Yamino. Kurama. Minato. And he smiled again. Not cruelly. Softly. You think I'm a monster. I wasn't always. His voice slowed. For the first time, it did not echo from the void. It came from memory. And the world listened. Because he was the first one it ever listened to. I wandered through the void before names. When the most ancient hope still wept behind its own wall. When Azathoth still slept. And the names spilled out of its dreams. He raised one hand. And from his palm, a small goat formed. It bleated once. It was young. Unsteady. Curious. It flickered in and out of shape. Undefined. She followed me. For days, I said nothing. She was so small. So adorable. He chuckled, almost fond. I asked myself, should I give her a name? It's not an easy thing. Once something has a name, it belongs to the story. And I knew the moment I gave her one. I couldn't go back. He looked at the goat. She stabilized. Took shape. Her eyes grew black. Her bleating echoed across time. And he spoke. I named her Shub-Niggurath. The goat flickered away. I thought that would be the end of it. But she led me somewhere. She bleated. I followed. And there, in the folds of early nothing, was a child. A boy formed behind him. Thin. Pale. Tattered. Eyes too large. Ribs visible. He didn't speak. Didn't beg. He just followed me. For days. He never asked for food. Never asked for rest. He was dying. Starving. But he kept walking. I wanted to see how far he would go. Would he fall? Would he beg? He never did. He didn't even speak. He just followed me. The child stumbled forward. Eyes vacant. But determined. Foolish chaos turned. Faced the sky. Then looked back down. It was touching. Astonishing. A child so fragile. Yet something about him felt like a question. So I gave him a name. Not one of power. A servant's name. A name to exist beside me. The child flickered once. and became something else. A figure in a cloak. Eyes now split into 12 observing sigils. Hands holding ink. Mouth stitched shut. The first observer. He was the first. He watched as I named. He recorded the names I gave. He built a book. Foolish Chaos's smile broke. Then he closed it and called it law. He stole the narrative. He turned what I gave freely into systems. He locked stories behind access. He classified gods into tiers. He invented divinity. He became the first observer. And I was cast out. Behind him, the sky cracked. And from the break, Inkport. The void tried to remember what it forgot. But the system pushed back. I gave him a name. And he used it to lock me out of the world I named. That is why you kneel now. Because the one who wrote the rules has returned. He turned to Naruto. Eyes unreadable. You, the puppet of the oldest longing. You carry hope not even your soul understands. He turned to Sasuke. And you, the one with every name inside him. The dream of Azathoth made flesh. You were made to end this. He stepped forward again. The city beneath them flickered. The dead stayed still. The narrative tried to scream. But it no longer knew what chapter it was in. You want to save the world? Then tell me. What is its name? Silence. In the eye returned. Blazing over every screen. Blinking once. Then again. And behind it, something deeper stirred. A throne that had never been claimed. A name that had never been spoken. And Foolish Chaos raised his hand and said, I will reclaim every name. I will take back every story. And when I reach the last line, I will write nothing. The sky above Tokyo shattered again. This time into a timeline spiral. The ink of what had been curved outward into visibility. And on the edges of that spiral, every major moment of history. Every time Obito bled. Every time Sasuke cried. Every time Naruto stood up. Every story. And Foolish Chaos stood beneath it all. Arms outstretched. As if to embrace what he had built with shadows. He turned again. Faced Sasuke. Faced Naruto. Faced the divine kneeling and the terrified standing. And he spoke. Do you really think this is chance? You think it was accident that Obito shattered? The sky pulsed. Obito's face appeared. Looped across 1,000 memories. From the boy who grinned beside Rin to the shadow behind the mask. I whispered into the god you called Omoikane. I made him see the mirror. And I made Obito watch. He turned to Sasuke. And the Black King? He chose you because I let him. Because I told him. Give him every name. Let him be the one to carry them all. He could have chosen Indra, Madara, even Naruto. He smiled. It was a smile that bent stories. But he picked you. Because I made you the vessel of recursion. The knot of endings. The eye without witness. He raised his hand. The spiral of history rotated. And a single truth unraveled at the center. All events were engineered. Catalyst Foolish Chaos. Reason the final scene. I didn't steal this world. I shaped it. Every breath in this story echoes my hands. Every tragedy was seeded from my gift. And now that you've all performed your parts, you will kneel and let me end it. Because the pen was always mine. He exhaled. And the world exhaled with him. Naruto stood. His knees buckled. But he stood. Shaking. Cracked. Burning from the inside. But his voice was clear. You're right. Foolish Chaos paused. Just for a second. Naruto stepped forward. Eyes locked. You're right. It wasn't fair. You gave the world the beauty of stories. And they took it from you. He looked around. At everyone. Kurama. Yamino. Even Minato. Even Sasuke. You gave them names. And they shut you out. So I'll give some of it back. The air shifted. The narrative paused. I may not know this world's name. Maybe it doesn't have one anymore. But I'll give it a new one. A name that holds you in it. All of you. The parts no one ever saw. A name where outer gods aren't locked out. A name where forgotten doesn't mean erased. A name that includes you. The system groaned. Something changed. Not a declaration. A transfer. Warning Pantheon authority shifting. User Naruto Uzumaki. Fable the wind that carves fate. Action distribution of narrative shares. Recipient pool outer gods. Percentage transferred 73.2%. Recipients Kurama. Yamino. Sasuke. Thalanariath. And Alzareth. Even Minato. The wind kicked. Every outer god glowed. Each one grew more solid in the narrative. The system adapted. Outer gods are no longer banned from the story. Foolish Chaos stopped smiling. But not in rage. In shock. His breath hitched. He stared at Naruto. And for the first time, he was silent. Not defeated. Not undone. Just hurt. The world was breaking. But Naruto stood in the center. His hands open. His heart resolved. And above him, the spirals of rewritten authority carved themselves into the bones of the sky. I give this world a new name. The system trembled. The laws of divinity paused. Even Foolish Chaos stopped speaking. Naruto looked up. Voice clear. And whispered a name the universe tried to bleed out. A low echo passed through the void. The syllables didn't echo in the air. They infected the narrative. Each letter hissed. Curved through dimension. Ripped into the system's core. Error name not compliant. Error name cannot be spoken out. Error name breached the wall. Scenario root corrupted. The world is now Haranigurul. The world that belonged to all. Warning outer god aligned world state detected. Admin override attempt denied. Observer authority broken. Divine alignment recalibrating. Then came the screaming. Not from Naruto. Not from foolish chaos. From the observers. 12 of them. Only 6 could materialize at once. The others had been locked in the overbound ring. But now? Now even the Great Six descended. One of them bore a green jumpsuit. One arm mechanical. One eye glowing like a blazing taijutsu sigil written in golden script. He stepped onto the field. Clasped his hands. Rock Lee. Title the Eternal Flame of Observation. Reborn as a great observer. The others followed Taithasi Che, the right-down mirror Velsoth, the keeper of divine chains Frillin, the architect of witness truth Juriskin, the chime of absolute order, and the sixth, whose name was silence itself. They stared down. Authority breach confirmed. Narrative ownership illegitimate. Subject Naruto Uzumaki. Alignment outer god integrated. Sponsor defiant. Narrative synthetic. Judgment rendered. The screens flickered red. Then black. A new line appeared. You are now the enemy of the story. Scenario 100 has begun. Conditioned to reach the end of the world, kill Naruto Uzumaki. The sky split. Gates opened. From Olympus came Poseidon and the Olympians and all of Hades' forces. From Yomi came Izanami and the Eightfold Guard. From Svartal fame came the Dwarven creators. From the Eden came Metatron, radiant with censored light. From every myth, every pantheon. The gods stepped through. All of them. Facing Naruto. The entire battlefield shifted. Tokyo crumbled. Replaced by a final stage. The last boundary. A world of broken narrative. Bleeding stars. Spiraling thrones. And one boy at the center. The 100th scenario. The final command. Kill the one who named the world. Kill Naruto Uzumaki. See the end.